Diane immediately recognized those names. Grand Elder Croak was actually the Grand Elder of Acacia Academy, while Grand Elder Cormith fulfilled the same role for Matilda Academy. It seemed as though they had opposing secondary occupations as well. He didn't care too much for his fame, but it would make it much easier to swing the subfamilies to his side. The beautiful attendant continued. So, nearly all of the elders are occupied with the spectacle. If the heads are there, why wouldn't they take the opportunity to join too, right? Unfortunately, she smiled bitterly. This leaves all of the work today to us lower-ranking officials, and obviously means that there's no one to oversee a master-level test. They're all instead fighting over who gets first rights to this mystery man with the innate aurora. Diane nodded. What do I need to do to participate in this spectacle? This question was at least more reasonable than the last, so the attendant answered happily. You only need to be at the first common level, having obtained a badge from us, in order to fight with us. That was all Diane needed to hear. His ring flashed, and a blood-red fruit about half the size of his palm appeared in his hand. This, the attendant shivered. Although she had said one common fruit was enough for the first common level test, many weren't willing to give up intent fruits for something like that, let alone of demonic-type intent fruit. Diane didn't care, but not all intent fruits were made equal. He had never eaten an intent fruit, because his master's memories told him it might stifle future potential. But, if their juices were processed along with other demon-type fruits and were channeled into his body, they were great for integrating more of his demon Shilin and demon sage essence blood. The attendant took the fruit in her hands, slowly and gently. Placing the fruit within a pre-made preservation box, she noted Diane's payment and pointed towards one of the doors. That's where common level tests up to the 3rd level take place. You can go in there. It may take you almost a day to clear the necessary trials, but the competition between the guilds should continue for at least another 3 days, so take your time. After you've cleared it, the overseer will give you a badge. After which, the attendant pointed to another door. You can head to the competition square to participate if you'd like to. The attendant smiled gently. I hope I was of help. Good luck. Diane nodded, still not showing any fluctuations in his emotions. The attendant could only sigh as she watched Diane lazily walk to the first door she pointed to. Suddenly, one of her friends poked her side. She giggled lightly. Stop it, you know I'm ticklish. Another beautiful attendant with blonde hair smiled at her friend. He's handsome. Do you think he'll be a good formation master? He's at most 17 or 18 years old. Although he isn't as talented as Erlin and Leuven, it's still excellent that he's ready for the first common level test at such a young age. Maybe one of us could lock him down early. The attendant who advised Diane pinched her friends, but, listen to you. You're at least 5 years older than him, and you're looking at him like a husband already? Have you no shame? The blonde-haired attendant grinned widely. 5 years may mean something now, but what about when we're both hundreds of years old? How could it matter then? The brunette-haired attendant rolled her eyes. Cradle robber, you're one to talk. I can practically smell your hormones from over here. The two women giggled amongst one another. Just as the brunette attendant was about to call forward the next customer, she froze. The blonde attendant looked over at her friend oddly. What's wrong? The brunette attendant audibly gulped. Say, how long do you think it's been since he left? The blonde attendant smiled mischievously. Missing him already? Couldn't have been more than half a minute to a minute. Despite her friend's teasing, the brunette attendant didn't snap out of her daze. How long do you think it took him to walk to the door? This made the blonde attendant raise her eyebrow. What are you? Suddenly, the blonde attendant saw exactly what her friend saw. Under the astonished eyes of the attendants and the test overseer, Diane leisurely walked out of the testing room as calmly as he had entered. He had not a bead of sweat on his forehead, not a wrinkle on his crisp white shirt, not a scratch of his soft tan skin. Suddenly, an axe flew from within the room Diane was about to walk out of. Everyone froze. The attendants screamed. Watch out! The brunette attendant could only watch in horror as a free axe from a defective killing array flew out towards Diane's head. Despite all the commotion, Diane didn't seem to notice. His eyes flashed with golden lights as a magnificent defensive array appeared behind him. Bang! Diane's array didn't even shake. The axe was ground to dust as though Diane's array disdained, having even been touched by such an inferior creation. The brunette attendant covered her mouth in shock as everyone watched Diane stretch out his hand towards the room's overseer. "Badge, please," he said faintly. The overseer snapped out of his stupor, brushing back his sweat and brown hair with a hand, looking at Diane in shock. "Here you go." The overseer handed Diane a bronze-plated semicircular badge with the Roman numeral on it. Diane nodded his head. "You should deal with that defective array. Not everyone would have survived that." Not waiting for the overseer to answer, Diane lazily walked to the second door the attendant had pointed out. He walked in as though he didn't notice the once bustling tower become deadly quiet, as though he didn't feel countless prying glances at his back. The door closed with a soft sound as Diane disappeared. The brunette attendant took a deep breath. He's the one with the innate aurora. It would be a while before everyone in the tower snapped out of their surprise. It seemed a genius had come to their guild. Diane continued forward down a long and dark corridor. However, at the end he could clearly see a blinding light. Soon, he reached that light, stepping out and into the upper regions of what appeared to be yet another Colosseum. Why the martial world was so infatuated with ancient Rome, Diane had no idea, but he felt his anger boiling due to the familiar environment. He could only try and rein himself in as best as possible. The stadium itself was smaller than the usual scale, only being about 200 meters in diameter. This allowed for only 5 levels of seats, which drew people's attentions to Diane's arrival. But once they noticed the first common level badge in his hand, some nodded and looked away. It was quite impressive for such a young man to succeed in becoming a formation master, so he wasn't looked down upon. However, not everyone was so nonchalant to Diane's arrival. Grand Elder Croak's and Cormitha's eyes immediately shone with something imperceptible. They hadn't thought Diane would show up here, especially since the competition had already gone on for a few days now. The elders themselves sat in an exclusive section, in their usual lofty positions. It was almost like an entire section of the seats were cut out and shifted upwards. However, Diane didn't pay them too much mind, although he found it interesting that Elder Flyleaf was also there. Instead, he focused his gaze on the center arenas. There, a familiar duo could be seen. Erlin and Leuven stood side by side, working through a set of problems together as 2 unknown alchemy guild geniuses did the same. Well, they were unknown to Diane. To everyone else, they were twin sister geniuses of the alchemy guild, Tamara and Verona. After scanning the situation for a few moments, Diane immediately grasped what was going on. In a competition between guilds, it was often difficult to find accurate comparisons since both professions were indeed different. In fact, Diane found the very fact this competition was taking place to be absolutely ridiculous. Array alchemy was named as such for a reason. It was meant to be a singular entity. Only then would you obtain the best results. And yet, not only did these people insist that one was better than the other, they even competed to test their theories. In the end, many of the competitions centered around aurora control and theory, rather than application. For example, alchemy used the soul as a power source to project a flame from the aurora. Then complex and subtle control could be taken in regards to that flame to form the necessary pills, concoctions, elixirs, etc. However, array theory used the same concept, but to instead project that same aurora substance that produced aurora flames into the lines of an array. Both required high levels of control, it was just that the form of the medium lines versus flames was slightly different. Aside from those control trials in theory, there were also other tasks to complete. For example, a fight against equally strong opponents. Would alchemy be more useful? Or would arrays be more useful? At first glance, the answer was arrays, but that wasn't necessarily the case. Aurora flames were good at manipulating energies, as Diane had proven many times with his dual cultivation techniques. Using an aurora flame to incapacitate an opponent was very much possible. You could block meridians, change the flow of energy to force cultivation deviation, You could even manipulate emotions with your Flames character depending on your control. This last one was obviously seen when Diane's Aurora Flame gained a healing character after learning the pill condensation technique. Diane's badge flashed into his ring. He didn't feel like representing either guild now. He only wanted to make his name known, earn a badge appropriate for his level, set up the beginnings of his plan, then leave. As such, Diane quietly waited for the right opportunity, not bothering to sit. As time passed and his disdain grew, he heard the avid discussion peak around him. Alchemy head Cormitha's daughters are quite talented, don't you think? The poison character of their auroras is so potent. Look at how easily they took that poor guy out. The two girls were actually quite petite for their age. They looked as though they were at most 16, but it was clear from the discussions that they were well into their 19th year of life. They each wore light green dresses with purple patterns, making it difficult to distinguish the two, although this was made easier by Tamara's short brunette hair and Verona's long brunette hair. Formation head Croak's son Erlin isn't doing too badly either. He teams with Leuven well. It seems having high-ranking parents really helps you move in the world. Stop sounding so pitiful. I hear head Croak rarely helps Erlin out. His allowance is even worse than mine. A soft laughter filled the group. Leuven is much luckier though. The Dior subfamily is quite wealthy. Stop talking about useless things. Look at how they're diligently laying traps with their killing arrays. Leuven defends, while Erlin takes his time to set the perfect trap. That 7th common level alchemist is having a hard time against them despite their only being at the 3rd common level of formation mastery. The crowd sighed. Is it really going to be another tie? They've been at it for days. We haven't even had a chance to see the practitioner-level experts go yet. Suddenly, Diane flashed from where he stood, appearing below the stands, but on the outside edge of the arena. The crowd was shocked into confusion. They had no idea what Diane was doing. But it seemed like as soon as he stepped down, the rounds between the twins and the Formation Guild young masters were over. Although the crowd was getting tired of watching the same 4 people compete, and many had thought of doing what Diane did, they couldn't help but feel uncomfortable. Was watching a competition between 1st common level experts really more interesting than what they had been seeing? Diane didn't seem to care about the crowd's reaction, instead nonchalantly putting his hands into his pockets and strolling to the arena. The 4 geniuses seemed to have noticed the change in the crowd and couldn't help but frown. Looking around, their pairs of eyes landed on Diane. Leuven frowned. What do you think you're doing here? Even if you've managed to pass the 1st common level test, it still isn't your time to wag your tail around here. The twin girls watched Diane with glittering green eyes that seemed to have flecks of purple in them. Diane ignored Leuven. With his enhanced body, he had very clearly heard the words Leuven and Erlin had spoken that day, but he just couldn't be bothered to care. If they wanted to embarrass themselves, he'd give them the biggest stage to do so. Diane hopped onto the arena, before turning towards the elders. Elders? Diane nodded his head. He had lost his usual casual smile that usually went with his greetings, but as much as he didn't feel like it, he had no choice but to speak with the elders at this time. I'd like to propose something much more interesting. The crowd furrowed their eyebrows at Diane's lack of respect. To them, he could have at least given the elders a slight bow. But how could they know that to Diane, these elders were his peers rather than the revered masters the younger generation saw them as? Was Diane's mastery not near theirs? So why would he lower his head? Grand Elder Cormith seemed to have reigned in his anger. After Diane displayed his innate aurora, he was much more interested in recruiting Diane as opposed to putting him down. But he still found Diane's antics to be too much. To him, all Diane had done was make a really good 1st common level array. It was something few could do, but it was still only a 1st common level array. Leuven frowned even further. Do you think you're talking to your normal human elders? Show some respect. The twins giggled, looking forward to seeing a good show. They thought Diane was handsome, but his actions were indeed a bit ridiculous. Erlin looked confused. He could clearly see the smile on his father's face. So to him, it was clear that his father knew Diane. Could he be? A sudden realization hit Erlin, but before he could stop Leuven, Elder Dior spoke out. This isn't a place for you to prance around as you see fit. Go back into the crowd and watch. It will be a good learning experience for you. If you spent more time doing this, maybe you'd understand the difference between a mere first common level formation master and one bordering on the fourth. Leuven, boosted by his father's support, began to walk towards Diane. Either move of your own accord, or I'll make you move. Diane remained deadpan. When he realized Grand Elder Croak and Cormith weren't planning on stepping in, his annoyance only increased. First common level formation mastery can't match up to that of a fourth level, Diane waved his hand. It was as though he was swatting a fly. He couldn't be asked to deal with this. A majestic array instantaneously appeared around Leuven. It was so fast that no one could see where it came from. But everyone here was an expert. So the next thing they heard wiped all thoughts of Diane using a formation plate out of their minds. Chime! Chime! Diane scratched his head in agitation. How fucking annoying! Diane flicked his finger at the corner of the array, causing a piece to fly off into the distance. Suddenly, the arena was dead quiet. Leuven looked around him, trembling. A gold array? The crowd couldn't breathe. Did he just call heaven's chimes annoying? Elder Dior paled as he watched his son unable to leave the array. At first, he wanted to shame Diane for hiding his level of expertise, but he held his tongue. Not only was Diane clearly a year younger than his son, the formation he used was clearly at the first common level. And yet, Leuven couldn't escape it. This is the power of a perfect array? Elder Dior shook his head. No, it's not even perfect. He cracked it on purpose. What a waste of heaven's treasure. However, what made Elder Dior unable to stop his trembling was the fact the perfect array had happened instantaneously. There was no way Diane was only at the first common level. The twins stopped giggling, looking at Diane with serious expressions. You're going to let your big sister have this one, right, Verona? The long-haired Verona shook her head vigorously. Why would you get him just because you were born a minute before me? Doesn't that sound silly to you? Tamara laughed. All right, whoever beats him, gets him then. Verona bobbed her head in acknowledgement. You won't beat me. Humph, whatever, little one. Verona fondled Tamara's small breasts from behind her, giggling. Who's the little one again? Tamara slapped her hands away. Stop it. He's about to say something. This interaction between the twins would have been top tier just a few minutes ago. But now, no one could turn away from Diane. Like I said, I'd like to propose something much more interesting. Grand Elder Croak smiled. Oh? And what's that? The old man still emitted an unending vigor. And although he was impressed by Diane's display, he still treated him like a junior. Diane didn't seem too bothered by this. I've been reading up on elven history, and from what I've seen, although the academies are part of the hardset law, the guilds aren't. Grand Elder Croak raised an eyebrow. And what do you mean by this? His interest had been piqued. I mean that although the subfamilies have been conveniently split into 3 groups of 7 for each of the guilds, this wasn't the original intention of the Elven Kingdom. Meaning, the structure is tradition rather than a rule. Grand Elder Croak and Cormith nodded. This was indeed the truth. Which is exactly why the heads of the guilds can change simply by winning a guild challenge. Diane's words brought absolute silence. Was this 18-year-old boy talking about challenging the guild? What kind of ridiculous concept was that? Guild challenges weren't even an elven concept, it was a martial world concept. The Elven Kingdom had never used such a thing. In fact, Diane only knew about them because of his master's memories. After he confirmed that the Elven Kingdom had no hardset rules, and he wouldn't be disrupting elven laws, he decided that this would be the first step of his plan. Grand Elder Croak frowned. You can indeed issue a guild challenge, and we would have to accept so as not to displease the guild headquarters. But do you understand the level I've reached as head of the Formation Guild? Do you understand that you're also not only challenging me, but everyone in the guild willing to face you? I think you've misunderstood something, Grand Elder Croak. I don't intend to challenge your guild. A collective sigh of relief spread through the Colosseum. This kid was really too much, but Diane's next words ruined the whole thing. "I intend to challenge your guild and Grand Elder Cormith's guild." Under the crowd's surprise and scrutiny, Diane showed no fluctuations in his emotions. The reason he was confident enough to do this was simple, really. The garbage he spewed about checking whether or not the guilds ran on traditions or rules was nonsense. Whether or not they did was irrelevant. If the major families wanted to find issue with him taking over their guilds as a human, they would find issue. Even if they hadn't set a rule, they would. Even if they normally wouldn't care, they would. A major family Diane despised had just annihilated an orphanage just because of him. And although Diane couldn't be sure of exactly which family it was as of now, he had some pretty foolproof guesses. In other words, if they were willing to do what they did to kids and a sweet old lady, simply to try and hurt Diane, what do you think they would do if he took over 2 or even all 3 of their most important businesses? So, Diane wasn't using something as flimsy as elven rules and regulations to decide his moves. What he was using was the guild headquarters Grand Elder Croak just mentioned. Before coming to the Elven Kingdom, Diane had no real impression of such headquarters. He only vaguely knew that if there was a set system of rankings for something, and there were multiple installations of it across a continent and even across a universe, then someone must be heading it. And if someone was heading it, then it had rules and regulations of its own that people who used their services were forced to follow. It was a simple deduction, one he didn't have to spend much time at all thinking of. Simply put, if Diane used a rule set in place by the guild headquarters to take over the guilds of the Elven Kingdom, their feelings about it were irrelevant. Unless they somehow felt that they could do without the guild headquarters, which, from Diane's master's memories, would be foolish to say the least. The headquarters was an alliance between all god clans of a given universe. After the destruction of the Celestial Deer sect, there was no longer a leading expert in all things Aurora-related. As such, the responsibility was shared amongst interested experts of various god clans. Interestingly enough, this was usually how it worked in other universes as well. Because of how times had changed, array alchemy could no longer be the sole expertise of a clan. Or, more accurately, be the sole expertise of a powerful clan. This was because, for a still inexplicable reason, array alchemy was looked down upon and suppressed. Diane intuitively knew that there was a large conspiracy behind this. Array alchemy was too important for it to just be separated on a whim. But there was little Diane could do. He could only thank luck for him arriving at a Focus Academy, meeting with the fanatic Uncle Ale and happening upon the wreckage of a clan who specialized in it. Otherwise, maybe he'd prescribe to the way these so-called experts thought too. But Diane knew this was a fight for another day. For a broken philosophy to permeate so many universes like this, there must be a large power behind it. And since he needed the help of each guild headquarters for now, he would temporarily give in to their wishes. Although they may find it odd that an 18-year-old would suddenly take over so many of their branches, Diane bet that much like the Grand Elders did now, they would rather fight for him rather than against him. After all, he was this universe's sole holder of an innate aurora. And if they wanted his help for upcoming competitions, Diane knew they wouldn't harm him. What else could experts of secondary occupations reliant on auroras want more than to increase their awakened percentages? And how else could they do that other than to earn resources? And how else could they earn resources if not by gaining larger quotas by winning these kinds of competitions? The larger the competition, the better the placement, the better the rewards. To the headquarters of this universe, Diane was their hope for greater heights, and he would take full advantage. Grand Elder Croak was silent for a long while before he finally spoke. "It seems like you know your worth," he said knowingly. "But you're still centuries too early to play with us." Grand Elder Croak began radiating a blinding white aura, his forehead shining with a distinct white flame. The crowd was in shock. 41%? Grand Elder Cormith froze. "It seems you've been hiding quite a bit from me, Boom. Grand Elder Cormith's aura lost out in no way. The surroundings felt a collective breath escape. It seemed like the two heads had no intention of allowing a little boy to trample over them. They had even climbed the 40% watershed. To a layman, this may seem trivial. Why would you be boasting a mere 41% awakened state when there was someone in front of you who had long since reached 100%? But these guild experts were different. They knew very well how important the 40% watershed was when an expert had souls as powerful as Cormith and Croak. Dian may have access to 100% of his soul, but was it really better than 41% of a saint's soul? Dian, though, didn't seem too bothered by any of this. Whether their souls were more powerful than his was one thing, but whether or not they could use that power as easily as Dian was another. Dian had never once dealt with a bottleneck while practicing array alchemy. It had always been that if his soul was powerful enough to create an array, and he spent some time studying it, he would transcend to that level. However, the same was no true of others. 41% access to a saint-level soul was definitely more powerful than Dian's lower essence stage soul. But did that mean they could use their aurora effectively at the master level? In fact, just because their energy cultivation reached the saint level, that didn't necessarily mean that their souls had surpassed the essence stage to become a true saint soul. Dian remained unwavering. There's no need to try and intimidate me. I know very well that your energy cultivations are well into the saint stage. And maybe you're not even that far away from the celestial stage. But I can clearly tell that both of your souls are still at the essence stage. And now you only have access to 41%. To you, that's more than enough to beat me. But would you be correct in that assumption? Elder Dior frowned. Are you trying to imply that your soul is more powerful than 41% of a lower middle essence stage soul? Even if your innate soul was of the highest order at the peak foundation stage, and you began cultivating with a peak heaven level soul technique, you would at most be at the peak blossoming stage considering your age. Nothing could be so exaggerated. Dian shook his head. I'm implying nothing at all. I simply posed a question. Since I've issued this challenge, I'm ready to face the consequences. To Elder Dior, he had used the most exaggerated metrics possible for Dian. The Elven Kingdom didn't even have a genius with an innate soul at the peak foundation stage right now, let alone a human having it. And they definitely didn't have a peak heaven level soul technique. At most, they had a lower heaven level one, reserved for the best of geniuses of the major families. How could he know that not only was Dian's innate soul higher than that, he even had access to a peak level divine soul technique? Grand Elder Cormith finally spoke. You realize that guild challenges aren't something you can just do, correct? If there was no possible penalty, wouldn't a guild be flooded with these constantly? Dian nodded. With a flick of his wrist, 2 lower Grandmaster swords appeared. One was exactly like a traditional Japanese katana. However, the other seemed too thick to be a sword, but too thin to be a saber. Here are 2 Grandmaster-level swords. These weapons are obviously better than what your blacksmithing guild can produce. And if you wanted a weapon of this level, you would most likely have to go to the center of the human continent or to the headquarters themselves and pay a ridiculous price, no? I believe these will be sufficient. 1 for each guild I challenge today. Grand Elder Cormith froze. This is who we offended. What normal kid can just take out 2 Grandmaster weapons? Is his fiancée really Madeline Sapientia? Who is this kid? Dian was willing to expose these weapons for that reason exactly. He wanted to remind the elders of his words that day. Madeline was in fact his fiancée. And secondly, they had to now second-guess who he was. Whether or not they believed that Madeline was his fiancée was irrelevant. It was only a possible added bonus. The effect Dian truly wanted was for these elders to second-guess making a move against him because of who may or may not be backing him. With a frozen smile, Cormith continued, These will be enough. More than enough, Dian corrected. These will also be payment for my master-level badge after we're through here. Grand Elder Cormith sighed. It wasn't that he was a bad guy. Being of high regard in an academy was more than about just the prestige and money. In fact, if it was about profits, he would just stick with alchemy. There were very few professions that paid as well as it did. All he wanted was to rope more students into his preferred secondary occupation. But often the most talented ones chose to focus on cultivation for campaigns instead. To have a genius like Dian, who was even willing to head their guilds, was definitely different. He only wanted the best for the Elven Kingdom. It was just that he thought the Acacia family wasn't it, especially with their alleged ancient history. As such, he supported the Sigebrit and Norville families. But it wasn't blindly. If it wasn't for his support, the Grimbold family would have never gained the headmaster position of Matilde Academy. Although he felt that Zalterish, with his ambition and talent, was very much suited kingship, he received a report the other day that didn't sit well with him. The orphanage that had popped up out of nowhere had been destroyed. Imagine that. A human of all things helped your kingdom fix one of its most pressing problems simply out of the kindness of his heart. And yet, due to anger, you erased that kindness from the face of the earth. Although Grand Elder Cormith hadn't told Zalterish to do it, nor was he even sure it was Zalterish, all signs made it obvious. Not only did Dian embarrass who Grand Elder Cormith knew was Zalterish's fiancée, he had even beaten Zalterish in front of so many people. And then to top it off, he hadn't even stayed to gloat, as though gloating about such a victory was beneath him. He instead chose to get up and leave to go to an orphanage the Elven Kingdom themselves should have opened. And now, Grand Elder Cormith could see the shift in Dian's personality. Before, Dian had been willing to give him some face as an elder. When he tried to pressure Dian's soul, Dian had pretended as though it hadn't happened. But now, could he blame Dian for being so blatantly disrespectful? Cormith was clear on the fact that Dian probably assumed he was involved. Because of the orphanage incident, Grand Elder Cormith had rethought his position on a lot of things. He himself had many children and had once participated in the campaigns much like everyone else. If he hadn't been a campaign leader, but was instead a foot soldier, what would have happened had he died? Would his wife be forced to campaign? Would his children be without parents? Whether Zalterish was a genius or not was now irrelevant to him. Putting the kingdom in the hands of such a twisted individual would be bad for everyone. Suddenly Grand Elder Cormith got up, slowly floating down to the arena. Everyone looked at him with surprise. Grand Elder Cormith had no obligation to be the first to challenge Dian. In fact, he could have sent every expert in the guild at Dian before he himself decided to go. The fact that he stood was a sign of respect for Dian. This was even more blatantly obvious by the fact Dian had just now been so disrespectful. For the first time in a long time, Dian's face flashed with an unknown emotion. Then he said something no one understood but he, Cormith, and a few elders. "I'll accept that you weren't involved then." A look of appreciation crossed Grand Elder Cormith's face as he nodded, looking towards his daughters. "I'll handle this, your old man won't lose so easily." "But Dad, we wanted to go." The twins spoke together in adorable fashion. They had wanted to see if they could beat Dian themselves. But Grand Elder Cormith simply shook his head. "You two aren't a match for him. Not now. Go on, be obedient." With that, Erlin and Leuven followed the twins off of the stage. In a flash, practitioner-level guild members wiped all evidence of the previous battle from the arena as Dian and Cormith sized each other up. Grand Elder Cormith wore green robes with intricate purple patterns, which was strikingly different from the Formation Guild's plain gray robes. Although he was less sharp than Croak, he still exuded the faint pressure of a true expert. He was not to be underestimated. Cormith began to speak after preparations are complete. "Out of the interest of time and respect for your level, your one battle will be with me. Although I cannot speak for the Formation Guild, I'm sure that old bastard Croak agrees as well." Grand Elder Croak nodded in acknowledgement. Although he and Cormith butt heads, if they weren't good friends, organizing competitions like this wouldn't be on such a casual and small scale. It was clear that their relationship was deep, despite their disagreements. "We'll let this be a simple competition then. Right to the essence of alchemy. I won't go easy on you with the topics. 3 parts. Grafting theory, pill recognition, pill formation." The crowd began to murmur. Even just grafting theory required years of experience. Understanding plants, their properties, and how those properties changed in response to being melded together was a large part of alchemy. But it was also much of the reason why many didn't advance despite being able to form higher-level pills. The second, pill recognition, was equally as difficult. It was almost impossible for an alchemist to memorize the pill recipe and unique formation requirements of every pill. especially when one considers how many pills are tailor-made for a given situation on a whim. So, the ability to analyze a pill down to its most important components and describe it was another outrageously difficult but wholly necessary talent. The last, pill formation, was probably the most straightforward. However, it was also among the most important for obvious reasons. Winning 2 of the 3 will gain you victory. Since you're the challenger and I've set the parameters of the challenge, it would be appropriate for you to choose what we do first. What do you choose? Up in the stands, Elder Flyleaf sat beside Elder Aerononodon, watching everything unfold intently. They were both a part of subfamilies within the alchemy division, so this could be considered their expertise. As such, they were very interested in how their chosen genius would do. Diane nodded. Let's just begin with grafting theory. Theory-based challenges would probably be the easiest for Diane. Why? Because of his master's memories. This was cheating in a way, but also not at the same time. All of the unlocked memories on array alchemy his master had left in his mind, Diane had long since imprinted as his own. The memories that couldn't be considered his own were ones he hadn't gone through with the objective of learning yet. Think of the 25th White Mother's memories as books that Diane had read and memorized. And these books were simply things Cormith didn't have access to. However, this wasn't an open and close case. Much like pill recognition, grafting theory had endless possibilities. Without the ability to reason, deduce, and conclude on the most likely occurrence in the combination of certain plants, knowledge would mean nothing. As such, Diane's master only left the base plants in Diane's memories because that was all she had in her own. She never bothered to memorize grafted plants because it was a waste of effort. Grand Elder Cormith nodded at Diane's direct answer before looking up into the crowd. We need an unbiased moderator to provide the questions. I believe test questions from a 5th master level alchemy test would be appropriate here. I am only at the 3rd master level, and Diane has yet to reveal his true level. So, picking one above mine would be most appropriate. I would have no chance at answering any questions at a higher level, so even should Diane be a 5th master level alchemist, the result would be sealed regardless, correct? The crowd nodded. Although they found it ridiculous that Diane's understanding of grafting could ever reach that level, they had to admit that Cormith's logic was sound. Even Diane had no objection. In response to Cormith's ask for a moderator, Elder Flyleaf stood, walking to the arena. With what seemed like a thought, a glass tube Diane hadn't noticed on the ceiling appeared. Within it, a cylinder containing scrolls sped towards them. Pop! Falling out of the web of glass, the cylinder fell gently into Flyleaf's hand. Taking the scroll out and unrolling it, a white array appeared, slowly expanding before them. Soon, the array was already 3 meters in diameter before it started to glow fiercely. Elder Flyleaf muttered something before stacks of papers began flying out and neatly arranging themselves. After about half a minute, the process was over. I'll pick one of these at random. It'll be a list of base plants. Your job is to accurately denote the characteristics of the final product of their fusion. As you probably know, common-level alchemists are required to understand the fusion of 2 plants. However, this is raised to about 5 for a mid-level master alchemist. So that's what we'll go with today. Should the first to answer incorrectly, the second will get a chance. However, should the first answer correctly, a new question will be chosen. In that event, if the second should answer incorrectly, the victory goes to the first. Diane and Cormith nodded. There was something odd about the scene unfolding before everyone. One stood as an esteemed elder, while the other appeared as a nonchalant teenage boy who had just rolled out of bed. And yet, the sharpness in the air was decidedly distinct. There was no question that this was being taken seriously. A wind blew through the pages that had been stacked on the arena, causing one to randomly land in Elder Flyleaf's hand. Looking down, he spoke. Grand Elder Cormith will answer first. Your 5 plants are Devil's Willow, Ice Pike, Fawning Grass, Flaunting Sun, Lake's Purity. The crowd was stunned. Wasn't this combination nothing but death? To fuse 2 fire-type plants with 2 water-based ones and leaving the docile Fawning Grass as an intermediary? This was nonsense. Grand Elder Cormith didn't have this reaction, though. He instead closed his eyes in contemplation. There was never an agreed-upon time limit, so there was of course no problem with him taking his time. Soon, he began to speak. Graftings of this nature usually act almost like grenades. The condensation of unlike plants together in a single space only requires a small imbalance to cause things to go horribly wrong. Devil's Willow, and its fire characteristic, are best balanced by Lake's purity. Although Devil's Willow is the more dominant of it and Flaunting Sun, and Lake's purity is the less dominant of it and Ice Pike, this combination is still the best. This is because Devil's Willow reacts violently to suppression, so much so that it is best to reduce said suppression whenever possible. To offset this, fawning grass can be used as a calming agent. Because of its docile nature, it works well as a fertilizer of Devil's Willow, allowing it to live happily. Because Ice Pike is already the more dominant of the water attribute plants, it can dampen Flaunting Sun alone, creating the perfect balance. As such, the best order for this grafting is to combine Ice Pike and Flaunting Sun first. This will result in a cold attribute plant that can boost the next edition Fawning Grass. The boosting of Fawning Grass isn't in terms of its docility, but rather its effectiveness at utilizing this docility. Meaning, Fawning Grass effects are boosted because the ice attribute slows the rate Devil's Willow can absorb it, resulting in a grafting that remains grafted for long enough to then be used. As for what the final product will be, that's much simpler than the explanation behind how it came to be. It's a poison. When applied with the proper balancing ingredients of a pill, the Devil's Willow will slowly be improved by the Fawning Grass, resulting in its original characteristics becoming more robust. Remember, Devil's Willow is a plant needing extremely high levels of water. Imagine if those effects are multiplied. How long would someone last with all of the water of their bodies dried up? The blood becomes sludge, unable to pump. The brain shuts down its function. Salt concentration increases and organs corrode. This is the effect of this grafting. The crowd nodded. It was no secret to anyone that the Cormith family were expert poison masters. Even the twins, Tamara and Verona, dabbled in this art as well. If the Grand Elder Cormith said something was a poison, it was likely a poison. Elder Flyleaf nodded approvingly at this answer. This was exactly what a master-level alchemist should conclude given this combination of plants. But, just as he was about to choose another list for Diane, he was stopped. Elder Flyleaf, this was indeed a good answer. But, may I ask if that answer sheet of yours provides an alternative and much more complete answer? Flyleaf froze, taking a deep look at Diane before speaking. It does. But this answer is adequate to receive a passing grade for a master-level alchemist. The answer you speak of is what would be assumed of for a half-step grandmaster. It's a special rank created because reaching the grandmaster level is so difficult. Diane didn't seem too bothered by this. So, I assume within the rules of this contest, should I answer appropriately with the most correct answer, I would win, correct? Yes. Elder Flyleaf's voice was faint, but he was really looking forward to see if Diane would truly be correct. Grand Elder Cormith didn't have any adverse reaction to Diane's words. Instead, he looked up at Grand Elder Croak and nodded, as though they decided on something. Diane took his hands out of his pockets, bringing them together in a prayer-like fashion. The crowd gasped as purple gold lights began flashing around him. He really is at the master level, and it doesn't look like he only recently reached it either. A cold sweat appeared on the backs of Erlin and Leuven. They just realized that they lectured a master-level expert about how formations worked, regardless of whether he had cultivation or not, by the simple virtue that he could form arrays so quickly. They were no match for him. The eyes of the twins sparkled with a bit of disappointment, but mostly excitement as they watched Diane's array expand. Then, a sudden realization hit the crowd. Why is he using arrays in an alchemy competition? Suddenly, 5-foot-long arrays faced downward, floating before Diane. Diane's voice rang out faintly. The reason alchemy and formation theory used to be a single school of thought is because they play off of each other. The arrays before Diane began to glow, as faint objects began to vaguely materialize atop of them. To reach this level of precision as just an alchemist, you need to reach the half-step grandmaster level. However, using arrays, you only need to have just stepped into the master level. A flash of blinding light appeared as 5 distinct plants lightly bobbed in the air above the purple-gold arrays. The eyes of the crowd couldn't help but widen. Grand Elder Croak took a deep breath. Creation array. Not only did using a creation array require an understanding of what you were creating to even the smallest of levels, it was a complex array into and of itself. Yet, Diane had used at most 10 minutes to form the arrays and the plants. The plants themselves weren't a big deal as they were only of the common level. But to create a plant regardless of level was a ridiculous feat. It was nothing short of memorizing an obscenely long string of DNA, maintaining its structure, and even creating the plant's most beneficial environment, all in one. And although the martial world had no real concept of DNA, they still vaguely grasped the general idea behind the concept. However, the fact this concept was vague to them was exactly why only experts who far surpassed the Grandmaster level were able to do what Diane just did, even for a common level plant. Grand Elder Croak chuckled bitterly. How could I beat him in formation theory? How ridiculous! Grand Elder Cormith smiled as he watched Diane continue. The plants began to slowly break apart. Grand Elder Cormith's explanation was an answer, just not the best. Although this combination can in fact form a poison, this poison is as a byproduct of that combination's imperfection. Soon the plants were nothing but floating specks of light, glowing of a faint purple. Like I said, without formations, alchemy alone can only complete this feat at the half-step Grandmaster level. This is because instead of combining the plants in equal amounts, one needs to splice at very specific sections, remove unwanted additions, and form new sequences using the originals as building blocks. Grand Elder Cormith's explanation involved maintaining the original characteristics of the plants, however. The best combination involved forming something completely new. Diane's hands separated as the formations began to spin before him, slowly layering atop each other and combining into a single large array, the sparkling particles remaining separated in 5 groups. The crowd watched with bated breath. 94% of fawning grass, 2% of devil's willow, 12% of lake's purity, 64% of flaunting sun, 23% of ice pike. Diane calmly listed the percentage of the characteristics of each plant he would be using. Many think of fawning grass as a glorified fertilizer, but that only accounts for a small percentage of its characteristics. What it really is a caring fairy, unwilling to see any plants suffer. Diane's hand waved in the air towards a clump of shining particles. Suddenly, a portion of it was burnt away. But the reaction to this was completely unexpected. The faint sound of a song began to be heard as a fairy began to appear above the group of particles. A light and airy giggling could be heard as the clump began to swirl around the fairy. It was a truly adorable sight. A small green-skinned fairy with light blue hair and eyes danced freely along the sides of Diane's array, happily making its way to the other clumps as Diane waved his hands again and again, each swipe eliminating large portions of the previous characteristics of the plants. The plant's soul manifested. Grand Elder Croak could no longer remain sitting. He stood almost too violently, training his eyes on what he was witnessing. The fairy reached the clump of lake's purity, cupping its small hands for a single drop of purity. The drop was a bright sheen of gold, and although it was small, the poor fairy could barely hold it. She could only awkwardly and adorably drink. By the time she finished, she patted her slightly bulging stomach and giggled. The laughter was so carefree and pure that one couldn't help but smile. The fairy began to change. Its skin paled from its original green to a fair and pale gold. Her hair changed into a striking white, lengthening to cover her bare butt, causing her to twirl with delight. Walking to the clump of flaunting sun, the fairy did nothing but bask in its light. The particles started slowly gathering on her back, forming wings twice the length of her body in a blinding white light. Floating to Ice Pike, the fairy shivered adorably, diving into the clump. The particles began to swirl, forming an elegant and icy dress on the small fairy. Its light and airy personality became more reserved and restrained, but a gentle smile could still be seen on her face as her wings flapped to her final destination. Stopping in front of Devil's Willow, the ice-blue eyes of the fairy glistened. This was when Diane's voice rang out faintly. To most, Devil's Willow is unyielding and obstructive, taking too much water, needing too much space, requiring too much effort. But when used properly, when restrained properly, isn't that the attitude of a monarch? The clump set itself ablaze, charging for the calm fairy. The crowd gasped, but their worries were unfounded. Slowly, the flames that had engulfed the fairy condensed. Faint golden hues covered the fairy's dress and wings. But the most striking characteristic was the halo of flames that now hovered above the small fairy's head. Finally, Diane's array disappeared, a faint layer of sweat covering his forehead. Turning to Diane, the now queen fairy smiled gently, looking at her creator. Her wings spread and a blinding light covered the Colosseum as she gently floated to Diane's open palm. Chime! 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 This time, Diane didn't have the heart to stop the chimes. They rang out again and again as the fairy looked up at Diane from his hand. Once the 99th chime rang out, everything was silent. The fairy bowed to Diane, wrapping its wings around itself. Slowly, the light began to fade. By the time everyone could see what was happening, the fairy was gone. In its place lay a pill of absolute purity. Above it, a halo of fire spun, bobbing gently. Diane took a deep breath. This is the perfection of this grafting combination. Queen Fairy, a culmination of common-level plants to form the necessary ingredients for the Queen Fairy bodily constitution. The crowd was silent, each and every one of them inwardly trembling. Diane took what amounted to only half a day to form the pill of a bodily constitution. Although it wasn't God-level, it was without a doubt true that having a bodily constitution was better than not having one, especially if it was of Earth rank. Diane was fully aware of what he had just displayed. Earth rank constitutions were 2 steps below God-level constitutions. However, that was only the case if the God-level constitutions were awakened to 100%, which was definitely not the case for the vast majority in this universe. In fact, the only person with a fully awakened God-level constitution was Madeline, which meant having an Earth-level constitution not only meant you would have an easier time awakening your constitution, it also meant that should you accumulate enough to awaken it to 100%, you would be comparable to those who hadn't fully awakened their God-level constitutions, at least to a certain point. This was exactly the reason Diane decided to reveal this. He had essentially, with no provided materials whatsoever, manifested an Earth-level constitution from thin air. This was like the act of a god. Knowing this, would anyone really have the audacity to say he didn't deserve to lead these guilds? The pill within Diane's hand flashed, disappearing into his ring. It had taken almost the entire day to complete. He didn't feel like wasting any more time on this. "Let's continue," he said faintly. Diane's words seemed to snap everyone out of their stupor. "This," Elder Flyleaf said, chuckling bitterly, turning his gaze to Grand Elder Cormith. But he didn't find what he expected. Instead, he found a smiling Cormith slowly taking a ring off of his finger and looking up at Croak. Grand Elder Croak could only shake his head bitterly, taking off his ring as well. "Father!" Erlen and the twins looked at their fathers with odd expressions. Were they really giving up just like this? Suddenly, 2 rings floated in front of Diane. One held a green-purple gem, signifying the Alchemy Guild. The other held a faintly gray gem, signifying the Formation Guild. "I think you've done more than enough to earn these." Grand Elder Croak and Cormith both bowed deeply to the astonishment of the crowd. Although Diane was surprised that these 2 were willing to give up so easily, he still nodded earnestly. His opinion of Cormith had changed drastically, and his opinion of Croak had formed healthily. Although Diane was still in no mood for pleasantries, he still felt like he had to say something. "You don't have to bow to me, nor do you have to treat me as anything other than a junior. I'm sure you're aware that I only made this move to add a layer of protection for myself while I remained here. However, that doesn't mean I won't be putting your guilds first. If you support me properly, not only will your profits increase exponentially, your knowledge will as well. With me here, the elven guilds will begin to rival the largest this planet and even this universe have to offer. Suddenly, Dian thought of something. With a flash, the Queen Fairy Pill appeared in his hand again as he handed it to Grand Elder Cormith. As a sign of good faith, you can take this to be auctioned. For now, I'll be using a pseudonym, one I plan to use for the campaigns as well. From now on, call me Demon Sage. Grand Elder Cormith nodded, placing Dian's pill into a preservation box to be auctioned later. He could only imagine what price this pill would go for. Saint stones might not even be enough. Maybe only Dao stones would be appropriate. Even the Elven Kingdom only had a few thousand of these. Dian was essentially exponentially increasing the profit of not just the guilds, but the entire kingdom. With that, Dian turned to leave. I'll visit within a couple days to help. Nothing needs to change from how you've been operating, Dian said, handing the rings back to the Grand Elders. Thinking of something, Dian took inspiration from the ancient games he had yet to have an opportunity to play. With a wave of his hand, complex purple-gold formations began to float above the heads of everyone present. This isn't a malicious array. I would just prefer that you never speak of this. I can't use this tactic against the heads, but I think I can trust them to not speak of this. As for the rest of you, I'll remove your inability to talk about today's events when the time is right. Just like the ancient games that placed a block on people's abilities to speak of the rules, Dian placed a block on the ability of those present to speak of or communicate what transpired here. The Grand Elders nodded, acknowledging Dian's request. 3 hours later, it was already the evening and Dian had just finished planting an array into everyone's mind. He was currently walking back to Acacia Academy, when he suddenly felt a presence behind him. Dian frowned. He knew that, in the worst case, he could call upon the demon generals, but he didn't want to be trigger-happy. "Who is it?" he said probingly. A light laughter resounded as a flash of wind appeared before Dian. "So you sensed my presence so easily, Chem? It's either I'm rusty or your senses are really that sharp." Dian looked up to find Elder Flyleaf smiling down at him. "Is there something the matter, Elder Flyleaf?" "Nothing serious. I only want you to come with me to see someone." "Oh? And who is that?" "The Princess of the Elven Kingdom." Dian's pupils constricted. Princess of the Elven Kingdom. He had spent a lot of time with Ri, but she very rarely mentioned a cousin. Also, why would this princess want to see him of all people? What had he done to catch her attention? Dian narrowed his eyes at Elder Flyleaf's words. He had been ready for a moment like this, but it seemed that it would come sooner than he expected. The very same day Elder Flyleaf tried to use a suggestion technique during his lecture, Dian felt that there was something more to the story. The reason was simple. A suggestion technique doesn't help you learn better. It only makes you revere the words you're listening to, which was exactly why Zalterish used the technique during their debate. Originally, Dian brushed it off. For all he knew, Acacia Academy had a reward system for teachers who gained the most respect from their students, a system used in the human mortal world. But he had always kept a secondary possibility in his mind. The possibility that a kingdom drenched in unrest would be a hotbed for rebellion. A rebellion that would need supporters that had to be procured by someone. And it now seemed that that secondary possibility was the correct one. Dian sighed. "Don't you think it's a bit ridiculous that the princess of a kingdom needs to find followers this way?" Elder Flyleaf laughed bitterly. "Being the princess of the Elven Kingdom, at least these days, is nothing more than an empty title. We have no precedent for nepotism, nor is the throne inherited in the conventional way." Elder Flyleaf took out an array plate and covered them both in a concealment array before walking towards the outskirts of the city. "I know. True empath, correct? Are you going to explain to me what that is?" Although Elder Flyleaf was a bit surprised that Dian knew about this, he could only brush it off. This kid had surprised him so many times, why wouldn't he have the means of knowing this? The true empath isn't something we have a definition for in the strictest of senses. It's a title given to a person that elicits a specific reaction in the ranking tome. The only definition we have is something left by our ancestors. The one who sees all things. That is all. Dian frowned. He was aware that the ranking tome was assumed to be destroyed by the members of the Elven Kingdom. So didn't that mean that they could no longer name their next true empath? Although Dian had the tome, it wasn't something he was willing to part with, and it was definitely not something he was willing to allow others to know about just yet. Although Jade had seen the tome, he had discreetly placed an array in her just this morning to stop her from ever talking about it. That was the reason for their little excursion. Why else would he bend to her whims like he did? He may be feeling an incomparable anger right now, but he still had Madeline in his heart. The sad part was that Dian was telling himself a lie. If he had done it just to place the array within Jade without her knowing, 10 minutes would have been enough. There was no need to go for hours. It was clear that his judgment was still cloudy to anyone who watched his actions. But to Dian, there was a method to his madness. He just knew he would never cross a line he couldn't come back from. Despite all this, Dian pushed these thoughts away. And how does this connect to being a human lie detector? Elder Flyleaf chuckled. I noticed that you're close with Jade Eostre. You're not a bad match. But it's clear the fact she can read you is weighing on your mind. Dian said nothing to this. Him and Jade a match? He had never thought of her that way, and he doubted he ever would. To him, how could she compare to Madeline? She had done nothing but try and seduce him. If she insisted on that type of relationship, his essence blood wouldn't object. But if she expected him to cross a line, it wouldn't happen. Yet another lie. It seemed that Dian was doing a lot of that to himself recently. Elder Flyleaf seemed to notice Dian's reaction and sighed. You've probably already guessed, but it's in our best interest that you fall for an elven girl and marry her. In fact, anyone within our alliance is free for you to choose from except for the princess and her cousin. King Acacia and his brother are quite selfish in this regard. I'm sorry to tell you. Dian found Elder Flyleaf's words odd. They cared about his talent enough to invite him to join them, but then place restrictions like this? Did they think Dian had an inability to woo Ri and her cousin if he wanted to? Did they really think he could only obtain their affections by forcing them to marry him? He felt his blood boiling. Watching Dian, Elder Flyleaf found it hard to contain his smirk, but he managed to do so. You may be smart, but you're still too young to be playing mind games with someone as old as me. I bet you're feeling mighty competitive now, HM? Well, have at it. Go on and woo our little princesses. The truth was that Elder Flyleaf had said this on purpose. Headmaster Acacia and King Acacia would of course have no problems marrying their daughters to Dian should Dian gain their favor. But the elders were also clear on Dian's personality after keeping a keen eye on him for so long. When Dian was focused on something, despite his love of women, it was as though they didn't exist. With Dian's anger as it was now, if Jade hadn't been so persistent, he wouldn't have even spoken to her until he got his revenge. In fact, he hadn't even read messages from Madeline in more than a week. If they allowed this to continue, wouldn't their plan of roping Dian in with their daughters fall on its face? And the worst part was that Dian had stated he already had a fiancé. But when they checked through their special channels for the movement of the Sapientia god clans, there was nothing about their only first-in-line genius being betrothed. But at the same time, they had members of the Eostre family on their side, namely Jade. So, they were fully aware that Dian wasn't lying. Which meant, Dian had yet another focus. The acknowledgement of his relationship with Madeline. And that brought them right back to square one. How to get Dian to stop focusing on other things and start solidifying his relationship with the Elven Kingdom. I see you love to bully the younger generation. Elder Flyleaf? You haven't answered my question, you know, Dian said knowingly. Elder Flyleaf sighed, pretending to be defeated. But he knew fully well he had lit a fire in Dian. The Eostre family has a complex lineage. Their manifestation allows them the highest compatibility with the true empath lineage, and yet, they're also the furthest away. Dian raised his eyebrow as Flyleaf continued. The Eostre singularity technique is a sort of trade-off. On one hand, you gain portions of the abilities of a true empath, but you trade away life force and the ability to ever produce a true empath in your lineage. Then why do they continue to practice their singularity-type technique? And why did they begin to use it in the first place? Elder Flyleaf sighed. The Eos Tray family is in many ways exactly like their manifestation the moon, always seeking the glory of the sun, and yet only able to reflect its light. Many years ago, before the elves even came to this universe, we were in great crisis. Our ruling clans, the Acacia, Matilde and Florence families, were also experiencing inner turmoil. As a result, we experienced a true empath drought. Back then, the Eos Tray major family used to be a mere subfamily. But, due to their ancestor, they picked themselves up and pushed forward to where they are today, much like the rest of us new major families. As a genius like you has probably guessed, a singularity-type technique isn't only about the soul, it's also about the bloodline. This is the reason why geniuses of major families have no need for the singularity-type technique, because their manifestations will end up being close relatives, or even the peak mutation of the original manifestation regardless. Elder Flyleaf paused as they left the outskirt villages, entering the forest. Usually, it takes millions of years of lineage building to create a singularity-type technique that can be passed on for millennia. However, the ancestor of the Eos Tray family stumbled upon an incomplete technique within the Elven legacy realm, Dead King's Valley. This realm, because it's incomparably dangerous, would only be entered by the elites of the ancient families of that time. However, due to the drought of true empaths, those families had no choice but to put the survival of our race first and send as many people in as possible. The reason was simple. True empaths were the perfect guides to our legacy realm, and without them, we needed as many chances as possible, or else we'd decline rapidly and succumb to our enemies. In the end, the Eos Tray ancestor found a technique that allowed a bloodline to permanently manifest portions of the abilities of a true empath, and despite knowing its flaws, practiced it and allowed his family members to do the same, all for the greater good. As long as the younger generation had decent enough guides, the elven clans wouldn't disappear. However, despite their best efforts, the fake empaths formed by the Eos Tray family were just not good enough. But, could this really be blamed on the Eos Tray family? They had given their everything, even the lives of their next generations, for the sake of their race. Dian frowned. He was tired of hearing such sad stories. Despite this, the famous words of that ancestor are still etched into the Eos Tray holy land on this very island. Elves usually live 10x the lives of humans. The Eos Tray live 5x the lives of humans. So, are you really so pitiful? At least you aren't human. Dian didn't know whether to laugh or cry at this. Were these really the last words someone wanted to be remembered for? Did he really just think this was a sad story? Elder Flyleaf laughed uproariously at Dian's reaction. Don't feel too bad, he was right. The Eos Tray family paid a penalty, and will always respect them for it. But in the grand scheme of things, it's really a pebble in an endless ocean. An elf will live 1,000 years without any cultivating, while an Eos Tray would live 500. But, if they both cultivate, the life provided via cultivation isn't halved. So, what is 500 years to a celestial stage expert? Nothing, right? Dian nodded. He finally understood. What was 500 years to someone who might live 50,000 years? If their technique didn't affect years gained via cultivation, you really could say it was a good sacrifice to make. Anyway, the Eos Tray family is unable to break out of this cycle because the bloodline of the singularity-type technique would always be passed down anyway. So, even though the true empath drought has technically ended, they continue to practice it. Dian pondered something. If everything technically worked out, why are you all here instead of your original universe? Elder Flyleaf sighed. It was only after we came to this universe that the true empath drought ended, and like I said, the Eos Tray empaths weren't perfect. So, we steadily got weaker and even our ancient clans went into decline. In the last trip to the Dead King's Valley we made before relocating, we were able to find a foretelling technique, one that foretold our destruction should we stay. As such, we packed up and moved everything of relevance. Unfortunately, this is where the story deviates depending on who is telling it. Dian thought about this for a bit. Meaning this is why many of the current major families don't like the fact the most recent true empath was a member of the Acacia family of old. And now that I think about it, that hate probably has to do with the fact I've met plenty of members of the Acacia family. Well, only 2 about to be 3, and yet I've met no members of the Matilde or Florence families. Sometimes you're too sharp for your own good. Elder Flyleaf shook his head. Yes, the fact the Acacia family survived, and the other ancient families didn't, is a major point of contention. To the point where, when we got here to this universe, the new major families suppressed the Acacia ancient clan to the point it's at now. It was only after the recent King Acacia that they managed to make a small comeback. It all boils down to the fact that some think the Acacia family betrayed the other ancient families, while some think their actions were necessary. It all comes back to this foretelling technique. A technique that costs one their life. Suddenly Diane froze. A technique that costs someone their life? He had heard of something like this before. Back during his very first visit at Heaven's Wine was the first time he heard of a Ragnar auxiliary clan called the Seaclam clan. Back then, Seaclam had teased Ipsum due to the fact her nose was witch-like because of the Ipsum clan techniques. But Ipsum fired back by reminding Seaclam that, at least her clan's ultimate technique didn't cost them their lives. This was something Diane obviously heard clearly. For one, he had already upgraded his body with 2 blood essences. And how could he not pay attention to a table Iacus, a person he had just had a confrontation with, went to? All Diane knew was that there couldn't be such a coincidence in the world. Diane clenched his fists. It was the Ragnar clan yet again. Just what were they doing? And how did this connect to the elves? But there was one thing Diane was clear on. The Ragnar clan was using the Seaclam clan, just like their scar-faced slaves. The Seaclam auxiliary clan was just yet another pawn. There had to be a reason such a twisted character like Baal was born into the world. Flyleaf was too lost in his thoughts to pay attention to Diane's reaction this time. According to that technique, our destruction was coming. But it also foretold of the fact that if members of the ancient elven clans didn't make it to this universe, they would never again produce a true empath. But the problem was which clan would get to come. Diane's brows furrowed. Why would they need to pick? Flyleaf sighed. Prophecies are always vague. Even ones that cost lives, unfortunately. The problem was that some interpreted the prophecy as meaning that any members of the ancient families could go, while some interpreted it as only one ancient family could send their members. The Matilde family believed that only one family should send members. But the Florence family believed that all 3 families should go. The split decision was left to the Acacia family. However, no one knows what they discussed in their meeting. We only know that afterwards only the Acacia family younger generation came with us. Everyone else inexplicably didn't fight for it. What made it worse was that the younger generation of the Acacia family that became fugitives like we did had no idea what happened. As such, they were scapegoated. To the many of the new major families, it was the ancient clans that messed everything up. It was their turmoil that led to the true empath drought, which then led to their once prosperous kingdom being annihilated. Elder Flyleaf took a deep breath. So, in the end we had no choice but to pay a hefty price to who you may know as the Ragnar clan in order to hitch to their migration to this universe. At the time, the main Ragnar clan in a universe near to us had just conquered this universe's gate and were negotiating with our current royal god clan. We were allowed to sneak in as members of their clan by paying a price. That price included the foretelling technique I mentioned. I'm not sure why, but they wanted nothing but that and an exorbitant amount of transcendent stones. Thankfully, we elves excel at space-type structures, as you've seen, so we were able to package all of our most important things to take with us. Diane nodded. It seemed that he was right about the Ragnar clan. But their ask was indeed odd. Sure, transcendent stones were great and all, but to jeopardize a negotiation just for that? When it could lead to a falling out with the royal god clan and result in your established colony getting wiped out. It didn't add up. And what was even weirder was the fact that the elven clan was still here, and they clearly weren't hiding. So, at some point the royal god clan learned of their existence yet did nothing. Did they just not care? Were they that scared of offending Ragnar main family? Or did the elves give them some benefits too? Diane felt a headache coming on. Even for him, the web of families, histories, and lore was getting to be too much. He felt like he had taken a trip to a history class rather than the martial world. Where was all the glory he wanted? Where was all the fighting? All he'd done was expose the big sex as frauds just for them to be barely punished. Then he ran to the Elven Kingdom and all he'd done was smack down a trash young modder, just him to retaliate by hurting children. And now what? Was he supposed to be the savior of this Acacia family? This Acacia family was but a corner of a small island, that was but a corner of the continent, that was but a corner of this planet, that was but a corner of this universe. Where was the glory in this? Dian sighed and had his second human-like thought in weeks. These campaigns better live up to the hype. I'm tired of this. Dian could only ask another question, hoping it wouldn't be too complicated. He hadn't slept in a week and he had had enough. Just who are the Ragnar family? A serious look surfaced on Elder Flyleaf's face. The Ragnar main family is very powerful. I'm sure you've heard of the concept of religions and how they're among the most powerful of wills. Well, the Ragnar family is part of a massive religion that spans across universes. The Norse religion. Dian's eyes widened. He had always thought that the Norse religion originated from the olden European lands of the human mortal realm, but for the Ragnar clan's religion to be so strong that it reached the human world, instead of the human world projecting it outwards to the martial world, Dian couldn't fathom how powerful it would have to be. The religious wills by Maying used were different. Those ancient Chinese religions really did originate from the human mortal realm. It was just that some of the martial world took interest in it and expanded it. But Norse religion was clearly very different. Suddenly he thought of something else. So, when the Storm family broke off from the Ragnar family, Flyleaf looked at Dian with interest. So you know about this too? Yes. The reason they had the gall to break off from the Ragnar family was because an unprecedented genius was born. A genius so powerful that they will without a doubt one day be among the main heads of the Ragnar main family. In families built around such strong religions, there appears a next level of bodily constitution, a bodily constitution based on their very own religious figures. The bodily constitution of a true deity. That first-in-line genius of what used to the Storm family now shares that title with another genius of the Ragnar clan. Together, they stand tall amongst the younger generation of this universe. They've long since thrown away their original names to become the embodiment of their true deity constitutions. Dian listened with rapt attention. They're known as Thor and Vidar Ragnar. Oh, for fuck's sake. Elder Flyleaf laughed. I guess you've heard these names from the human world. HM? Must be odd hearing them here. That's an understatement. Dian thought he had done pretty well adjusting to the martial world. He didn't bat an eye when killing. He accepted that a soul really did exist. He accepted that you could somehow live thousands of years if you cultivated well. He accepted that people could move Earth, manipulate time, 'cause the waves of an ocean. But now he was supposed to go from watching movies about Thor to fighting him. He suddenly felt the urge to start looking around for cameras. But, putting the jokes aside, what really pissed Dian off was here he was, listening to how great everyone else had been or was or would be. The campaigns couldn't come fast enough for him. But first, a few people had to pay. In the end, Dian couldn't be bothered to think about it any longer. He remembered that feeling of helplessness when Thor stood before him at the Legacy World opening. He knew at that time that he stood absolutely no chance. And now he had gotten a reason for it. That was all. To Dian, the reason was irrelevant. It was only a matter of time before this Thor character was beneath his feet, just like everyone else would be. And those who were by his side on his rise up would always be there too. Soon, Elder Flyleaf reached an odd area. It seemed to be forested just like every place else. But Dian's sharp senses were catching something strange. Before Dian could think about it further, Elder Flyleaf took out another array plate, causing a mirror to reflect both of their images and a doorway to be formed. Dian was intrigued by this array. He had never seen one like this, even in his master's memories. From his analysis, it was even more complex than human facial recognition. The array reflected every atom and particle making up the bodies of Flyleaf and Dian, then projected their mirror image. This meant one thing: cloning techniques could never fool this recognition lock array. Unless you had the exact body of a person allowed to be here, you would never get in. This was because cloning techniques already used the mirror image of the person in question. Which means that when that mirror image was once again reflected by the array, everything would be backwards, immediately letting the array know there was something wrong. And even if one mastered their disguising technique to the point of not using mirror image tactics, it was near impossible to fathom the expert that would be able to change every particle of their body to be the exact match of another person. This made Diane think of something else. This array was far too advanced for the level of array alchemy in the Elven Kingdom. Seemingly understanding Diane's thought, Elder Flyleaf spoke as they walked down a long, reflective corridor. That array was actually one of the last things left to us by the ancient clans. As you can see, we used to be much better at our secondary professions. All we can really do now is manipulate this one to remember new people. Don't worry, you haven't been added yet. So, you weren't scanned against your will. It's just that I'm one of the few allowed to bring guests since part of my job is recruitment, so the array has a built-in +1 feature. Diane nodded, but then thought of something else. Then who exactly is part of this alliance? I assume this is in retaliation to the major families, so you must have some good support, right? Elder Flyleaf sighed. If the support was as good as you say, we wouldn't want to make you a core part of our plans. I'll tell you the truth now. The king isn't missing per se. It's more that he left for a specific reason. The reason itself is only known between the king and the Grand Elder Council. That council being Grand Elder Croak, Cormith, and Dirith. However, they aren't willing to tell us the reason. Diane's eyebrows raised. They weren't willing to tell the reason? This meant that those Grand Elders still put tradition above everything else despite what they said. Or maybe the reason was so damning that it threatened the structure of what the Elven Kingdom was built upon. However, the choice of these stubborn elders was stifling the kingdom. Because they weren't willing to rescind the law, the Norville and Sigebert families felt they had to use underhanded means. And at the same time, that meant that those fighting off those two families in this alliance also lacked the true support of those Grand Elders. On one side, Grand Elder Dirith was still remaining neutral. On another, Grand Elder Cormith was playing a game of hedging bets. On one hand, he nurtured Zalterish, or used to, and yet on the other he fought for Headmaster Grimbold to head the Matilde Academy. And on yet another side, Grand Elder Croak was trying to maintain the status quo. But, clearly, the Norville and Sigebert families weren't going for that. Diane couldn't help but inwardly curse. Damn fogies spend so much time debating and inwardly warring with themselves that they fixed nothing. It's almost like the only reason they stand on opposing sides of the debate is so that they can do nothing but argue the semantics. And yet, in all this time, they've accomplished nothing while they still have orphans running around in forests alone. Grand Elder Cormith felt bad about the orphans. Sure, but did he do anything about it? Obviously not. He didn't confront Zalterish. He didn't visit the orphans. And he obviously didn't ask Diane how the kids were doing or if they were even alive. Grand Elder Croak and Dirith weren't much better. Dirith pretended to be on the side of true reason but was doing nothing but wasting away his last days. And Grand Elder Croak was supposedly on the side of the king, but wouldn't tell the Alliance why the king had disappeared? Not even the king's own daughter knew? What kind of ridiculous nonsense was this? Watching the constantly changing emotions on Diane's face, Elder Flyleaf could only chuckle bitterly, sighing. Don't blame them too much. You're still too young and too naive. The Grand Elders, more than anyone else, can't pretend that they were that much smarter than the ancestors. So they feel they have no right to change their rules. They believe that since the ancestors chose this path, we should follow it because ultimately it's the path we would choose too. They've lived so many years, seen so many things. They have the perspective the ancestors would have had. Every time we ask them why, they always tell us that even if we knew, it wouldn't change anything. We would still be powerless to change it. It would only make us doubt the ancestors, which was something, although they admit to doing themselves, they weren't willing to allow us to do as well. Despite Flyleaf's words, there was nothing Diane hated more than wise old people, or more importantly, old people who thought they were wise. But Diane's talk with Elder Flyleaf had revealed some important things to him. Things that Diane felt held the answer to everything. He just had to piece them together properly. Elder Flyleaf watched Diane ponder everything he had said. What a serious kid. Anyway, as of now we don't dare touch the subfamilies because they're technically under the jurisdiction of the guilds. As any good government knows, it's best to separate business and law. Although I am a member of a subfamily, My actions don't speak for my family, and I mostly work on an individual scale. All this said, the major families are the most important to swing. As of now, the 3 families of the Acacia Academy are with us. Business and law? That's only secondary to separating religion and law, and yet your grand elders don't seem to have done that. Elder Flyleaf sighed. It seems changing his opinion on the grand elders is going to be difficult. But Flyleaf couldn't help but admit that Diane had a point. In the human mortal world, in a country Diane knew as America, one of the most important doctrines was the separation of church and state. This was so much more important than the separation of business and state that despite countless conspiracy theories and documentaries showing the effect large businesses had on law, the country itself still continued forward. Why? Because the separation of religion and law was maintained. And yet, the grand elders were allowing their idolization of their ancestors to affect their decisions in the now. For them to be watching their kingdom crumble before them, and still be unwilling to change the rules. Diane could understand the frustration of the families vying for the throne. Suddenly the end of the long corridor snapped Diane out of his thoughts. Well, it was more accurate to say that it was the loud discussion. After Diane's eyes adjusted to the bright lights, he found 3 waves of colors in a distinctly human world-like structure. The silver of the Eostre family, the gold of the Ingram family, and the green of the Conventine family. And yet, in the midst of all of this, sat the most eye-catching sight of all. Currently, Diane stood on a high-up platform made of metal. It stretched out a long way to either side before turning into 2 staircases. Below the structure was an oddly futuristic throne room, or maybe it was just the overuse of an unknown silver-like metal that made it look as such. Diane's aurora immediately picked up that this metal was not normal at all, and yet for it to be used so extravagantly could only mean that the ancient elves were quite wealthy. But, ignoring this, the rest of the structures were oddly intriguing as well. The sides of the room had seats going up at least 20 levels, and in the center was a long walkway to a throne, on which sat a figure Diane couldn't take his eyes off. Elder Flyleaf chuckled watching Diane's reaction. I hope you're not placing our princess in your heart right now. Remember what I said? Without waiting for Diane to scowl, everyone seemed to have heard Flyleaf's words, causing the atmosphere to quieten down almost immediately. Hundreds of eyes focused on Diane, and yet he only had eyes for one person. On the throne at the end of the long pathway sat a girl with a delicate figure. Diane couldn't see her face because of an elegantly embroidered silver mask, but the gentle slope of her small, yet sharp, nose, the softness of her pink lips, the fairness of her skin, were exposed and all beyond words. Her dress was a light blue, gently hugging her outrageous curves. Her hair was a deep blue that rivaled even Uncle Acacia, and her eyes seemed to penetrate everything to fall into Diane's. The look she gave Diane made him almost forget the anger that was boiling inside him. It almost made him forget everything, until a beautiful dark-haired girl with golden eyes and crystal-framed glasses erased all the feeling Diane had just had. Immediately, Diane frowned. I see you elves are really fans of your suggestion techniques. Diane's voice was faint, but in the quiet room, with everyone's cultivation as they were, who wouldn't hear him? When had Diane ever almost lost his mind simply looking at a beauty? He may be enamored for a moment, but it would never cloud his judgment. And yet, he felt willing to do anything for this princess just now. And although it was for only a moment, it still made him feel uncomfortable. With how Diane had been approaching the last few days, he wouldn't forgive any offense lightly, especially one that involved swaying his mind. And yet, despite this, the sweet voice of the princess seemed to cut through everything. Diane Sacharo, I presume? I apologize for the suggestion technique, but it's a part of the mask I wear to protect my identity. It was left by my father before he took his leave. After all, even I don't want to remain stuck here every minute of every day. By making anyone who focuses on seeing through it too long fall for me, it's the best form of protection. I hope you didn't take too much offense. The brows of some of those in attendance furrowed. The princess was apologizing to a kid that was even younger than her? And for a reason that technically put her in the right? Was this Diane child really that important? Diane said nothing for a long while, before simply nodding. If that's the case, then it's not a problem, Princess Acacia. Diane felt that the words of the princess were amiable and understanding. There was no reason for him to harp on this for too long. He could only blame Elder Flyleaf for hoping he would fall into this trap. Unwilling to stay here for much longer, and wanting to get this over with, Diane spun his wind wheel around him, leaping to place a foot on the rail before gently falling. Everyone gave Diane an odd look. They could clearly feel that the level of wind wheel he had used was at the first level. Yet they knew that a first-level wind wheel shouldn't be able to support an entire body, let alone fall from that height undamaged. It seemed they would have to give this child a second look. Elder Flyleaf took the normal way, smiling to himself as Diane leisurely walked down the aisle and towards the princess. Everyone assumed that Diane would eventually stop at an empty seat in the stands, or maybe at least respectfully bow to the princess before doing so. But neither of these things happened. Instead, when Diane was about 5 meters from the throne, he stopped, a golden array flashing beneath him. He sat cross-legged, the center of everyone's attention. One of his elbows rested on his knees and supported his chin as he looked the princess in her deep blue eyes. So, princess, what did you call me here for today? In the crowd, Jade sat with some of her family, giggling at Diane's antics. It was clear he was testing the character of the princess. But at the same time, she had a feeling that even if Diane knew who the princess was intimately, and was aware that she was a good person, he would do things this way anyway. A light smile played the soft lips of the princess, but the answer didn't come from her. Instead, the black-haired and blue-eyes Ezen Acacia spoke from the stands. "Where is Ree?" he said faintly. His words didn't seem like they were meant to be powerful. But Diane felt his array nearly shatter. To make a peak practitioner defensive array almost collapse with just words. This Ezen wasn't simple. Diane didn't seem too bothered by this question, instead focusing on the princess more intently. "So all this time your cousin had been disappearing. I presume she was dealing with the tasks you asked of her, hmm?" The princess nodded, sending Ezen an apologetic glance. It seemed Diane wouldn't be as easy to handle as they hoped. "Indeed. My cousin is quite talented and is tasked with training many of the suitable orphans we've picked up over the years. At one point, it was also her task to train Ezen, so he cares for her deeply. So, I hope you forgive him for his straightforwardness." Diane nodded. With her personality, I don't doubt that she would be a great sergeant. The princess smiled, but before she could speak, Ezen spoke again. "And with your personality, it's no wonder you make enemies wherever you go. Is anyone safe following you?" Diane said nothing for a long while, but the feeling of dripping killing intent came off of him in waves. His demonic will condensed into a blood-red light and his black flames began to dance across his once bright gold array. It was clear his mood of affecting the purity of his array. Everyone understood Diane's anger in this instance. There was not a single person here who was unaware of what happened to the orphanage Diane had built. And yet, Ezen, in a fit of anger for having been ignored, poked at Diane's ultimate sore spot. The princess could only send a dissatisfied glare at Ezen, but there was nothing she could do. She had already apologized for the sake of Diane twice already. How many more steps could she possibly take? Suddenly Diane spoke. "I'm beginning to understand now why the elves have fallen to such a point that they think building plans around a human boy who's been on their island for less than a month is the best course for their future." Diane's voice was deep, so deep that just listening to it was like falling into an endless abyss of anger, sorrow, and disdain. But that didn't mean that those who heard his words would take to them kindly. His words caused a surge of anger. But he wasn't finished yet. "It's clear by your position so close to the princess that you're somehow considered among the best this alliance has to offer right now. And yet you're truly the stupid?" Diane's words cut at Ezen. And unlike Ezen's words, Diane's collapsed the section of seating Ezen had been on, forcing him to stand in a rage. But yet still Diane wasn't finished. "You call me here, and yet the first thing you do is ask about Ree as though I've kidnapped her. Well, let's take a look at your idiotic world for a second. I came here of my own free will, and yet you still haven't seen Ree. What could that mean to you?" Ezen's eyebrows furrowed, and his fists clenched. Since I've already called you an idiot, I didn't plan on waiting for your answer. Black flames raged in Diane's eyes as he turned his head towards Ezen. It means that either I've clearly done nothing to her, and thus come here with no worries, or she's in danger orchestrated by me, such that I can still come here with no worries. You! Ezen's voice trembled with rage. But his voice seemed to have no power in front of Diane's deep fury. And yet, the first thing you do is ask me where she is menacingly? Have you fully grasped how truly stupid you are? If Ree was in no danger, and you pissed me off, you've just closed the door on a possible ally. An ally even your own princess sees fit to invite. If Ree was in danger, and you pissed me off, you've just closed the door on Ree, whether that be to her endless pain or her death. Now tell me, what else do you have to say? The surroundings were silent. Diane's every word made it seem as though everyone was beneath him, as though his words were law, as though if he thought you were in the wrong, you were without a doubt wrong. Nothing to say? Then how about you stop pissing me off and fuck off instead? Ezen glared at Diane, but the princess' words made him lose his will to fight. Go, Ezen. You've done enough. If Ree was in danger, I would know. You know very well the connection between us. Don't let your feelings jeopardize this meeting any further. The words of the princess were firm and unyielding, displaying the bearing of a true queen. Ezen's position had raised steadily because of his talent, but he was still far from comparing to the princess. He had no choice but to bow and leave, sending a final hateful glance towards Diane. But all that look found was a dense killing intent, one that made his spine shiver. After Ezen left, Diane closed his eyes, the princess waiting patiently as he adjusted his emotions. Once the princess saw Diane's eyes open, she sent him a final apologetic glance before speaking. I'm sure you understand the reason for my asking you here. Before the events of today, you were just another talent we wanted to rope in by normal means. You come from the human mortal realm, so without hiding anything, we thought that you came with no backing, and we could provide a good sanctuary for you over time. However, we believe that with the unfortunate incident involving the orphans, you've become as invested as we have in stopping the Norville and Seigebert families. As such, we felt it was appropriate to bring you in sooner rather than later. Diane nodded. At first, he was worried that information about what had happened between him and the guilds had leaked in some way, but it seemed like that wasn't the case. So, I've only asked you here for one reason. We would like you to join us. Your talent is a match for even the best the major families have to offer, and we can supply you with any materials and support you need. Your human heritage is irrelevant to us. As you know, our best genius, Ree, is also half human. Why would we discriminate for something so meaningless? Diane had to say. The princess' offer was tempting. Despite the fact he had no need for resources because of Heaven's wine to him, that was only a temporary solution. He had no idea how long he could continue to use that method before someone's bottom line snapped. And, even if he could use it forever due to the magnanimity of the owner, limitless credit wouldn't give him protection. So, Diane asked a question. What are your plans? The princess smiled, seemingly lighting the entire room. Our plans are for the long term. Zoltarish is being groomed for the next kingship, and we've noted the underworking of a marriage alliance between those two families using him and Mithrander Norville. I'm sure you've seen the words in the sky above the castle. The princess spoke with clear sadness in her voice. So, you can tell the kind of pressure such an alliance puts on us. Mithrander is already an unparalleled genius in her own right. But, with the addition of Zoltarish, this is a couple the neutral major families might not be able to continue to ignore. However, the pressure you apply as the sole holder of the innate aurora in the entire universe is something that doesn't pale in comparison to the talent those two display. In fact, despite the bravado of Zoltarish's manifestation, I dare to say that it pales. The princess paused before continuing. I'm sure you've had many talks with my cousin. I love her like I would my own sister. We are close as could be, and I know her like the back of my hand. There was no one more excited than her when she learned of your innate aurora. The impact you could have on campaigns alone is staggering. To some, you may be the only hope us elves have of ever returning to our original universe. Many elves side with emotion. Not all universes were created equal. If you fell from great heights, it would be almost impossible to make up. A prime example was the demon sage. When he came out of the timeless library, his talent hadn't been reduced at all. So, why couldn't he simply reclaim the things he had lost over time? The answer was simple. Once you fell to low-ranking universes, the gates fell in cultivation limits along with them. Meaning, you could no longer rely on yourself to improve, you could only rely on your subordinates. But what did this mean? It meant that you only had one chance and one road to success. If you ever stumbled, it would be near impossible to catch up. So, the elves were in an endless cycle. They wanted to return to their homelands but could only rely on their younger generation to conquer the gates. But, because they were in such a low-ranking universe, the gates capped at the peak of essence gathering. And at the same time, their younger generation kept declining. And now, the opposing universe had grown innate aurora talents and were pressing against this universe endlessly. Although there were talents like Thor and Madeline, there was also more than one gate in this universe. They couldn't be everywhere at once. And their effects on a battlefield could never hope to match someone with an innate aurora. Finally, Diane spoke. So, your plan is meant to span decades. You want to use the time I have between now and before I enter the Saint Sage, to gain the elves a foothold in the next universe so you can slowly make your way back. The princess nodded. Contributions to campaigns, and especially contributions to gate conquerings, are all kept track of via arrays provided by the guild headquarters. This is because they're the only faction that has consistent communication with universes outside of ours. Diane's eyes flashed with something imperceptible. It was clear that the guild headquarters were all being monitored on a large scale, and it was clear that this connected back to the suppression of array alchemy. The princess continued, "This is necessary because this universe had 5 total gates connecting to a single other universe." The princess sighed. "This is both a blessing and a disgrace. A blessing because we have only one other universe to deal with, but a disgrace because connecting to only a single universe means that we're so far to the edge that that's all we're worth. That aside, because we have 5 gates and multiple planets, gates aren't exclusive at all. Meaning, although it's rare, people from the other 4 planets can come campaign at our gates, and we at theirs. Combine this with a myriad of clans, families, and sects, and it becomes difficult to tell who is contributing the most. As such, ranking systems were put in place for each gate using complex arrays given to campaign leaders. By doing this, should a gate be conquered, a universe would know exactly which clan contributed the most, and know exactly which clan would be heading the negotiations. A look of realization flashed across Diane's face. So they wanted him to campaign under the Elven banner so that he could work his way to the top of the leaderboards, conquer the gate, and allow the elves to lead the negotiation for their foothold in the next universe so they could slowly make their way back. "I see." The princess nodded. "So, what do you say?" Diane thought for a bit before nodding. "I'll join you. I have no reason not to. I want to make it to other universes anyway. If you give me added protection while I do so, I have no issue with allowing the elves to decide the terms of the negotiation." The crowd was stunned. Diane's words were resolute and held no doubt. He didn't say he would try his best. He didn't use soft words like maybe. He only spoke in absolutes, leaving himself no room to backtrack. The princess' eyes glistened, causing Elder Flyleaf, who was near the back, to smile knowingly. "It seems wooing girls really isn't all that difficult for you, I guess I underestimated you." Jade giggled. "Won't even let the princess go? And after all those things you did to me? What a bad boy." The princess smiled. "Then it's official. About 2 months from now, the youths of the major and subfamilies will be holding a banquet. At that time, I'd like you to make your alliance with us clear. I want no room for doubt." Suddenly the princess thought of something. "Oh, and see if you can get Ree to go as well. She usually hates these sort of things, but it's important that she's there. The last thing is for all of you." She looked up with her deep blue eyes. "I'll be making a brief appearance at this banquet as well. It'll be short, but I believe it's necessary." I think it's time people knew that the king's faction isn't so weak as to allow his daughter to suffer or bow her head in fear. Turning to Diane, she spoke again. Once everything is settled properly, I won't be protecting those who've offended you. You may do as you please with them. Diane looked at this princess deeply. She really did have the bearings of a queen. She wasn't so naive as to believe she could have both Diane's and Zaltrish's talent, despite how great that would be for the elves. And only Diane knew how right that decision was. The princess rose her voice in a final commanding tone. Within 2 decades, all 9 major families will acknowledge the rule of King Acacia. Long live the king! Long live the king! Now, let's begin discussions of the measures we'll be taking in the lead up to my appearance. With that, the hall filled with arguments and debates as various factions split into aspects of business, military, and even some arguing what the laws should be once the Acacia's rules was re-established. In the midst of all this, Diane's spatial ring flashed as he took out an ordinary common-level ring. In fact, it looked almost no different from a human realm ring made of wood. He flicked it towards the princess, allowing it to gently fall into her delicate and small hands. This is something Ree wanted me to give you. She's currently in seclusion within her mother's cave trying to awaken her manifestation, and she assumed you would call me over in her absence, so she gave me this. The princess nodded, smiling at Diane as she kept the ring. She had no way of knowing that Diane was lying. Turning to leave, Diane left behind words only the princess heard. Your plan of 2 decades is a bit too long for me. Originally, it would have taken me 6 months to wipe out my enemies. But now, with your help, it'll take me less than 3. As a thank you, I'll help you out. Also, since Ree is a good friend of mine, I don't want to see her family suffer. The princess trembled at Diane's words. What he was saying was ridiculous. A half a year to solve a problem the elves had spent more than a decade on? No, not half a year anymore. Less than 3 months. Yet, despite how ridiculous it sounded, the princess couldn't find it in her to doubt Diane's words. She suddenly gave the ring in her hand another look. Is this really from Ree? The princess looked at Diane's proud back. He had already used his wind will to climb to the top of the railing, walking through the corridor and out of the hidden facilities. Diane walked through the forest, suddenly feeling the need for a change of scenery. He walked towards where he thought the nearest coastline was. He felt someone following him, but he immediately knew who it was and couldn't be bothered to care. Using his silencing technique, he covered both himself and his follower, so they wouldn't alert any nearby beasts. He could only roll his eyes inwardly. This girl was too reckless. Soon, he leaned against the last tree and looked out onto a cliff. He had been hoping for a beach, but this wasn't too bad either. The orange and red hues of the setting sun lit the once blue ocean. As far as the eyes could see, gentle ripples played the surface of the water. The wind was subtle and gentle, not too cold and not too humid. Suddenly, a gentle voice came from behind Diane. There are no beasts this way, you know. You didn't need to silence me. And even if you did you really need to silence my voice too? Do you hate me that much? Diane tilted his head back to look at Jade's lovely figure. But, to his surprise, she was already wrapping her arms around him and pressing her face to his back. Diane pried the girl's hands apart, pressing them against the tree and above her head. Jade pouted as she looked up at Diane with her purple-blue eyes. It was almost comedic how her arms were being pinned above her head, but the reaction of her chest was anything but. Diane couldn't help but be mesmerized by the deep ravine as he looked down. Jade blushed. If you wanted to look again, you just have to ask. But, weren't you more interested in getting me to my knees the first time we met? I'm sure that hasn't changed, right? Diane's eyes widened in shock as Jade slid down the tree, allowing Diane to keep hold of her hands. The next words she spoke, though, even left Diane speechless. You were intent on keeping me silent before, right? Looking up at Diane from her knees. Well, are you going to use some boring sound technique? Or are you going to put something in my mouth instead? Despite her question, Jade didn't allow Diane to answer. She had already used her teeth to pull his sweatpants down slowly. Suddenly, Jade's eyes widened. Staring at the sight before her, she laughed bitterly. This isn't fair UKN. This time Diane didn't allow Jade to finish talking. His senses were invaded by a deep and warm wetness. The endless swirls and suction gave Diane a feeling he'd never felt before. His aurora and celestial will roared to life. Suddenly, his pleasure was Jade's. The lust and satisfaction he was feeling was all reflected within her. Jade felt herself weakening as she felt the sudden change. Suddenly her watery eyes reddened with a fervent passion. That dull and uncomfortable pain she was feeling became nothing but a pool of pleasure she wanted to dive deeper and deeper down. In the end, she felt like she was drowning. An endless ravine gushed forth from Diane. The only thing she could do was accept it. Her hands no longer hers. Her body no longer hers. Her feelings no longer hers. With that, she passed out. Diane looked down at the beautiful girl who laid on the soft grass of the edge of the forest, shaking his head. Carrying her, he sighed. I guess I'll bring you back. Diane walked with Jade in his arms. Entering his cultivation room, he set her down on the bed and turned to leave. Outside of the Acacia Academy castle, Diane stood at the end of the cul-de-sac, hands in his pockets. He looked up at the burning words in the night sky and had his third human-like thought in more than a week. I guess it's about time I go there. Diane's eyes immediately flashed with purple-gold colors. He had to go all out with this concealment array. He couldn't risk being caught. Having a secluded place to not only understand the words in the sky, but to also fact-check his hypotheses was of utmost importance to his original 6-month plan. Diane disappeared quickly behind a practitioner-level array before he formed a much stronger master-level concealment array nearer to himself. With that, he flashed, moving tens of meters at a time. Soon, Diane had weaved through the city and reached the inner forest of the castle. Here was where he assumed he would begin meeting some resistance. He could feel that there should be a burning heat here. In fact, the trees had withered and dried under the pressure. And yet, it felt like a calm breeze to him. As expected, there were no guards. But the forest itself was littered with detection arrays. However, they were all of a lower level than Diane's master-level concealment array. As such, they detected nothing. But the ease of travel increased in difficulty as Diane moved forward. The arrays continued increasing in level, and Diane's worst fear became that the castle would have an array at the level of the recognition array he had just went through with Elder Flyleaf. But the worry ended up being without base. Diane soon stood alone in front of a large and deserted castle. Diane immediately realized that this meant the Acacia family, despite being suppressed by the new major families, kept some reserves with them. Reserves including that fantastically high-leveled array. After one last scan, Diane was satisfied and walked into the castle unimpeded. Removing his concealment array, Diane looked around to find that the castle was oddly probably the only building in the Elven city without an inner world. It kept the medieval aesthetic, but with the stones made of marble and jade. Everything was grandiose and larger than life. It seemed the elves loved their pearly whites and murky greens because the color scheme was consistent throughout the whole city. Diane sighed. Since we've reached this phase, I think it's appropriate to stop suppressing my personality now. In the next instant, it was like Diane had become an entirely new person. His murky brown eyes shone brightly again in their usually hazel green. The black flames that had constantly been faintly dancing around him were vanquished. He even smiled for the first time in weeks. Diane smirked to himself. Only he knew why he had suppressed his personality. But what was clear was that everything had gone according to plan. Finding a suitable place to place his ring, Diane flashed into the spatial world. Within the world, Ree was meditating with a lake far away from everyone else. She usually did this in her mother's cave, but since Diane had locked her in here, she could only make do. She was pleasantly surprised by the lake's calming effect. She kept feeling a faint will of the purity path. But she just couldn't remember if she had ever felt a will like it before. Ree had taken off her armor and pants, leaving her tightly bandaged chest and plain underwear covered with a short transparent skirt. She felt most comfortable like this. So, she allowed herself to sink into the clear lake until the water level reached just below her nose. But, no matter how hard she tried, she just couldn't seem to manifest her soul. This is ridiculous, she thought. If I can't manifest my soul with a 65% awakened aurora, aren't I useless? She gnashed her teeth in frustration. Ri felt like she needed a break. Her water will surged, shooting her into the sky and high above the lake. A smile spread across her face as she fell faster and faster towards the surface of the lake. Her arms and legs were out wide as the wind quickened around her, sending her long blue-silver hair flapping wildly. Splash! Ri giggled to herself, having fun, although the belly flop had hurt more than she thought it would. She cupped her chest. Ow! Didn't I ask you guys to not get bigger? Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind her. Really? I wouldn't mind if they did though. Ri spun around to find a grinning Dian. Dian! Ri was like the wind, immediately appearing before Dian and kicking him in the shin. Ack! Dian bent over, smiling bitterly. But before he could say anything, he felt his head invaded by a wetness as arms wrapped around him. It took a while before Dian realized that the wetness he felt was from Ri's body. Her long hair covered part of him as she pulled him tightly into her bandaged chest. Although he felt awkward having to bend over like this since Ri was so much shorter than he felt too bad to pull out of her grasp. You're so stupid, she whispered. After some time passed, Dian finally managed to wiggle out of Ri's embrace. He grinned at her, taking in her appearance. I have to say, I like this outfit much better than the other one. Ri rolled her eyes. Have you never seen a bikini before? How is this any different from that? Get your head out of the clouds. Dian smiled. He had always appreciated Ri's personality. Not many girls would be so nonchalant about being seen like this. But he also found it weird the martial world had bikinis. How could you have bikinis but no sweatpants? Ridiculous. Suddenly, Dian thought of something. Say, Ri, I have a weird question, but I need you to answer honestly. Okay? Ri looked up at Dian while wringing her hair dry. No, I'm not marrying you, you pervert. How about you go ask your fiancé about that? Dian chuckled. That's not it. I only want to know whether or not elves have hearing that differs from humans. Ri raised an eyebrow. It really was a weird question. Of course we do, we descend from gods, you know? Even if our bodies no longer match up to god-level constitutions, we're essentially all born with pseudo-earth-level body constitutions. Pseudo? Yeah, they're more powerful than a common body, but not powerful enough to be an earth constitution. But this base body also means that should one of us be born with a constitution, it'll be much more effective. So you can stack constitutions? I guess it's nice having such great ancestors, Ichem. But I don't mean hearing as in how soft of a sound you can catch. I mean as in the frequencies an elf can catch. Oh. Then no, elves should hear in the same range as humans. Ri looked at Dian weirdly as he smiled wildly. What are you smiling about? Dian shook his head. I'm just enjoying the view of a beautiful girl. Is there a problem? Ri rolled her eyes. I'm tired of you already. You can go away now. And change your shirt. You look ridiculous. Dian watched Ri adjust her chest bandages without a care for his eyes. She really is an odd one. Ugh. Use your creation array to make me new and softer bandages. This thing is too tight and uncomfortable. Dian's array flashed, causing a blinding light to encase Ri. Within, Ri suddenly felt her chest fall free, but was immediately tied down again in a loose and comfortable feeling. Once the light faded, Dian nodded in appreciation. Ri looked down at herself in a mix of pleasure and confusion. What are these? They're springy, but tight, and yet still comfy? Dian grinned. They're from the human world. That, Dian said pointing to her chest, is called a sports bra. And those, Dian said pointing to Ri's new black pants, are called yoga pants. The human world sure does make fascinating things. But do the pants really need to cling to me like this? You're already a pervert. I don't need your eyes prying at me any more than usual. Thinking of something, Ri pointed to Dian's sweats. Gimme those. Dian laughed diabolically as though this was exactly what he wanted. At your service, milady. With another flash of Dian's purple gold array, Ree stood before him in loose low-hanging gray sweats and a black sports bra. Diane couldn't help but sigh at the perfect of her figure. Your chest was so big all this time. Yet you hid them. A waste of heaven's treasures. Ree ignored Diane. All right, you're tasked with making my wardrobe for the foreseeable future. Keep in mind that dark red is my favorite color. Diane smiled bitterly but nodded anyway. Ree hadn't asked for explanation for why he had locked her in here, or even about what had happened. She knew he'd let her know when the time was right, and that was enough for her. Diane appreciated having a friend like this, especially since he knew that revealing things too early might ruin everything. But he decided to let her in on at least one thing. You know, I already manifested my soul. A while ago, actually. Ree turned her gaze towards Diane. Really? When? Diane chuckled. Same night as Zalterish. Ree's brows furrowed before she thought of something. You mean? Stop it, you brag too much. But, before she could say anything else, Diane released his manifestations for the first time. The skies darkened, clouds rolling over. The inner world shook under Diane's oppressive manifestation. A 20-meter-tall black-red pagoda boomed into existence, dripping with a blood-red aura. In front, a humanoid figure of Diane stood at 5 meters tall, its massive wings seemingly wanting to blot out the sky. The demon generals immediately felt something amiss, but then they smiled to themselves. Arios chuckled. It seems like Diane is doing just fine. A beautiful female demon general stroked her long white hair. It's not polite to try and force a girl to kneel, you know, she said, pouting adorably. This caused an uproarious laughter to spread through the generals. Ree looked up at Diane's manifestation, feeling an oppressive might. It really was you. Ree hadn't been close to the city at the time the words appeared in the sky. But if something was domineering enough to cause such a thing to occur, it would be Diane's manifestation. Ree harumphed. Why are you telling me this now, show-off? Diane's manifestations remained as he chuckled bitterly. But it was an odd sound. His voice had deepened considerably and seemed overlaid by another voice. Of course, it's because I want your help. I have no idea where to begin in understanding this, and I want to understand as much as I can in at most half a month. Why so quickly? What's happened? Your cousin, Princess Xianxia, is making a move in 2 months' time. I meant to make my affiliations with your alliance clear at that time. A look of realization flashed across Ree's face. So Alex is making her move. All right. It's not ideal, but I guess it can't be helped. The Seigebert family and the Norville family are both getting bolder because of Zalterish. But I guess that plan is about to fall flat on their faces. Diane smiled knowingly. I wonder how a supposedly secret marriage alliance became such common knowledge for the Xianxia alliance. Despite thinking this, Diane said nothing. Ree continued. I really hate banquets, though. Just do it without me. I'll help you with your manifestation, though. I already have a few faint ideas of how it works. I'll also help you manifest your soul. But not here. To make the biggest impact on those neutral families, don't you think releasing your soul in front of all of them would make the biggest impact? Ree hesitated. You can really do it? She asked hopefully. But then she sighed. It's probably not the best idea for me to do this. Diane smiled sympathetically. I know what you're thinking. But you know that the big plays are happening. It's time to put all our cards out on the table. Ree sighed. You and Alex are looking at this problem too simply. The problem was never about being powerful. If it was, my uncle's rule would have never been opposed and my father wouldn't be being suppressed even as a headmaster. Diane nodded. I know. It's about the hate of the Xianxia family. Ree looked up at Diane, surprised by how much he knew. Exactly. There's a reason a princess has to stay hidden so deeply. My uncle was the most powerful expert the Elven Kingdom had birthed since coming to this universe. Because he didn't want to rule through power but reason, he was taken advantage of. And now, he's left for reasons unknown even to me and Alex. For all we know, he might have already died. Ree's eyes glistened with tears, but she felt a firm hand on her shoulder. Before she could even react, Diane pulled her into a tight hug. You've had a lot on your mind, he said faintly. But right now, I need you to trust me. When the time is right, I'll explain everything to you. Ri felt odd. Diane's manifestation was still there, so she felt an arrogant and overbearing will bearing down on her. But it was oddly comforting, because she knew that it wasn't pointed at her, but instead, her enemies. Ri pinched Diane's side. All right, stop being so sappy. I'll believe you for now. Let's get to studying your manifestation. With that, Ri began helping Diane understand his soul manifestation. It wasn't that Diane couldn't do this alone. It was just that he felt at ease bouncing his ideas off of Ri like they had done the first time they met. He felt like a weight had been lifted off of his heart. Although the death of Ms. Everdeen still hurt him deeply, and he still hated himself for allowing the orphans to go through what they went through, Diane had only allowed himself to sink that deeply into a depressed state for a clear purpose. With that purpose fulfilled, he immediately pulled himself out, whether it was by will, or thinking of his close friends like Ri, or his love with Madeline. If Diane was one to so easily fall into a depression, he would have long since given up. He was practically raised by his mother because his father spent so much time away from home. In fact, all Diane knew about his dad was that he was an unyielding man, one who put duty above almost everything else. So, when Diane lost his mother, he already felt lost. And yet, his dad was there to instill an iron will in him. An iron will that stayed even after even his dad left him too. Diane fought through adversity. It wasn't that he believed he could never truly slip into a state like that. But he felt that, at least for now, he could fight it off. He could smile. He could make those around him feel better. And then he could get revenge. Suddenly, Ri's voice snapped him out of his stupor. I have a feeling that your manifestation is pretty straightforward. Well, your pagoda at least. Diane nodded. I originally thought I learned sword will so quickly because my manifestation would be a sword, right? But instead, your manifestation is a literal weapons hall. I doubt there's a weapon that exists you can't learn quickly. Ri's voice held a faint amount of jealousy. This manifestation was truly too good, and yet she still hadn't gotten hers yet. Diane, sensing Ri's mood, comforted her. What's the use in learning so many weapons? I can only use one at a time anyway. Ri flicked his forehead. Idiot. Don't say stupid things to comfort me. I know you must already be aware of how important this could be. Weapons aren't limited to offensive types. Well, more accurately, a weapons hall isn't limited to offensive type items. Diane nodded as Ri continued. You have access to shields and support weapons as well. In fact, I'm getting the faint feeling that what you manifest from your weapons hall is based on your imagination, rather than the restriction of your manifestation. Truly unfair. Ri pouted. Diane rubbed her head. Don't be like that, I may not know much, but I do know that if you're still struggling with your manifestation even with the pill I gave you, your manifestation might surpass mine. Ri waved Diane's hand away. Yeah. In addition to supporting your understanding of weapons, it seems like your pagoda actually manifests weapons depending on your soul level too. With a wave of his hand, Diane's humanoid manifestation disappeared, and a white light charged out of the pagoda's door and into his hand. He looked down at the white light, frowning. Do you have any idea how to make this more useful? As of now, this sword seems flimsy. At most it's comparable to a peak common level weapon despite my soul being at the lower essence stage. In fact, I'm not too far from the middle essence stage. Ri thought about this for a second. Is that the only sword in the pagoda you can bring out? See how many you can take out at once. Diane focused his mind. It was draining having his manifestation out for so long, but this was a necessary step. In fact, Ri was surprised that Diane could hold on for so long. However, despite how Diane focused, he could only pull out a single sword. But when he thought of other weapons, vague representations, everything he could think of came out. A shield, a whip, a spear. Ri nodded. As I thought, you can only pull out one manifestation of something at a time. But concentrate of splitting the sword in your hand instead of calling another one out. Diane did as Ri said, and it miraculously worked. The sword split again and again. Diane was beginning to think it would be endless until he felt a splitting headache. Stop it, idiot. Are you trying to kill yourself? Dian immediately stopped. He found it odd though. He could bring out so many different weapons at once, but there was a limit to splitting a single weapon. What's going on? Ri seemingly understood what Dian was asking. I think it has to do with sword cultivation. Something is supporting your manifestation of the sword, and whatever that is what's being split again and again. However, when you pull out different weapons, you're tapping into different power sources. You realized how your sword was the most powerful among your weapons, right? I have a feeling if you tried to split the other weapons, you might not even be able to manage one time. Dian nodded. The other weapons really did pale in comparison to the sword. But he also got the faint feeling that if he focused on any one weapon, he could master it in a short time, a time even shorter than the week it took him to learn sword will to the 7th level. Suddenly, it was Ri's turn to ask Dian a question. So, what do you think the use is of your weapons pagoda if you have access to weapons higher than the common level? Dian thought a bit. I get the faint feeling that if I could absorb weapons, the spirit representations of the weapons in my pagoda would increase as well. But there also seems to be a limit. For example, I don't think I could absorb a spiritual level weapon. At most, I could probably do it with a peak practitioner to a low master level weapon corresponding with my soul strength, of course. But I'm also getting the feeling that absorbing weapons isn't what I should be doing. There's something more to it. Dian began rifling through his master's memories to see if he could find something similar. What he found made him raise his eyebrows in interest. Ri spoke. There is indeed something else of a higher level of, I guess you could say, purity. Because of how wills work, it's possible for even weapons to cultivate. There are phenomena that allow for those lucky enough to gain kernels of cultivation that were the product of a weapon's or element's will. For example, a kernel of fire that's cultivated for thousands of years could directly boost a user of fire will to a new level. It's also not just about power, but also affinity. There's of course a trade-off because it's not your own power. Something like that might help you say, boost your peak will into an intent, but at a cost. Dian's eyes flash. These weapons from my pagoda. Ri nodded. They're all kernels of cultivation. Essentially, you have a manifestation that allows you to raise weapons through their own cultivation forms. This allows you to boost your understanding of weapons and temporarily boost your will. So, if you mastered your sword to the 7th level of will, you could use your sword kernel spirit to boost it to the 8th or 9th level. But, since my sword will can reach the peak of the 9th level, it's possible that if the kernel is powerful enough, I can boost my sword will to an intent without having to step into the essence gathering level. Ri smiled. Despite her feigning jealousy, she was happy Dian had gotten such a useful ability, but she had to warn him. Remember Dian. There's a reason it's again the laws of the universe to comprehend an intent before stepping into the essence gathering stage. Unless your back is truly against the wall, don't do it. Dian smiled at Ri, appreciating her concern. AI Captain. So essentially, if I find more cultivation kernels to boost my sword spirit, or I further understand sword will myself. Ri nodded. If you do those things, the kernel increases in power, and the levels of wills to intense you can skip forward increases. But so would the stress on your body. So you'd better listen to me or I won't forgive you, she said sternly. Dian sighed. There's got to be a cooler name for these things than kernel. Ri flicked Dian's forehead. Haven't you been paying attention? I only called it that to explain the concept to you in simple terms. It's called a spirit. Sword spirit. Shield spirit. Spear spirit. That's what you call a weapon when it's gained autonomy and the ability to self-cultivate without a blacksmith improving it. Dian laughed. Spirit, kernel, both are bland. I think I'll call them abyssal cores. They're essentially containers for holding power, right? The more abyssal cores I find, and the more I fuse them with my own abyssal cores, the stronger I get. Ri rolled her eyes. Call them whatever you want. Just know everyone else calls them spirits. Dian grinned. Now, my other manifestation may not be as straightforward to comprehend. Ri frowned as Dian's humanoid figure appeared. It hovered in the air, its one black and one white wing bearing down menacingly. But what caught Ri's attention were the flaming golden black circles that formed a hexagonal pattern behind it. Ri pointed. Those circles seem interesting. Diane nodded. As of now, only one image was clear, the eye at the very top. However, the other 5 flaming circles had images that floated into and out of existence, as though it wasn't quite in Diane's power to understand them just yet. At least, that was until he noticed something peculiar about the flaming circle hovering just behind the manifestation's black wing. That's a black flame? Diane himself was out of it for much of the past week. He needed to be in a state of mind like that to do what he needed to do. But he could feel the familiarity of that image. It was the exact replica of the flames that had been constantly burning in his eyes for the past few days. It felt so close, but so far away. Ri turned her gaze to the flaming circle Diane was looking at. Black flame? I don't think that's fire though. It's different. Diane shook his head. It must have been my state of mind that prematurely awakened that circle. I believe the only one I have real access to is the circle containing the eye. Ri nodded. The eye was indeed the only clear image. What do you feel tapping into it? Diane reached out his mind. Suddenly, everything expanded for him. Diane groaned as his soul strength shot upwards, immediately breaking into the higher essence stage. His aurora flared to life, shining brightly with its usual purple-gold color. But there was now a distinct black undertone. Diane felt his body bulging under the pressure, struggling to keep up. But he didn't want to give up this feeling just yet. With a thought, tens of creation arrays appeared. Almost comedically, hundreds of sweatpants and sports bras tailored for Ri poured out, piling into colors of black, grays, and dark reds. Unwilling to stop there, Diane's weapons hell arrays whirred to life, spinning viciously. Ri watched this scene with her mouth nearly gaping. This is bullshit. His control of arrays was already so great. Now you're giving him that ability to use even an array he struggled with before, the creation array, so freely? Ridiculous. Ri felt like sobbing. At this point Diane was sweating profusely, but he wanted to see just how far he could push this. Suddenly, he felt something snap within him. Boom. Massive 3-meter-long wings burst from Diane's back. They seemed bathed in light but were somehow also real. Very real, judging by the blood pouring from Diane's back. Ri watched this intently. Wait a minute. Weapons hell array? I almost didn't recognize them. How can a lower-level practitioner array be so powerful? Diane hadn't even released the spears yet, but just the pressure bearing down on Ri made her feel as though she was suffocating. Suddenly Ri thought of something. His control is ridiculous. Diane was doing something that had absolutely nothing to do with the original weapons hell array. Spinning them. The more powerful his soul became, the more furiously he could spin the array, making it one of his most used offensive techniques. In fact, he had practiced over his 6 months of conclusions to not only do this better, but to also fuse wills with the array. Although he had previously been able to do so, coding an array with different arrays and fusing them like he had done with space and time were completely different concepts. Diane's wings flapped as he soared in the air, spreading his arms out as his body was bathed in blacks, whites, golds, and purples. Ri's eyes flashed blue as she activated her aurora to get a better look at the situation, and it seemed with each passing second, she only became more and more surprised. The arrays, they're changing. There in the sky, the ordinary lower-level practitioner weapons hell arrays were evolving. Their lines became more complex, their spinning became more vigorous, and they were even starting to pick up a faint purple characteristic that was exclusive to master-level arrays. He can improve arrays in this state? Suddenly, Diane couldn't handle it anymore. His wings disappeared in a flash of light and his arrays crumbled. Ri jumped to her feet, rushing to catch Diane before he hit the ground. Boom! Ri slid along the ground with Diane in her arms, trying to stop their momentum. Oof, you're so heavy. A human shouldn't be this heavy. After they finally stopped, Ri looked at the now peacefully sleeping Diane in her arms. The smile on his face almost made you forget that he was pale beyond belief. Blood seeped out of the corners of his mouth and his manifestation had long since disappeared. And to make things even worse, A profuse amount of blood was pouring out of his back from where the wings had been. Ri pulled back startled as the hand she was using to hold Diane's back seared with a heated pain. "What the hell?" she whispered. She, as gently as possible, propped Diane up to look at his back in case there was something she needed to do to stop the heat. But what she saw only made her shake her head. There, flames of black and gold were carving through the blood and Diane's skin with no remorse. Line after line was drawn, continuously cutting deeply into the skin. Time passed slowly as Ri could only watch what must have been a ridiculously painful process. In the end, the blood dried and the flames finally stopped. There, left on Diane's back were two deeply etched tattoos, each equally massive and majestic. On his right was a magnificently drawn black wing, and on the left was a magnificently drawn white wing. Ri finally sighed in relief, setting the passed-out Diane down. She could only shake her head. "Who asked you to have such a ridiculous manifestation?" Ri sighed. Diane's manifestations were indeed ridiculous. Usually, in addition to special abilities, manifestations had the passive ability to directly boost your will, much like how Ors had summoned his flaming axe and boosted his flame and battle axe will. And yet, one of Diane's manifestations was a human. Something Ri had never seen before, which meant there was no will Diane couldn't boost. Far away from the spatial ring, outside of the Elven city's inner forest, and well out of the range of the Elven city outskirts, Xianxia sweated profusely. His light blue eyes and his bare torso glistened under the full moon as he pierced forward with his spear again and again. The grass tore beneath his feet as the only sounds that rang out were his faint grunting. Hours passed as he repeated the same motions again and again, unwilling to allow himself any rest until he reached the peak of perfection. Soon, Xian's muscles ached to the point where he could barely lift his spear any longer. He stood in the small clearing in front of a nearby lake, breathing heavily. "I promise you, one day I'll shoulder all of your burdens." Taking a last breath, Xian slowly walked to the lake, stripping down and jumping in. He slowly meditated on his essence-gathering technique, allowing faint spots of light to accumulate around him. Suddenly, he heard the faint sounds of water separating, causing him to turn around violently. "Who's there?" But the sight he was greeted with was beyond words. Like a fairy, a girl with blue-silver hair gently waded into the water. Her clothes were nowhere to be found, making sure that the only sight reflected in the water was her fair and flawless skin. Her eyes held a deep purity to them, and despite the truth of the matter, she was like the most beautiful woman in existence. Xian audibly gulped, having no idea what to do with himself. Here why?" The girl reached Xian, shyly blushing under the moonlight as she pressed her exposed body against him. Her gentle voice rang out. "Need you really ask?" Xian trembled, feeling endless softness invade his arms. But his voice rang out resolutely. "I need to know. I've loved you for a long time, but you've never shown any interest." A faint voice rang out as the girl shyly buried her head into Xian's chest. "It's simple. You're brave, strong. You have a story, and I want nothing more than to see you at your happiest." The girl paused, seemingly struggling with her next words. But Xian had heard all he needed to hear. He titled the girl's chin up, looking her in her beautiful and calm eyes. He smiled gently. "There's nothing you need to be nervous about telling me," he said softly. The girl adorably nodded, still struggling with her words. She blushed profusely before continuing. "I want nothing more than to see you at your happiest, before I send you into endless despair." Xian had no time to react as a dagger appeared in his chest. He looked down in disbelief, unwilling to believe what just happened. Blood spilled out of his mouth as he choked his last words out. "You're not Ri. The Sijbert family sent you?" Xian's eyes dimmed. The last thing he heard was something that sent him to the next world full of grievances. Love. What a useless emotion. Maybe if you paid attention, you would have realized my chest is much bigger than that Ri girl of yours. Ri laughed. "I made that mistake on purpose just to see if you'd notice. but you're just like every other man, thinking with your dick and not with your head." The woman laughed madly, her cadence without rhyme or reason, crossing from a shrill screech to a hollow cackle. Just listening to her made one's blood curdle. This was a person who had lost their mind. Days later, Dian awoke to find himself lying on a bed of grass. Suddenly, he felt bad. "I didn't give them good places to sleep. I'm such an idiot." But before he could get up, he noticed something weighing on his chest. There, an adorable 5-year-old girl slept soundly, her small hands gripping Dian's shirt. Next to her laid little Black, taking a leisurely nap without a worry in the world. A dull pain invaded Dian's heart. "I'm really not good enough to you, little Lila?" Dian gently stroked the little girl's long pink hair. Lila stirred, feeling a familiar touch. "Big brother." Suddenly, she started awake, grabbing onto Dian's neck and sobbing. Dian held her for a long time. It seemed she wanted to say something but couldn't get the words out. He could only sigh. "It's okay, little Lila, big brother's okay. He's not going anywhere." Dian gently circulated his celestial will and aurora, improving the little girl's mood until she finally calmed down enough to wipe her tears and smile. "Are you sure you're okay, big brother?" she said softly. Dian pinched Lila's cheeks, causing her to giggle. "This is just a small injury. Don't worry about it." Lila shook her head quickly from side to side. "That's not what I meant." But before Dian could ask her about it, there was a sudden rush of kids. Dian smiled at the sight, even noticing Ree watching from nearby with a smile on her face. Okay, I'm back now. Did you all have a fun time?" Nopos shook his head, water flying everywhere since they had just been playing in the lake. "Big brother, we had a lot of fun. But you sent too much food." Dian was stunned for a bit, before he broke out into laughter. Just like that, Dian spent a good long while playing with the children. Then, he made up for his mistakes by diligently making living quarters for everyone. The inner world of the spatial ring was massive. Even the celestial deer sect ruins were miles away from sight. If Dian wanted, it would be no problem to even create an entire country here. But a single building for the kids near their favorite lake was enough. And this one, he made even more fun and elaborate than the original orphanage. When Dian was done, he went around to the demon generals to see if they too wanted living arrangements of their own. But they only shook their heads. "We're used to campaigning, successor. Hard beds and barely pitched tents is what we're used to." Dian shook his head in disagreement. "Campaigning with me will be different. With my aurora, what in this world can't I make you?" With a laugh, Dian ignored the wishes of the generals, directly making each of them their own well-furnished tents. It took days, and oftentimes he would almost pass out from exhaustion, but he found this to be worth it. Soon, Dian was in his own tent looking around with a content smile on his face. The tent itself was about 40 meters squared and had a ceiling reaching at least 4 meters tall. The hard grass had been replaced by soft carpet, and a comfortable king-sized bed stood at the edge of the room. Dian picked darker colors for his tent, trying to avoid any blinding lights. Suddenly, Dian had a thought. Maybe I should make the kids computers? It would help improve their reasoning abilities, and it would be fun, no? But before Dian could finish that thought, he heard the flaps of his tent open. He looked up to find Ree, dressed in low-cut sweatpants and a black sports bra. Her hair still waved around with distracting purity. But at this moment she was glaring at Dian. "You make everyone tense but me? What are you getting at here?" Dian grinned. "Can't you see how large this bed is? Why would I need to make you a separate tent?" Ree rolled her eyes. "I know what you're trying to do, and it won't work. You'll be taking me with you as well." Dian suddenly had a pensive look on his face, getting up to stand so closely to Ree that they nearly touched. Dian spoke softly. "You know, I've figured out a lot of things over the past week. Things that have made me question a lot of what I know, and a lot of what I hope for." Ree looked up at Dian, hands on her hips and still unyielding. But she listened intently. "When the time is right, you'll know what I've come to know too. But the question is, would you still be willing to come with me after that?" Ri stared at Diane for a good long while, before she finally said just as resolutely, "You're taking me with you. Make me a tent. And whatever you're planning on doing on the outside, you're taking me with you then too. Don't think I won't kick your ass into submission. Overpower, crap manifestation or not, I doubt you're a match for me." Looking at Ri's defiant will, Diane smiled, suddenly tilting her chin up. Ri was startled by his sudden change but didn't make a move to stop him for reasons even she didn't know. Diane's voice was gentle, soft and honest. "You know, if I hadn't met Madeline first, you probably would have won the competition." Ri didn't even know how to process Diane's words. What competition? Madeline first? Ri felt that she was just a girl of normal appearance. And yet, despite the fact Diane had seen what the Elven Kingdom had to offer, despite the fact she was sure he was being bribed with endless beauties, despite the fact his fiancée was peerless among women, he said these words to her? However, another portion of her was angry, not at losing but rather to have been forced into a competition at all. Why did she have to compete for a man she liked? Didn't this bastard know how to choose his words better? Wait, who said she liked him? Ri didn't seem to realize she was debating with herself. The result, though, was her ignoring that she had ever had such a thought to begin with, only to feign ignorance. An odd look appeared on Ri's face. "What are you talking about?" Diane grinned. "The competition to be my first wife, of course." Ri looked up at the shameless bastard holding her chin and rolled her eyes. Slapping Diane's hand away, she pretended as though there wasn't a faint, bittersweet happiness in her heart. But she buried it deeply. This was not the time for such things. Nor did she know if there ever would be. Ri harumphed. "No one wants to be the second wife to such an annoying bastard like you. Now make me my tent." Diane sighed, suddenly remembering the words Madeline had left him with the night before the Legacy World opening. She reminded him that he would often have a massive impact on the lives of people around him without even realizing it. But this time, Ri made him pay attention. No one was more aware than he just how big of an impact he'd make on her life in just 2 months' time. He felt odd. He had Madeline in his heart because she was strong-willed, unyielding, and willing to sacrifice her dignity to pay back a debt she thought she owed him. And even now, she was working as hard as she could so she could one day be by Diane's side. And, by the stories Diane was hearing, she had already surpassed him, as ridiculous as that sounded. But then there was Ri. She obviously had a story, but he hadn't yet grasped why he was drawn to her. Was it because his demonic will didn't work on her so she seemed more real? Was it because her appearance was more like a beautiful mortal realm woman than someone from the martial world? Was it because she was understanding? Or maybe it was her fiery personality, her intelligence? Diane didn't know, and he wasn't willing to say any more than he already had on the matter until he did. Whether in the end they would be words of friendship or words of love, he didn't know. But he did know he had gotten a friend of a lifetime in Ri, and he wanted to treasure that. Ri suddenly flicked Diane's forehead. "Stop thinking about useless things." She looked into Diane's eyes as though she could see through him. Diane smiled, grabbing Ri's hand. "Let's go." With a flash, Ri and Diane disappeared from the spatial world. Far away from the castle, within the Acacia's secret underground facility, a raging storm was building up as a heated discussion continued without end. "We just lost one of our best geniuses for the future, and you want to still talk about the princess reappearance?" It seemed like it didn't matter who was speaking. The rage everyone was feeling was palpable. "What are you expecting us to do? Shrink back? Were you expecting to win this kingdom back with no shed blood? How about we talk about something more important, like finding out who killed Ezen instead of harping on the process afterwards? Do you all think that just because he was an orphan, that he wasn't one of us?" This time Elder Flyleaf flew into a rage. These major families were supposedly on the side of good, and yet they still put up barriers like this. He knew these words coming from a simple subfamily leader wouldn't mean much, but he couldn't hold it in any longer. An elder of the Ingram family bellowed at Elder Flyleaf. "Since when was it your turn to speak in functions like this one? You're a glorified doorman. Don't overstep your boundaries." An elder of the Coventine family stepped in to strengthen the point. And plus, isn't it the boy you brought here that's responsible for all of this? You think a human can be trusted? You saw his devilish killing intent with your own eyes, and now you try and pretend like we don't know who could be responsible. Ridiculous. Elder Flyleaf shook with rage, but before she could answer, a young lady's voice rang out. Her body was shaking, and she was pale under the pressure of such experts. But the tears glistening in her resolute eyes didn't seem to care for her appearance or proper etiquette. I won't allow you to speak ill of Dian. I know this had nothing to do with him. Everyone fell silent, looking towards a beautiful girl with silver hair and purple-blue eyes. But the silence didn't last for long before a sneer came from the Ingram elder. Of course you'd say something so ridiculous. We found you warming his bed. If he wasn't responsible, then where is he now? Why hasn't he come to defend himself? Jade paled even further, before she felt a warmth envelop her. Who do you think you are to speak ill of my daughter? Watch your mouth, or else I'll watch it for you. You dare pressure a member of the younger generation like this? You think she'd be able to lie to her family about whether or not she retained her virginity? How dare you say those words? The Ingram elder continued to sneer, unperturbed. Win Eostre, have you grown senile with old age? Why would you think we'd ever believe your words? We're just supposed to accept that because the almighty Eostre family can play the fake role of true empath that we should hang on their every word. If it wasn't for your shit family being so useless, how could our king still be missing? If you're so great, how about you go and read the minds of the grand elders and tell us what the fuck is going on? Elder Win Eostre clenched his teeth with rage. Say those words one more time and see if I don't decapitate you where you stand. Ingram family or not, your words have consequences. The Ingram elder stood taut, ready for Jade's father to attack at any time. To win, it was the entire truth that his daughter retained her virginity. It was impossible for her to lie to him, for the same reason few truths escaped the Eostre family. And yet, they still slandered their family's name? What good major families they were. Enough! Princess Acacia's booming voice reigned over the hordes of major family members. Elder Ingram immediately apologized to the Eostre family. Insulting a virgin maiden of a major family is not a small crime. Do not hesitate to follow my orders or your punishment will be the crippling of your cultivation. You have 3 seconds. The hall fell silent. They had never seen the princess be so tyrannical. Despite the fact they acknowledged her as their interim ruler, many felt that it was only in name. But they suddenly realized that in the 10 years the king had been gone, the little girl had grown up. Elder Ingram trembled with rage, but didn't dare disobey. Bowing, he said his apologies. I spoke rashly. Please forgive me. When Eostre nodded, not wanting to offend the princess by holding a grudge. With the matter settled, the princess spoke again. Whether or not Dian was involved in this isn't something that can be concluded upon until he's been confronted. However, as of now, it is in our best interest to assume the worst-case scenario. Dian has defected to the Seigebert family and our location and plans are in jeopardy. A deep breath was sucked out of the air as the major families listened to Princess Acacia's words. This worst-case scenario also includes the kidnapping of my younger cousin. Therefore, should Dian be spotted, this must be handled with the utmost care. He is intelligent. He's already told us exactly what offending him would mean. Therefore, he's near untouchable now. I'm not willing to give up on my cousin because with the loss of Dian and Ezen, she's our last hope. The major families were secretly impressed with the princess. She calmly spoke of the worst-case scenario as though despite all of this, they could still succeed. Despite the words not being said, everyone inwardly thought them. The princess was noting down the worst case, because it was highly unlikely that it would be true. Because of this, whenever the real situation was figured out, it would mean that any case other than that worst one would put them in a better situation. It was a simple mind game, but one that would be effective nonetheless. Despite this, Jade's eyes glistened with tears. To everyone who could see her, they could only feel pity. It was clear that it hurt her to see someone she cared for treated like a criminal. Suddenly, the princess waved her hand. We aren't in the state of mind to continue this discussion. Go home. Cool down. This plan was never meant to be completed quickly. When I said within 2 decades, I meant every word of it. This isn't over. Not by a long shot. The princess stood to leave. Her long, deep blue hair swayed behind her along with her clear blue dress. Her back was straight and tall. It was clear to everyone that she wasn't yielding under the pressure. Unbeknownst to everyone, the princess looked down at an unassuming wooden ring, thinking to herself, if I had believed you, Ezen wouldn't have died. The princess chuckled silently. The worst part is you knew I wouldn't believe you. So the second step of your plan already hinged on Ezen's death. Just what level of foreplanning and intelligence have you reached? If you were right about that, does that mean? Suddenly, boom! Large cacophonic sounds blasted the underground facility. The place shook. Felt like everything was coming down. The ground quaked. The ceiling threatened to collapse. And it soon became difficult to hear anything over the screeching, high-pitched whine that hung in their ears. Princess! The missing palace guards Diane couldn't locate surrounded the princess, immediately moving her into one of the various escape tunnels. The surroundings shook, the array just barely holding up. And yet, what the guards and the princess didn't know was the sounds had long since stopped in the main hall, and only one group of escapees was followed. This was made clear. The perpetrators had no interest in the major families. They only wanted the princess dead. The guards and the princess burst into the forest, breathing heavily. The sounds of their footsteps rumbled in concert with an eerie feeling. They had one destination, Ri's mother's cave. The guards knew very well that they wouldn't be able to enter, but they were willing to sacrifice themselves for the princess. Not only for what she had done for them, but also what her father had done. But it seemed they'd never get the chance. Before they could even orient themselves correctly, endless shadows seemed to fall from the sky to surround them. They said nothing and made no sounds. It was as though they weren't even breathing. But one thing was clear. Each and everyone was a high-level saint. They stood no chance. They had played right into the hands of the enemy. They somehow also knew that in case of emergency, the major families and the princess would split themselves amongst tens of tunnels, hoping to protect the princess by forcing the pursuers to follow the wrong lead. And yet, they had seen through it so easily. The princess trembled, clutching the ring in her hand. I should have listened to you. Diane had left the princess 2 paths. With one he wrote about how in the very unlikely chance that lightning struck the ground 5 times in a single space and she actually believed him about Ezen, everything would be easy. But the second plan, the one she now had no choice but to follow, meant sacrificing herself for the sake of the kingdom. I guess we all pay for our ignorance. The princess slipped the ring on, staring at the powerful experts in the most direct way possible. The last thoughts the princess had before a raging tempest of energy ended everything were her final wishes. I hope I've helped you well, Ri. Live on, be strong. Diane, I hope my sacrifice fulfills the role you want it to. Holding on to Ri's hand, Diane flashed into the castle. Ri looked around stunned. This is the castle. How? Suddenly, Ri blushed, realizing she was holding onto Diane's hand too tightly, and went to let go. But Diane's grip was firm. Don't let go. I'm not sure what'll happen if you're not connected to me. Remember, the words in the sky are the only reason we can be here. If the elders can't handle it, I don't want to think about what would happen to you if you let go. Ri froze. Diane was right, but she felt an odd feeling holding onto his hand like this. But that feeling disappeared when she heard the next thing Diane said. Your hand is too dainty and small. Diane kneaded it playfully. So soft. Bringing you along is definitely worth it. Ri rolled her eyes, but still didn't dare let go of Diane's hand. Instead, she flicked his forehead with her other one. Why couldn't he be serious for once? He had completely overcorrected from that angsty teen he was not long ago. Focus, you idiot. What are we doing here? Diane got a serious expression on his face. At first, I wanted to leave my spatial ring with you in case anything bad happened where we're going. But you insisted on coming. And I don't know if the ring will be able to handle not being connected to me. Ri looked confused. What are you talking about? Diane shrugged leisurely. Elder Flyleaf told me that because the elves are so good at spatial magic, they took everything importance with them. So, wouldn't that mean that your dead King's Valley is somewhere around here? Where else could it be? Ri was stunned. You want to enter that death trap? And you wanted to do it alone? What's wrong with you? Do you even know anything about it? Ri only got more anger when she noticed Diane was smiling gently at her. Ugh, you're so reckless. There's only one place in this city that has information about that place. And it's not even this castle. If you were hoping to find out something about it here, you're out of luck. And considering how exclusive the place I'm talking about is, it's unlikely you've been there. Ri pulled on Diane's hand as she stormed forward. I can't believe you. Diane chuckled. He knew exactly what place Ri was talking about. But he didn't tell her that. He was having a fun time watching how concerned she was. She truly did make being at Tsundere adorable. Is Tsundere even the proper characterization for this woman? She's not hiding the fact she cares. She's just being angry while she cares. What do you even call that? I got it. Ri, my little faux glacé. Don't be so angry. Ri continued storming through the castle, going upstairs, down corridors, and through secret rooms. Everything was like a maze. Yet, Ri never hesitated in her movements. Finally, she stopped in front of an unassuming door. What the hell does faux glacé mean? Diane smiled. It means fire ice in French. You like it? Ri looked at Diane confused. Why are you calling me that? Obviously because you're a great combination of the two, Diane said, grinning. Ri sighed, too tired to deal with Diane's antics. She didn't know what French was, but she assumed by the context that it was a language of some sort. Beyond this door is a long corridor. It looks simple, but if anyone other than me or the princess touched this door, they would die. You coming here alone was suicide. Ri flicked Diane's forehead. Think before you act next time. Diane chuckled. He of course knew things wouldn't be so simple, but before Ri forced him to take her with him, he had already prepared numerous countermeasures, of which included a small-scale teleportation array. At his current level, Diane could create a teleportation array that spanned a 10 kilometers radius. Although that was nowhere near the level of the array, he used to come to the Elven Kingdom and negligible considering the sheer size of the planet. It was more than enough to teleport from one side of a door to another. What would defenses mean to him then? All Diane had to do was to sense whether or not the door had any protections against said teleportation. Then he'd be good to go. He could already tell that it didn't, so he wouldn't have even had to use his second plan. If the door had happened to have protections against teleportation, though, Diane would have simply created array puppets to trigger the door's mechanism again and again until they were weak enough for him to pierce through. It was a crude plan, but effective regardless. Because of his past of being tricked by those in disguise, namely Chunglei, and his attempt to kill Diane in the Legacy world, Diane spent a lot more time studying disguising techniques corresponding to array alchemy. It was nothing too difficult, actually. But, because of his relatively low level in array alchemy, he could only manipulate how light reflected off of things to trick those watching. Essentially, he could make himself, inanimate objects, or anyone else look like a completely different person or thing for an extended period of time. Then, from afar, he could place arrays within them to manipulate their movements. Using these techniques, tricking a security system into tripping itself was easy. He didn't even have to go the extra step of making the object look human. All he needed to do was manipulate the movement of a humanoid array, which could easily be accomplished by changing the form of a defensive array. Despite all of that preparation, Diane ended up not needing to use it. But he knew he was smarter than what she was saying, so he let it slide. Ladies first, Diane grinned. Ri rolled her eyes, reaching for the door. To Ri's touched, a slight glow appeared on the surface of the door before it pushed in. As they walked towards the end of the long corridor, Ri started to hesitate. You know, no one has had the right to enter Dead King's Valley for a long time. Diane looked over at Ri. She was still dressed in an alluring sports bra, and the grayish pair of sweatpants hung loosely to her curved hips. Diane didn't know why, but he always found it hard to not get distracted looking at her. Despite her supposedly normal appearance, her body and everything else was anything but. After we came here to this universe, there was a temp ban placed on entering because without true empaths, coupled with the declining genius of the younger generation, it was basically suicide. But even after the ranking tome finally acknowledged the first true empath in millennia, the ruler 2 spots before my uncle, and we reopened the world, our geniuses had degraded to the point where even with a guide we were a lost cause. Diane listened carefully. Much of this he had already guessed. The level of the elven kingdom of old had reached unprecedented heights. In fact, he was very clear on the fact that the universe they came from was one he probably couldn't even fathom the strength of. And yet, their younger generation declined to the point where a human boy like him could contend with geniuses 5 or more years his elder. How would that have ever been the case if they had the strength they used to? Diane was very clear on the fact that he needed to get stronger. Right now, he was in one of the weakest universes in existence, and his starting point was even lower than the supposed geniuses here. In this universe, he could fight against experts many cultivation levels higher than him. But would that really be the case elsewhere? When he met Thor, he couldn't have been more than 19 years old. Maybe he hadn't even stepped out of his 18th year of life. That was the same age as Olaf, the same age as Ors, the same age as Baal. And yet he felt like an insurmountable mountain. Like Diane had no business even thinking about facing him. An experience like that made Diane's blood boil. He hated feeling inferior, but he wasn't blindly arrogant. Since that time, he had put in ridiculous amounts of work. And he would continue to. Until there wasn't a genius in existence he wouldn't be above. However, these same things couldn't be said of the elven geniuses. They were still rapidly declining. In fact, from the words of Elder Dior, the elven kingdom only had access to lower-level heaven techniques. This made Diane immediately realize something. If Elder Flyleaf said they had managed to bring everything with them, and yet the elves only had techniques that massively paled in comparison to the celestial deer sect, then that could only mean that the rest of the techniques were within their legacy world. Diane wasn't interested in some divine techniques. He already had those. What he wanted were the singularity techniques of the 3 ancient elven clans. While Diane thought, continued, so, because sending them in even with a true empath was still suicide. The king at the time decided to lock the world down, waiting for a time where a genius worthy enough would be born. Took a deep breath as they reached the end of the corridor. I have feeling that, in the banquet you mentioned 2 months from now, Zaltarish and his family will petition to enter this world. Diane nodded in agreement. Makes sense? Then Diane grinned. Before we enter what I have to assume is the final room, what else do you want me to know? Kicked the back of Diane's knees. Can't you be serious? I'm about to risk my life for you because you're an idiot who can't tell stupidity from bravery. Turned away, clearly annoyed. Diane released Ree's hand and patted her head, enjoying the partly ice-cold, but still gentle feeling. Don't be ridiculous. I'm an unprecedented genius. And you're always telling me that you're still better. No? Then how could we possibly be risking our lives? Ree looked up at Diane sighing. Without my manifestation, it'll be difficult for me, she said softly. Diane pinched Ree's cheek, snorting. As if I'd let something happen to you. Let's go. With that, Diane pushed the door without a shred of hesitation. And as he expected, even the words he left in the sky had no effect on this room. The eerie fog rolled along the ground as the portal swirled before Ree and Diane. The statues stood majestically on either side, back straight. The pressure coming off of them was palpable. When Diane tried to scan them with his aurora, he felt a searing pain in eyes that made him blink quickly in response. Those statues, they aren't normal. Ree watched Diane's back as he stared at the statues. Does he not know it's not normal to stand in front of those statues as though nothing was happening? Ree stood slightly behind Diane, and she was fully aware that she was being shielded from the pressure. She had no idea if she would even be able to stand if it wasn't for Diane. To Ree, she was sure that she was a great talent. In fact, She was sure her talent likely didn't lose out to Diane's. But standing in front of these statues took more than talent. It took having the will of a ruler. Ree sighed to herself. And after all these years, I thought I changed. All those plans, all that training. Yet I'm content to stand with his help. The truth was that Ree wasn't always someone who loved having a lot of responsibility. It was only after her mother left, then her uncle left, that she realized something needed to change within her. But it was clear she didn't have Diane's disposition. She was caring, supportive, understanding. She was willing to risk her life if it meant having a chance to make sure nothing happened to Diane. Whether that be because he was acknowledged by her mother, or because he cared enough to let her taste ice petals dance again, or because of his love and care for children he could have easily ignored. She didn't know what it was exactly. But she knew Diane was someone she wanted in her life, whether she ended up standing behind him or beside him, and maybe when it was the right time, in front of him. Suddenly, Ree felt a strong and gentle warmth grab her hand. She looked up to find Diane smiling at her. It was suddenly very clear to her that she had been trembling. Diane pulled Ree to his side, making his thoughts clear. He turned back towards the statues, his eyes sharpening and his aura bright. Diane's voice boomed. "Don't you know who you're in the presence of? Kneel." Boom. Diane's manifestations erupted. His weapon's pagoda leered domineeringly, dripping with a blood-red aura. Wings burst from his back, one wrapping around Ree as his energy continued to rise. Ree was stunned. What's he doing? When Diane had thought those statues weren't normal, he couldn't have been more correct. These statues were the guardians of Dead King's Valley. At their peak, their power was unprecedented. Even with the ravages of time, their power wouldn't pale in comparison to a lower celestial stage expert. And yet Diane asked them to kneel. Ree felt the warmth of Diane's wing and the softness of its feathers, blushing when her hands found their way to his bare torso. But she couldn't help but warn him. "Diane, those statues are there to make sure anyone entering can handle the pressure of the realm. Although they're puppets, I'm sure you know that the greatest of treasures can gain sentience. Just like your supposed abyssal cores. It's best you don't offend it." Ree's words were cut off with endless shock. There in front of her, the majestically armored statues suddenly moved. With no thought of reservation or hesitancy, they bowed. Their knees touched the ground, their heads leaning forward in reverence. Suddenly, all the pressure in the room vanished. Diane smiled. His manifestation disappearing, he looked down at Ree. "See? We just needed to ask nicely." Ree was stunned, but when she noticed Diane still had his arm around her, she lightly pushed him away, pouting. "You're so reckless. Are you really so prideful that you had to make statues that are literally millions of years old?" "Kneel for you?" Diane chuckled. "Kneel for me? You're mistaken. How could I let them stand so domineeringly when there's clearly a beautiful lady is here with me? Is beauty not worth kneeling for?" Diane's carefree laughter boomed as he walked forward, leaving Ree speechless. Walking forward until he was nearly upon the portal, Diane patted the shoulder of one of the guardians. "You come with me?" Looking over at the other, he continued. "You stay here. If we're gonna cheat, I think only one of you is necessary." Ree looked at the scene wide-eyed as the statue stood and nodded, standing dominatingly at more than 10 meters, and still respectfully standing behind Diane. The statues themselves were covered in cracked stone. It was clear the wear and tear of time was affecting them. Diane looked up in pity. "I'm not powerful enough to fix you to your peak right now, but once everything here is settled, I can at least make you look better than old and cracked stone. And once I reach the proper level of power, even a Tao formation stage expert will think twice about fighting you." Ree looked on as she thought she saw a flash of appreciation cross the faces of the statues. Just who is this man? Diane. Suddenly Ree thought of something. These statues, they were part of your plan? How could you even know they were here? Unless, Diane laughed. "Of course, I've been to the place you're thinking of." Diane turned back to Ree. "And once the day of that banquet comes, everyone will come to know the price for playing games with me." Ree looked at Diane, a complicated expression on her face. "He knows, doesn't he? And here I thought I was intelligent. Ree chuckled to herself. How many years have us elven families spent planning? For everything to be seen through by a human boy who hasn't even been here a month. Ree sighed. I guess there's solace in the fact he's the only one to ever figure it out. Diane smiled at Ree. When you come to know how I put everything together, you'll realize it was more luck than anything else. If not, it would have taken me much longer. Diane waved towards Ree. Come on. Don't you know how fun it is to play a game with a list of cheat codes? Diane grinned, knowing very well Ree had no idea what he was talking about. Ree looked apprehensive though. You know Dead King's Valley is very particular, right? You can't just use external power sources like this. A sudden look of realization hit Diane. Ah, you're right. Diane waved his hand. A complex purple-gold formation appearing. Suddenly, a look of disgust appeared on Diane's face. This'll take too many hours to draw. Maybe days. Unless... Diane grinned. Boom! Massive 3-meter wings appeared on Diane's back. His humanoid manifestation appearing domineeringly. The peak circle of flaming black gold glowed viciously. Diane's aurora erupted, his soul stage jumping immediately to the peak of the higher essence stage as his base soul stage broke through into the middle essence stage. The speed of the array increased drastically. Complex lines cut through the air, leaving behind an endless feeling of majesty and precision. Mesmerized, Ree didn't even notice when half an hour passed. Diane looked almost like a ghost. His eyes sunk into their sockets and his lean but strong torso looked as though it had lost 20 pounds. But he still pushed through as the last line was drawn in the air. Pushing his hand forward, the array slowly fused with the statue, causing a small tremor to pass through it. Diane stumbled but was caught by the statue. Ree sighed in relief as she watched Diane slowly burn his aurora to heal himself. Soon Diane looked back to health. It had already been a day and a half since he completed the array, but all that mattered was that he was doing much better now. Diane turned to Ree was soundly meditating, seemingly still trying to manifest her soul. Walking over silently, Diane rubbed her head. Ree opened her eyes to find a shining pair of pure hazel green eyes. What exactly did you do? Well, you said we're not allowed external help, right? Isn't puppet making a facet of array alchemy? Aren't puppets weapons? So, if it's under my ownership and I trick the world into thinking it's my creation, it's my power, no. Diane grinned. Ree trembled. Diane made it sound so simple. What could be simple about gaining ownership of a puppet that was a peak-level Dao formation stage expert in its prime? The sheer complexity of the arrays that made it would send even experts of that level into a frenzy. And yet Diane weaved his way through to leave his mark. Just like that? A puppet made by someone who had a soul stage thousands of times greater than Diane's own. Diane laughed. You're thinking too much. Maybe at its peak it would be too much for me, but many of its defenses have degraded and the complexity of the arrays have lessened. Also, it has sentience and is willing to follow us. That only made it easier, no? Ree rolled her eyes. I'm sure your fiancé is fed up with how you make impossible things sound so simple. Whatever. Let's go. Diane smiled. All right, let's go. Ree was stunned as Diane grabbed her waist, leaping with her to broad shoulder of the statue. Think about it. We'll be tested on talent for our cultivation, but we have a celestial-level expert with us. What could be a better cheat than this? Diane laughed as though he had just heard the funniest joke in the world. Cheater, Ree pouted. Diane grinned. Well, think about it this way. I can only leave them in my ring when we go campaigning. So, I might as well make full use of them now, no? Ree rolled her eyes. You'll probably just find a new way to cheat. You think every campaign leader can have demon generals? You've already entered your supposed cheat codes. Diane was stunned before she realized she was right. But this only sent him into another fit of laughter. Wiping the tears from his eyes, Diane finally looked up. Welp, little faux glacé. Let's go raid your ancestors. Diane and Ree sat comfortably, each on one shoulder of the stone puppet. The world around them was a dense bluish-white fog. So dense, in fact, that it was hard to see even a hand they placed directly in front of their face. Diane could faintly feel that as they walked forward, The pressure around them was increasing. This is probably the part of the world that requires a true empath to see through what is hiding here. And this pressure, it's a time limit. Using his aurora to constantly keep tabs on Ri, Dian felt more secure about her safety. But he still kept his senses sharp. The reason was simple. In the past, a true empath would have led the young geniuses through this area. These true empaths would have been so rare that it was unlikely that it could have been anyone else but the king or queen of the time. After taking that into consideration, how could the king or queen of the ancient elven kingdom be a mere lower celestial stage being? As such, Dian lied to Ri to help her feel better, telling her that they'd be able to cheat their way through, when that may only be the case after they left this fog. After all, if even the almighty true empaths of old couldn't protect all of the geniuses, how could a broken-down puppet do so? Dian knew that Ri most likely understood he was lying for her benefit. But he still moved forward with utmost confidence in his actions. For one, he refused to give up such an opportunity. He had to use the energy etching the words into the sky for another purpose soon as part of his plan. So he couldn't use them to keep the castle vacant forever. The second reason was that he knew regardless of the danger, Ri would insist on coming. With that set in stone, the only option was to continue forward. Ri wasn't a damsel to be protected. Dian knew fully well that the only reason he handled the Stone Guardians better than she did was that he had been prepared. Ri could have adjusted on her own. If she couldn't have, how would a simple touch from Dian snap her out of her fearful state? Dian's aurora suddenly picked up something odd. There's spatial distortion everywhere. Ri, yes. I'm about to command the puppet to make some odd movements so we can get out of here. Be prepared for sudden movements. Ri sent a slight sound of confirmation. Dian silently chuckled to himself. He felt like the leader of a road trip who swore they weren't lost, yet had no real idea what they were doing. From what he could tell, the fog was concealing what was happening to them and manipulating them. When they wanted to turn right, they went left. When they wanted to go forwards, they went backward. However, Dian was sensitive to things like this for one reason: it was an array. This array is too high level. How do I get out of here? Dian closed his eyes in meditation, sending his waves of calm towards Ri, so she understood he wasn't panicking in the least. Just like that, a week passed. With each passing step, Dian memorized more and more of the array. And with each passing second, his brows furrowed more and more. Dian inwardly sighed. You're not meant to figure out the array. A true empath would simply be able to feel the right path. But this is the only option we have. I'm not willing to use another. What Dian didn't know was that the wills left behind by the elven kings and queens of old were watching the scene intently. It had been too long since the last members of the younger generation had entered, and there had never been such an odd occurrence. The crowd of them was endless. They all floated in a fog-filled, yet royally decorated, room. They themselves no longer held any power, not because the wills of the dead had the inability to do so, but because sustaining a special legacy world like this required some sacrifice. Though, despite being kings and queens, they were an odd sight. No longer having humanoid forms, they were but lightly bobbing spheres of light. As such, they communicated with their minds, leaving the room completely and utterly silent. A human boy and a half-elf. Is this what our kingdom has fallen to? A sigh rang out. They're just walking around aimlessly. If they had a true empath with them, this wouldn't be necessary. A pause reigned over as no one seemed willing to speak. They had placed so much of their hope for the future in these kids. And, although they had no way of knowing what was happening in the outside world, the drastic declining in talent was clear for them all to see. In fact, since the Elven Kingdom moved from their original universe, not a single monarch or genius had been worthy of being buried with them all. However, just as they were about to resign to their fate, a voice of disagreement came. It's been a week, and yet they haven't stepped into any of the traps. They haven't crashed into the barriers. In fact, if you pay attention, you'll notice the fact that they're systematically stepping through every area of the array, as though they were studying it. This voice came from a will older than many here. It had been so long since they heard his voice, Many had thought he had succumbed to his fate and officially passed on. Elder brother. What does this mean? They were truly confused. How does one study an array that can forcefully make you go in a direction you don't want to? It wasn't a simple matter of thinking you want to go left, but going right just to force the array to send you in the direction you want. If that was the case, wouldn't it be too easy? No, the array read the will of those it trapped. It was impossible to trick it in such a simple way. That boy, he has an innate aurora. What? If Diane had been there, he would have found this reaction odd. He had never kept his innate aurora a secret, and yet many of this low-ranking universe took the news of him having it in stride. So why would ancient wills, who had most likely seen much more than the experts of this universe, act so surprised? The old bobbing will sent the faint concept of nodding into the minds of those listening. His manifestation has an incarnation of his aurora. He has the perfect innate aurora. His future in array alchemy, should those hypocritical old bastards not kill him, will be limitless. This was a concept Diane had yet to come across. In fact, it was a concept even his master's memories wouldn't have. When Diane began his foundational understanding of array alchemy, even he had found it hard to differentiate the soul and the aurora. In the end, he concluded that the basis of array alchemy was using the soul as a power source for the aurora to produce an aurora flame for alchemy, or to manipulate that aurora flame into the lines of an array. This conclusion was flawless. In fact, many took decades to grasp this concept while Diane was able to do it within days. But this was not the most important point. Often, the importance of the power source was glossed over when it was actually an important concept into and of itself. When one has a manifestation, that manifestation of course affects your aurora. This was what made Diane conclude that there was likely something different about Ri's soul, considering her aurora's blue color. However, what would happen if you manifested the embodiment of an aurora? What if your manifestation was so in tune with your aurora that your array alchemy reached all new heights? This was what happened to Diane. One of the 6 flaming black gold circles contained an eye, a mind's eye, another name for an aurora. This was why Diane's innate soul was at the peak of the middle blossom stage. His aurora wasn't in its complete state until he unleashed his manifestation. In other words, Diane's innate soul strength was never at the 3rd level, but instead at the peak of the blossom stage, thereby completing the cycle of meridian formation and bringing his affinity for array alchemy to an all-new height. Those with innate auroras without a matching manifestation couldn't hope to match up to Diane. After this revelation, minutes passed before another thought rang out. But this array isn't so simple. We all know very well that this array wasn't left by us. Even we don't know the secrets of it. How could an array of such a level be analyzed and cracked by a child not even 2 decades old? This was something Diane had deduced as well. Why would the elves make it so that part of their test for legacies included the need for a true empath? It didn't make sense. If you wanted to test the talents of the younger generation, why would you make a test they couldn't pass without outside influences? If that was as difficult as you wanted the test to be, shouldn't you only allow true empaths to enter? But this wasn't the choice of the elves currently present. The old will sighed again. A god's will, soul sacrifice. Those words would have sent shivers down the spines of the wills had they retained their original bodies. To those of the outside world, that technique was one that predicted the destruction of the ancient elven kingdom. But these old spherical wills knew it as something else, something that Diane had come to think through for himself. According to the story Elder Flyleaf told, that technique was taken out of Dead King's Valley during one of their last expeditions in order to try and find a way to salvage their declining kingdom. But if that technique was found within Dead King's Valley, didn't that mean it originated from an even older elf? An elf that would have brought the technique into Dead King's Valley in the first place? Diane couldn't have been more correct. The destruction of the elven kingdom wasn't the first prophecy that technique had ever told. At the expense of the soul of the one who created the technique, it told of one more thing. Something that etched a new tradition into the lives of the elves. It told of a day the elven clan would decline. A day where they would barely be able to rise again on their own. A day where their once thriving universe would come to be known as chaos. However, it also told of hope. It told of the legend of the true empath. It told of the fact that one day, love's bond between a true empath and an unprecedented genius would lead the elven kingdom back to their former glory. As such, from that day forward, a race of elves that derived themselves from a singularity technique transformed from simple guides to the kings and queens of a powerful race. Waiting for the day that Savior would come to them, binding themselves with their monarch, and leading the elves to glory, a singularity technique that happened to be grasped by the Eostray family ancestor. The old will continued. This won't be where he stumbles. And just like that, the wills watched silently as another half a month passed. Ree only quietly mediated. Diane had never once stopped sending her a calming feeling. Warmth blossomed in her heart as Ree thought about how it had been so long since Diane had slept. Yet he still cared about something as meaningless as her feelings. Suddenly, there was a change in Diane's psyche. Yes, the old floating wills heard this shout and focused intently on Diane. Did he really figure it out? What happened, Diane? Asked Ree softly. I figured it out. This is like a simple block game. There's one piece you have to shift outwards while diligently and cleverly shifting all the other out of the path. The problem and complexity come in with this array because it's the pattern of our movements that decide the shifting of the blocks. And every wrong move resets the blocks. Suddenly Diane realized his explanation was ridiculous. How could Ree possibly know about a mobile phone game from the human world? But the concept was simple. Within a set space, there was an arrangement of vertical and horizontal blocks with one opening. Among those blocks, there was a single one that had to be pushed out of the opening in order to complete the puzzle. However, the difficulty of the game came because every block seemed to have the sole purpose of stopping you from sliding that penultimate block out of the opening. In addition, each block had access to only one-dimensional movement, meaning you could only move a given block either left or right or up and down. The worst part was that this array took this difficulty to a whole other level. For one, instead of a simple and straightforward sliding of the block by pushing or pulling, all movements were dictated by the pattern of movement a person trapped in the array executed. And to make it worse, the patterns of movement became convoluted because the array was constantly making you go left when you wanted to go right, or up when you wanted to go down. And to add yet another layer of complexity, while this block game in the human world usually maxed out at maybe 10 total blocks, this array had 999. Ree's voice rang out. Diane. Diane looked confused. Yeah. Did you say something? Diane frown deepened. You didn't hear me? No. You said something? A sudden realization hit Diane. This is an ancient game. An ancient game? Ree shivered. So I can't hear your explanation. She had seen ancient games many times before. But their scale was much smaller than this. How could this be an ancient game? But she didn't doubt Diane. The fact he had tried to explain something she didn't hear was all the proof that was needed. What they hadn't realized was the mere fact Diane could even attempt to explain meant he had reached a watershed moment in his understanding of the game. If it had been anyone else, they would have been blocked off from even attempting to speak on it. Yet, to Diane, he spoke, it was just that Ree didn't hear. Which meant, Diane had grasped the game, but the array blocked Ree from gaining Diane's knowledge. Diane thought deeply to himself. No wonder elves are supposedly the best at these games. Their legacy world literally opens with them. Because of the Eostray family, the elves were nigh untouched in this game. Their movements held mistakes because they were technically fake true empaths, but much less than that of a normal human or beast. And the truth was, if true empaths were also mistake-free, why would past geniuses ever have died? Being a pseudo or true empath only made the game easier. Kind of like having a modified controller to cheat a video game. It wasn't perfect. Only by knowing the true rules of the games would you succeed 100% of the time. So, because of this experience, Diane had suddenly gained an all-new skill. But if it wasn't for the puppet protecting Diane and Ree from the pressure, they would have long since died. But, thanks to proper planning, everything worked out. Diane chuckled. It really took me almost a month to figure out the rules of a game. How ridiculous. Hold on, little faux glacé, we're about to start moving really fast. The pressure is getting to be too much. If it wasn't for our friendly puppet here, we would have long since been crushed. Diane flashed to Ri's side, seemingly now completely unbothered by the space distortion of the ancient game. Ri looked happy to see Diane for the first time in weeks. In fact, she hadn't even heard him speak. All she felt was the constant pressure of his aurora, keeping her calm. Diane hadn't had any rest. His brain felt like it was on its last heels, but the strength of his body had vastly increased thanks to the food of heaven's wine. So, he was barely holding it together. When Ri saw Diane's haggard appearance, she felt a dull ache in her heart. "Are you okay?" she asked softly. Diane grinned despite the space around his eyes looking as though he had been punched repeatedly. "I'm just fine. I just need a rest, but I don't want to fall off the puppet. So, I came to lie on you." Ri rolled her eyes. How ridiculous was that excuse? As if the puppet would ever allow Diane to fall. But she only sighed as Diane collapsed into a deep sleep as soon as his head fell into her lap. It was like he no longer had any strength to stand. "I came to help you, but I only became a pillow." Ri blushed a bit when she felt Diane's hands wrap around her waist, faintly touching the exposed skin between her sweatpants and sports bra. But she couldn't bring herself to push him away. So, she just gently played with his golden brown hair as the puppet acted on Diane's final commands. Diane slept a long time, fully aware that this set of commands would take at least 3 days to complete. The last thought Diane had before becoming unconscious was one even the elves had themselves. Why is an ancient game guarding a special legacy world? Outside of Dead King's Valley, the Elven Kingdom was getting restless. The Alliance felt they no longer had a head and could only conclude that maybe it was best they chose a new side to support. At the same time, the Sijbrit and Norville families were taking full advantage, announcing that they would have important news that would change the direction of the kingdom come the banquet in 1 month's time. The subfamilies had no idea how to take this. They could only sway with the wind, hoping the bloodshed would be kept to a minimum. But many thought there would be no bloodshed. What use would there be for it? The king was gone. His daughter was dead. His niece was missing. And his brother had no power to do anything. Headmaster Acacia could only believe in Diane. He had met the boy himself. He was absolutely certain that he wouldn't harm Ri. If Ri's father was wrong about this, what use were his centuries of experience be? To be unable to read the motivations of a teenage boy? How ridiculous! He had kept himself distant from the Alliance because he was aware that his actions had been closely monitored ever since his brother appointed him this position. But now he felt like a useless figurehead, one with no real sway to do anything. Headmaster Acacia sighed. "Just what are you planning? I know you've been there. So, just what did you figure out to make these moves?" In a far corner of the Elven Island, in the Sijbrit Holy Land, a secret meeting was taking place. There, a man who looked like a much more mature Zalterish stood. He was almost 3 meters in height. His skin was a pale gray, yet his long dark hair and piercing red eyes gave him a devilish handsomeness few could match. It was impossible to tell that he was thousands of years old. He stood in a dark throne room, a layer of palpable darkness layering everything. Suddenly, the large doors of the room pushed open, allowing a rushing teenage boy in. Kneeling before his father, Zalterish quickly spoke. "Father, they're here." The head of the Sijbrit family, Sinit Sijbrit, nodded faintly, turning his body towards the entrance as an old Chinese man many heads shorter than him walked in. On one side of him was a beautiful fair-skinned Asian girl. Her hair was a jet black, but her eyes were a twinkling purple color. Despite this, she seemed deadpan, unwilling to express any emotions. On the other side was a handsome Chinese young man. He stood taller than his elder, and he had the air of a genius but was still reserved in the presence of his elder. Sinit's eyes sharpened as he looked at the old man. Despite their difference in height, he felt unparalleled danger. "Celestial realm." The old man chuckled lightly at Sinit's serious reaction, not minding at all. Although they looked like a member of the older generation meeting that of the younger, they were in fact around the same age. The old man slightly nodded. "This is my second granddaughter-in-law, Maying. This is my grandson, Chenglei." The Dayu family greets the Sijbrit head, Now, shall we get to business? Ree sat cross-legged on the shoulder of the statue as it walked out of the array. It had been almost 3 days since Diane had fallen asleep, but they had finally made it out to find the true test of talent. In front stood a staircase spanning what looked like 99 steps, subdivided into 9 parts. Reaching the end of each section meant obtaining a key to each of the 9 corresponding palaces at the very top. Floating above these 9 palaces was yet another palace that Ree recognized immediately. That's the tomb for the wills who rest here. Everything still had vague amount of gray-blue fog floating around endlessly. But the most striking feature was the pressure Ree could feel even from the first step. Pressure she could feel without even having stepped onto it. In Ree's lap, Diane still slept soundly, a faint smile on his face. His arms were still wrapped around Ree's waist as he occasionally nuzzled his nose into her torso. Ree could only sigh. You take advantage of me even in your sleep. You have pervert written into your veins. You would rather sleep in such an awkward position than let me go. Despite what she thought, Ree had a faint smile on her face. She didn't notice when, but she had been stroking Diane's cheeks softly for hours absent-mindedly. After a few hours, Diane groaned himself awake. But when Ree thought carefully, she almost burst into a fit of laughter. Your stomach growls louder than your voice, she said lightly. Diane blinked awake at the sound of Ree's voice, but his senses were immediately filled with a sweet scent and a bare torso, causing him to grin, nuzzling his nose again. So soft. Ree flicked Diane's ear. Focus, we have half the time we did when we got here. I'm sure considering your actions something big is happening outside. Diane nodded, reluctantly getting up and stretching. Rubbing his stomach, Diane grinned. Food first though. You guys said I sent you too much food, right? Ree rolled her eyes, waiting patiently while Diane ate more than should be possible for even a beast, let alone a human. Ree sighed. Eating so much spiritual food is going to make you burst. Diane nodded vaguely, seemingly too interested in eating to pay much attention to anything else. His strong body made it okay for him to stay awake for long periods of time, and even stay extended periods of time without food. But that didn't mean he was willing to. Soon, Diane sighed with satisfaction, taking in his surroundings. Because of Diane's manifestation and the stress it placed on him, Diane's soul had firmly stepped into the 5th middle stage. But that was more bad news than anything else. The truth was that his body still wasn't strong enough to handle it when he boosted his soul to the middle 6th stage. He had pushed himself hard, so even now his body ached. So much so that he had easily just eaten 3x more than he usually did, just so his body would have the nutrients to repair itself. Diane sighed with satisfaction, having taken everything in. This'll be simple. The puppet is seen as an extension of myself and I can easily use it to protect you. Normally in situations like this, protecting more than yourself from the onslaught of energies and auras would be suicide. But if I'm taking a talent test for an 18-year-old with no cultivation, using a celestial stage puppet, wouldn't that be too easy already? Hearing Diane's explanation, Ree nodded. Let's go then. But I want to see how far I can walk on my own first, she said faintly. Diane looked at Ree's side profile quietly. Noticing her resoluteness, he nodded, urging the puppet to place her at the bottom of the first set of steps. Ree stood at the end of the steps resolutely, her sword appearing in her hand. It wasn't that it was help, but she felt comfortable holding something that used to belong to her mother. It wasn't powerful. In fact, it was a common-level weapon, but she refused to change it. Diane watched silently as Ree's energy spiked. Her blue-silver hair fluttered wildly as she took a step forward. Watching Ree so casually walk up the first tier of steps, Diane smiled lightly. But the reaction of the bobbing old wills was nothing remotely similar to Diane's nonchalant attitude. I thought at first the girl was just a useless lover the child brought along. But it seems that had she had a proper guide, she'd be among the best to ever step foot in our special legacy world. Should we really allow a half-elf and human to take the things that were built by us? Silence was the only answer this will received for a long time. In some form or fashion it was right, even considering how it was likely that Diane was prophesied to be of great help to their race. If he took everything important to them, Would they really be okay with a human solving all of their problems? And that wasn't even considering the fact that the prophecies themselves were subject to interpretation. There was no telling how the words themselves should be understood. For example, if the rise of the Elven Kingdom was due to a love bond, how could they tell whether it would be Dian himself who succeeded, or a child within his lineage with the true empath that did? What if the rising up the prophecy spoke of just meant enlightenment through death? Although the bobbing wills felt ridiculous thinking of all of the possibilities, whether that be interpreting what was meant by love bond or interpreting what was meant by rising up, they had no tangible proof for refuting any one of these possibilities. But the problem was, the more they thought about it, the more time passed, and the more time that passed, the further Ree walked up the stairs. Dian watched as Ree seemed to be casually strolling through endless pressure. The fog raged wildly around her feet, and her long blue-silver hair seemed to have a life of its own. Yet, despite the protesting of the stairs, Ree had already reached the 5th tier of steps. The bobbing wills could only watch bitterly. In our history, the furthest a genius has traveled is the 10th step of the 9th tier. But, was it really this easy back then? The old Bob sighed as Ree almost instantly reached the 1st step of the 8th tier. You all need to remember that this world wasn't originally ours to begin with. We gained much benefit from it, and now it's brought us 2 youths that will only help us further. They should at least be questioned before we make a decision. Many could only keep their bitterness to themselves. There was no refuting the words of such an old will, especially when they were words of logic. So, they could only watch as Ree's steps gradually slowed, as her face paled, as the grip on her sword intensified under the pressure. She could no longer lift her arms as she tried to lift her foot to the 11th and last step of the 8th tier. The corners of her mouth seeped with blood. Her hand had wrapped around her sword so tightly that even her palms began to be cut apart. I can do this, for Dad, for Mom. I can do this. Dian watched with a dull pain in his heart. But he didn't step forward to help her. This was something Ree wanted to do on her own, and helping her right now would be nothing less than a slap in the face. Dian knew how complex Ree's past was. In fact, he had only truly just figured it out. The level of respect he had gained for Ree, for her intelligence, her foresight, her strength, he could hardly put into words. He had resigned himself in the beginning to seek revenge against those who had harmed the orphans and Ms. Everdeen. But now he had another thing he found just as important, to alleviate the burden a little girl had been holding on to all on her own. But, despite this, Dian knew that there were some fights Ree had to fight for herself. And this was on of them. So, when Ree stabilized herself on the 10th step of the 9th tier, Dian held his breath in anticipation. The 9th palace. A palace none of the elves had ever been to. What would be in there? Ree took a deep breath. Her bones cracked under the pressure. Her sword weighed hundreds of pounds now, but she still refused to let go. Her hair no longer fluttered. It was as though it was being steam pressed into her. There was no room for comfort. Yet, she still lifted her foot for the last step. Suddenly, it was like there was no sound left in the world. The whooshing of the fog had stopped. The gentle grating of the stone puppet had stopped. Ree's delicate grunting could no longer be heard either. It was as though everything watched in anticipation as Ree took her last step. Boom! A raging tempest of wind swept violently through the 99 steps, each one glowing successively. Dian's eyes widened. It feels like the Aurora Awakening pill on a whole other level. Does this mean? Almost as if to answer Dian's question, Ree's aurora raged as a violent blue flame, reaching higher and higher as her body shook on the final step. Dian grit his teeth. I can't stop this. If I do, she'll miss her opportunity. Ag! Dian winced, listening to Ree's screams of agony. Is this what it's like, opening the last percentages of an aurora? Ree keeled over, landing so heavily on all fours that she felt the bones in her hands and knees shatter almost beyond repair. Tears streamed down her face as her glowing aurora only intensified in strength. It was as though the pressure of the last step was crushing her without remorse. Dian dug his nails into his palms, trying to calm himself. Watching a friend he held dearly suffer like this wasn't something he was willing to see. But he kept his eyes focused. 93%. 94%. Hold on, Ri. I'll come get you soon. Ri tried to stop her body from trembling, but she couldn't. Every shift of her body sent waves of pain through her cracked bones. Endlessly. 97%. 99%. Go! Boomed Diane. The stone puppet launched itself into action, immediately storming up the steps in the blink of an eye. It was almost as though the pressure didn't exist for it as it reached Ri's side. Diane wasn't in the right frame of mind to think properly, so he jumped from the puppet, landing on the 99th step. And yet, he didn't have the time or patience to take notice that the steps did nothing to him as he rushed towards Ri. But, if he spared the time to think about it, wouldn't the reason why be obvious? Why would stairs meant to fully awaken auroras affect someone with a perfect innate aurora? Barrier! He barked at the puppet. The pressure was gone in an instant, causing Ri to collapse. Diane bit his lip as he gently flipped Ri over, pouring his aurora into her. Fucking hell! I knew her body was special, but this... Diane's aurora was having no effect on healing Ri. He felt just like he had back when he first integrated the demon sage's blood. Her body was of too high quality for him to do much of anything. Let me see if I can stimulate her aurora to help. Diane's aurora melded slowly with Ri's. It was a difficult process that had to be done delicately, or else one of their souls would definitely suffer. It's not enough. Diane frowned deeply. What kind of body can't be healed with two fully awakened auroras? Diane could only grit his teeth, releasing his manifestation. He knew it wasn't a good idea to do this now. His body had just barely recovered from the time he used it for the stone puppet. And yet, despite being sure that this task would take even longer than the 30 minutes he had used before, Diane still felt he had to do this. Boom! Majestic wings tore their way into existence as Diane's manifestation loomed menacingly. Diane felt his skin redden and his muscles tear as his soul climbed rapidly toward the peak of the higher essence stage. But he suffered through it as he watched Ri's pale face redden with color. Diane felt as though when he simulated his manifestation, the change in his aurora was more than just a quantity change. It was a quality one as well. It was like his aurora was now complete, and this was the feeling that made him think back his thoughts on how odd it was for his innate soul to be the equivalent of a mid-meridian formation stage expert. However, this change was something his body wasn't ready to handle, and he wondered if it would ever be. By Diane's calculations, 2% of the demon sage's blood and about 12% of the celestial deer and demon Chilan blood should be enough to sustain a peak essence stage soul, and yet his body was having difficulty dealing with a higher essence stage one. This was why he was clear on the fact this power-up was more than just an added power output. But Diane could only set this aside for now because his body was trembling under the pressure. Soon, Diane was knocked out as well, collapsing beside Ri on the final step, the stone puppet their only guard. Many miles away from the Elven Kingdom, a banquet was taking place for the young elites of the universe. Sitting elegantly beside a beautiful olive-skinned girl, a beauty of unparalleled elegance and tranquility sat at a large table, sipping a drink leisurely, and she typed away on an odd-looking device. This olive-skinned girl was of course Delia. Over the past year, she had grown into her god-level constitution perfectly. Her features were still full and inviting. Her greenish-hazel eyes shone with a new sharpness, but there were clearly specks of a cold blue within them. The dress she wore was very modern, reminiscent of a Western world creation. A short black skirt with tight stockings and comfortable flats graced her lower half. Above it was a nice white blouse with elegantly arranged fabric folds. She looked like a top-class beauty, and yet, she still paled in comparison to the girl sitting beside her. Madeline wore a tight-fitting purple cheapao that ran a single slit down her left leg. Her hair was up in its usual bun, holding a familiar hairpiece treasure in it. Although it looked lazy, it couldn't hide her beauty even a little. Her crystal-framed glasses now had a distinct purplish tint to them, accenting her golden eyes. And although she was the center of attention to everyone attending this banquet, she seemed to only have eyes for the device in her hand. The smile she had on her face was so mesmerizing the banquet hall was silent. Not a single pair of eyes not on her as she giggled, oblivious to the attention she was drawing. Delia nudged her covertly, whispering in her ear as she leaned forward, "Big sister, people are looking at you." Madeline snapped her head up, immediately noticing Delia was right. But what could she do? She was just trying to mind her own business. This wasn't even something she wanted to come to. Her master had forced her to under the guise of how good it was for her future. How ridiculous was that? But the constant nagging was only getting annoying. Her master had seemingly forgotten about Diane, and even worse, had most definitely forgotten about the warning he had given her. To Madeline's master, the only thing that mattered was Madeline and her well-being. Despite what she had told Madeline a year ago, she still believed within her that this was a passing phase Madeline would soon get over. And yet, even had the first 7 months of worrying about Diane, Madeline's master found her typing on that odd device for hours a day, never stopping. At that time, Madeline's master had hoped that Diane was just dead, having succumbed to his wounds. Maybe he would just never respond and disappear forever. But that didn't happen, because 7 months later, Diane finally responded to Madeline, and it was like an already endlessly burning flame had raged to all new heights. Madeline's master was known as Esther Sapientia. She was born and raised in a Sapientia lower branch of the planet Earth and had been a genius since birth. However, much like Madeline, she displayed talent beyond her station, causing her to rise rapidly and eventually earn a place as the elder of the main branch. However, all along she relied on herself. She refused marriage proposals, love letters, and even friends much of the time just to further herself. As such, she felt like she was stuck now, with years of accumulated bitter feelings. Esther believed that maybe her disciple should take a new route and form the relationships she didn't. But, much to her dismay, Madeline was only interested in forming one relationship, and it was a dangerous one. Although Esther hadn't said it at the time as a form of a thank you to the boy for saving Madeline, she was very much aware of how dangerous it was to be the celestial deersec's last disciple. The secret behind their destruction was as profound as the origin of this world itself, and yet Madeline's love insisted on being at the very center of it all. And to make things worse, he was from the human mortal realm, an absolute taboo amongst the highest-ranking clans and sects of the universe. The only reason large clans even allowed recruitment from the human world was in respect to an olden treaty. A treaty many felt was nothing but a formality. But now that flimsy treaty was the only thing blocking Diane from absolute destruction. Madeline's eyes snapped back to the device as she continued to type. "What does that have to do with me?" she said faintly. Esther could only sigh at her disciple's reply. Suddenly, a voice rang out from a handsome young man with long blonde hair and striking blue eyes. "Lady Madeline, would it be rude of me to ask what has grabbed the attention of such an outstanding lady as yourself? Maybe it's something that could liven the discussion here?" The young man smiled gently. If one looked closely, you could see he bared a faint resemblance to Olaf, but his aura was much sharper and more refined. His name was Vidar Ragnar. Madeline nodded without looking up. "I'm speaking with my fiancé. Whether that's something you would all like to discuss, I don't know." Vidar's face froze at Madeline's words. In the corner of the room, Kedlum Pakel chuckled almost silently at Vidar's plight. His laughter caused someone to nudge him. "Younger brother, what's so funny? Do you know this fiancé of her?" Kedlum's elder brother stood beside him. But his red skin as compared to Kedlum's was much more fierce and robust, whereas Kedlum's was much subtler. Despite the oddities of their skin, they both maintained handsome appearances. Kedlum nodded. "He's quite the interesting man. His talent surpasses even mine." Kedlum's elder brother furrowed his eyebrows. "Surpasses? Even with your faith seed?" Kedlum shook his head. "Well, I don't know if he's improved since I last saw him. But when last we met, I had yet to tap into my faith seed. Regardless, he was much better than me then. Whether he is now is something we'll have to see." Kedlum's brother nodded. "If he was able to match up to you then, regardless of whether he can now, he's definitely a genius." While the Pakel brothers were having their talk, Vidar was trying to salvage the situation. But the fact Tammy was near her elder brother Thor, clearly trying to withhold her laughter, was something that was only making him angrier. Yet, despite what he felt on the inside, his outer appearance was the picture of tranquility as he smiled amiably. The fiancé of the first-in-line genius of the Sapientia God clan must be a mite existence. No? This must have been a recent engagement, or else how would we clans not know of this? Is he here right now? Madeline shook her head, still not looking up as she typed away. It's not recent, she said faintly. We've been engaged for more than a year now. And no, he's not here, he's in the Elven Kingdom. Vidar furrowed his eyebrows. Engaged for more than a year? The Elven Kingdom? Originally, the young elites of the Elven Kingdom were meant to come to, but, due to the inner strife of their kingdom, they had ended their campaigns prematurely to help stabilize the situation. As such, although being comparable to the geniuses here, none of them were attending. Was Madeline's fiancé an elf? Madeline sighed. She wasn't ashamed of Diane. Not in the least, so she explained further. My fiancé isn't an elf. He's a human from the mortal realm. And he happens to be the only one in our universe with an innate aurora. If you don't know him now, you'll know him soon. With that, Madeline put the device in her hand away in her hairpiece spatial realm. Then smiled at Delia before grabbing her arm to leave the banquet. Leaving the shocking revelation for the geniuses to figure out themselves. Before they reached the exit though, one more question came from the youths in the banquet. But this time it wasn't Vidar. Lady Madeline, before you go, Voron Cavasitas would like to ask a question. You may have had an interaction with my younger brother Ace? Madeline turned back with an odd expression on her face. I think what you meant to say was that your younger brother, despite being part of a clan that holds honor in fighting so highly, teamed up with 10 other geniuses, including Olaf Ragnar, to fight my fiancé and still lost. The atmosphere of the hall suddenly turned heavy. Olaf and Ace had no choice but to lower their heads in shame. How could they have known that this would ever come back to bite them in such a way? Tammy's head snapped towards her elder brother, but only received a nod. She hadn't been there to see the events transpire, so she had no idea this had happened. In fact, all this time she had been avoiding the glare of Ava, who stood at another corner of the room surrounded by red-headed members of the Sicarius clan that included some of her elder brothers. Ava had long since confronted her about the fact that come the World Tournament, she would have her revenge. Aside from this, Voron Cavasitas could only sigh. When this event was learned through our information channels, Ace was not only severely punished, he has been campaigning diligently to improve himself. And yet, I've never seen your fiancé's name on any rankings? Why would that be? And also, should he be defeated by us during the World Tournament, or be outshone by us on the rankings, would Lady Madeline consider someone else? Madeline laughed at the question. Did you think my fiancé was as old as your brother or you? My fiancé turned 18 just a couple months ago. How many 18-year-olds do you see on the rankings? Voron's face froze. This was something he hadn't been aware of. In fact, this was something practically no one here had been aware of. Madeline was a year older than Diane, and an unprecedented genius, and even she hadn't been campaigning for long enough to make any headway in the rankings. Let alone Diane, who spent 7 months incapacitated, had no backing, and was literally a decade or more behind most of those present here in terms of cultivation experience and resource absorption. To be able to make such waves with so little experience, how could any of them have made such a guess? It was clear why he had been caught completely off guard. However, Madeline didn't seem to have any intention of letting him off easily. Be sure to remember this. I'm not sure what name my fiancé will campaign under, but I know he will campaign. I'm not sure when he will show up to the World Tournament, but I know he will show up. So, I want you all to remember very clearly that when he decides to reveal his name as Diane Sacharo, that is the one man I will have in this life and the next. Without so much as another word or sound, Madeline left the banquet holding on to Delia, a radiant smile playing on her face. Madeline walked out of the banquet hall to enter a hallway with such a high ceiling and windows it was almost like its own world. Clinging to Delia's arm lovingly, She glanced out of the tall windows to look at the calm night sky sprinkling gentle moonlight into an elegant garden. They were currently in the royal god clan's main palace, invited by the prince of this generation. Martial artists lived for so long that there was no real point in ranking royalty until the current monarch neared the end of his life. As such, princes and princesses were just divided into their generation as opposed to how likely they were to inherit the throne. In reality, this worked the best. After all, if you lived thousands of years, you could have hundreds of children if you were so inclined. So, instead of constantly switching the crown prince for a newborn who happened to have more talent, you could just make a single choice when the time was appropriate. So, the heads of royal god clans always waited to the end of their lives to make a decision. As such, this allowed the strife for supremacy among siblings to be tempered down from what it could be. It would be at least another millennia or two before the current head of planet Earth began to show signs of old age. But a head with so many years ahead of him also came with the ambition to match it. Madeline's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by Delia's sigh. "I miss Maying, big sister." A sad look appeared of Madeline's features. "I miss her too. Unfortunately, there's not much we can do. The Bai and Dayu clan have been constant enemies in recent years. It's just sad that Elder Bai sacrificed his daughter for the sake of peace. If Dayan knew about the clashes between the Dayu and Bai clans, he would have been confused, a rare emotion for him. To Dayan, there was no way that the Bai clan could stand up to the Dayu clan at full strength. The only explanation was that the Dayu clan was feigning weakness all while making covert moves. Covert moves that for some reason involved Bai Maying, who was now Qinglei's second wife. In fact, Dayan was unaware that Maying was the second wife. Because if he knew this, his perspective on everything would change. Change so much that he would laugh until his sides split. Right before his rage burned like an endless fire for Maying's sake. Suddenly, a gentle gust of wind passed by, appearing as Madeline's master. Madeline released Delia, bowing respectfully. "Master," Esther Sapientia sighed. "Why do you do this, Madeline? You know I have your best interest at heart." Madeline's brows furrowed. She loved her master. She had done so much for her. But this was getting to be too much for her to handle. "Master, I don't understand. If you're so sure that time will wash my feelings away, why are you acting like this now? Isn't a year but a blink of an eye for you? If you're so set in your beliefs, why can't you wait until I'm 100 years old? What about 200? Is that not still considered to be young?" Madeline's master sighed. The truth was that Madeline's logic was flawless. But the problem wasn't whether Madeline's feelings were real or not. It was about how dangerous it was to be with Dayan. But this was a secret she was bound against telling. So, she could only act as though she was an unfeeling master who cared not for Madeline's thoughts and feelings. Do you think that because he was lucky enough to stumble into the remains of a dead clan that he deserves to be with the first-in-line genius of the Sapientia God clan? Do you have any idea why I feel like I've accomplished nothing in my life? It's because you can't imagine the scale of a clan like ours. The fact we call ourselves a god clan here is laughable. Delia looked at Madeline worriedly. Regardless of whether Esther was Madeline's master or not, she was still a saint-level expert. Angering her was not a good idea. But all she found was Madeline's calm countenance. "Master, I'm not sure what you're trying to hide from me, but I know you aren't like this. Regardless of what problems or dangers you think are associated with Dayan, it doesn't matter to me. I will choose him whether I know or don't know, whether it leads to my death or my glory. Even if I were to find out tomorrow that Dayan was no match for even the weakest of geniuses here today, that he had lost his arms and his legs, that his handsome face was cut and burnt beyond recognition, I would still choose him." Madeline's master inwardly trembled, listening to the words of her disciple, but she maintained her calm outer appearance. Esther Sapientia sighed, looking at her disciple's calm appearance. To her, Madeline was the daughter she never had. Watching her run head first into danger was something she wasn't willing to see. As such, she maintained a cold exterior. "I don't approve, nor will I approve. You can continue to play your game of house. But if I see he's taken your virginity, I'll kill him." Once enough time passes, you'll realize he isn't worth your time. He's nothing compared to the geniuses inside that room. And definitely, nothing compared to the prince that invited you here today. Although Esther couldn't use her senses to check for Madeline's virginity like Diane could, there were many other tools, although expensive, that could do the same job. Before Esther could continue, she suddenly felt Madeline move as she walked past her, stunning Esther out of her rant. You really dare to disrespect me as your master like this? However, she never got the chance to voice her concerns. I'm the best genius the Sapientia God clan has to offer in the universe. In fact, I'm among the best geniuses in this universe period. Aside from those with faith seeds, I am unmatched. I will give my virginity to whomever I want to give it to. I'll love whoever it is I want to love. Madeline's goddess disposition suddenly raged to life. Endless twinkling lights and purity beyond words rained down in the hallway. If my Diane is hurt by any one of the Sapientia God clan, even if it's you, I will bide my time. Whether that takes centuries or millennia, then I'll kill you. Suddenly Madeline giggled lightly. But something tells me I won't have to do something like that. I'm sure you remember the warning Diane gave you when he entrusted me to you. Esther's jaw clenched, remembering Diane's words of warning. Suddenly, Madeline's threatening aura completely changed as she turned back, taking her master's arm in one arm and Delia's in the other. There's no need to be so serious, master. Let's go. I have no interest in seeing the prince. Esther Sapientia was stunned once again by Madeline. What's she playing at here? You're so disrespectful to your master, yet you want to treat me as your friend now? Since when were things so simple? Madeline giggled. Don't be like that, master. I just showed you the anger you wanted to see, didn't I? Esther's eyebrows furrowed. I wouldn't draw a line of division between us so easily. You may have no idea, but I'm clear on the man my fiancé is. The God clans? Prince? Our rival universe? He sees them as nothing but stepping stones. If you were to get in his way, he would simply see you as another one. So, what's the use in me getting angry about a result I already have a full grasp of? Since I know Diane will win in the end, why should I lose my relationship with you in anger? Delia and Esther blinked with a sudden realization. Madeline had been toying with them this whole time. To her, the conclusion was already set in stone. Why would she get angry with her master for wanting to stop her from seeing Diane, if she knew Diane would put a stop to that as soon as he found out? Why would she get mad about her master saying Diane wasn't anything compared to those geniuses when to her Diane would prove otherwise soon enough? Why would she get mad because her master didn't understand that her fiancé would never lose in the end? Madeline's master didn't know whether to laugh or cry at Madeline's antics. How am I supposed to keep being serious in the face of something so ridiculous? He'll definitely win? How blind could love be? Madeline looked at her master as they slowly walked along the hallway. I know what you're thinking, master, but in as little as 20, maybe 30 more years, Diane will be as strong as you are now. Esther Sapientia raised her eyebrow. You think he'll enter so far into the saint realm in such a small amount of time? Do you have any idea how much cultivation slows down at the peak levels of meridian formation? Even crossing over the essence gathering is near impossible. And couple that with how difficult it is to sense an intent and comprehend saint energy? Stop saying such ridiculous things. Madeline smiled knowingly. What her master didn't know was that Madeline had already reached the 10th stage of meridian formation and she had only been cultivating for a year. And that was all thanks to her understanding of celestial will. Even Madeline's master couldn't read her cultivation because her meridian paths were so pure that any normal measurements didn't match up. She almost looked like someone with no cultivation at all. In this universe, geniuses would reach the 8th stage of meridian formation. Those who separated themselves might reach the 9th stage before breaking through to essence gathering. But those who reached the 10th level were only those with faith seeds, something Madeline knew she didn't have. Yes, because of celestial will, she had easily stepped into such a level. Right where they stood, Madeline could already compete with an essence-gathering expert who had only cleared to the 7th stage of meridian formation. The use of celestial will was ridiculous. But the important part was that Diane had access to it. With Diane's intelligence, would it really be difficult to understand an intent upon reaching essence gathering? After that, he'd simply make use of celestial intent to clear his meridians for essence energy during essence gathering. Then repeat the same process of clearing for saint energy during the saint stage. To Madeline's master, a genius reaching sainthood in 20 to 30 years was possible. But reaching the middle of sainthood, the point where she was at, was ridiculous within that time frame. Esther had spent centuries stuck at single saint stages, yet Diane was going to clear 4 or 5 saint stages in a few years. This was ridiculous. How could Esther know that to Diane, the middle of the saint stage was the 6th and 7th level corresponding to one who had opened all 108 meridians? But, in her ignorance, she couldn't see a hint of doubt on Madeline's face. What is Madeline hiding? Esther sighed. You'll know soon how wrong you are about everything. He isn't a match for those geniuses. He won't catch up to me so quickly, and I doubt he will ever catch up. And lastly, I know you'll soon forget about him. Madeline only giggled as though she hadn't heard her master. Although Madeline's master was beginning to get annoyed, how could she allow a child to rile her up? I'll be sending you to another Sapientia branch soon between now and the World Tournament. They have different philosophies, techniques, and maybe they will help you forget this nonsense. I'll come to get you to bring you back before the World Tournament. Madeline nodded cheerfully, releasing her master to type away on the device Diane had left to her. With that, Madeline's master disappeared. And with that disappearance, Madeline's demeanor completely changed as a pained expression appeared on her face. Delia immediately noticed this change. It's okay, big sister. I believe in Diane. Madeline bit her lip, nodding. I believe in him too. No matter how Madeline acted, there was a nagging doubt in her heart. At first, her anger was not an act, that was how she really felt. But then, she suddenly realized that her anger benefited no one. It would accomplish nothing. If anything, it would only drive her from her master. The worst part was she wanted nothing more than to hear Diane's reassuring voice, to feel the warmth of his touch, to see his unyielding back stand in front of her with no fear. But he was far away, too far away. So, she vented. She wrote all about her problems, sending text after text to Diane, knowing she wouldn't get a response, but somehow feeling better knowing he would be somewhere reading what she had to say. In her head, she imagined his calm and reassuring voice telling her that she was silly to worry so much, that in just a few months from now, they'd see each other, and nothing else would matter. Within Dead King's Valley, Diane and Ree had spent the month completely incapacitated. They each lay parallel to each other, being watched over by the stone puppet. Slowly, Ree's fingers began to twitch as she woke up. Sitting up, she took in her surroundings. But that didn't last long because she almost immediately noticed Diane laying beside her. Ree's brows furrowed as she tentatively shook Diane. "Diane?" she asked softly. Suddenly she felt a strong arm wrap around her waist. Ree's senses were suddenly invaded by such a strong masculine scent, she lowered her head and blushed. Diane smelt exactly like what pine wood sprinkled with spicy cinnamon would smell like. Cultivators, especially those with bodies as strong as Diane's, usually began giving off their own unique scents. And Diane's was beyond intoxicating. Being pulled into Diane's lap, Ree had no idea what to do. "Wake up, you idiot," she whispered. But she suddenly heard Diane whisper something that made her feel like her heart was shattering into a million pieces. "Madeline." Diane's voice was faint, but how could Ree not hear him in such close proximity? Ree started to fight harder to wiggle out of Diane's embrace. She couldn't handle being this intimate with him right now, but she felt like her emotions had caused her to lose all of her strength. Diane's arm was like a steel bar, unmoving and sturdy. Ree felt like tears were about to spill out of her eyes. What kind of ridiculous situation is this? "Get off of me." But suddenly Ree froze again. "She's Ree." Diane spun in his sleep, pulling in Ree even tighter. "Yeah, she's great. Don't you think you two would make great sister wives?" Ree buried her head into Diane's bare chest as she cried. She had no idea whether they were tears of happiness or anger at being toyed with, but she cried them, nonetheless. And just like that, another day passed, Diane none the wiser. Diane stirred in his sleep. What? Diane felt a bundle of softness in his arms, invading his senses with unparalleled comfort. What are you doing clinging to me? Diane suddenly grinned. If you wanted to get intimate, you should have just asked. I'd be more than willing. However, Diane didn't receive the usual eye roll and forehead flick. Instead, wiggled her head up from his chest, and the sight Diane saw was something that sent him into a panic. What's wrong? Why are you crying? Tears still fell from Rhee's eyes as she looked up at Diane with her gentle blue-silver eyes. Her hair was a mess, and her face was a sight that would break the heart of anyone seeing it. Diane had no idea what was going on. For all his intelligence, he was truly lost. What did I do? Almost ridiculously, Diane checked to see if his essence blood had done something ridiculous in his sleep. With his consciousness to rein it in, his body could have very well done something to Diane to replenish itself. And what could replenish a body filled with demonic blood better than a virgin with a body as powerful as Rhee's? But he soon sighed in relief after he scanned Rhee. Her virginity was intact. But that only confused Diane further. Diane reached for Rhee's cheek, pushing away the hair that was sticking to her face. Little faux glacé, why are you melting? Diane's voice was so gentle and full of concern that Rhee almost started crying again. But that only made her scream even louder in her head. What is wrong with me? Minutes passed as Rhee stabilized her emotions. Diane was in such a worried state. He didn't even realize how tightly he was holding onto Rhee's waist. They were even in an odd position on the ground, lying to their sides yet facing each other. Luckily, Rhee soon took a deep breath and spoke softly. Tell me something, Diane. If I one day looked nothing like this anymore, would you feel the same way about me? Diane scoffed in relief. That's what you wanted to ask me? He lightly pinched Rhee's small nose. You can look the same, you can look different, but you'd still be you, no? Diane didn't wait for Rhee to respond, immediately picking her up bridal style to jump onto the shoulder of the stone puppet. Rhee grabbed onto Diane's shoulders, resting her chin to one side, unwilling to have Diane look at her in this state anymore. Her water will silently came to life, wiping her face clean. You can set me down now, pervert. Diane put Rhee down, pinching her nose again. Pervert? Aren't you the one who came into my manly embrace while I slept? I feel violated, Rhee scoffed, clearly exasperated. It was you who pulled me to you. You're lucky I didn't punch you to death. Diane grinned shamelessly. There's no need to lie. I'll accept all your flaws. Rhee turned away, clearly annoyed. Humph, what'll it be like in the future? You'll take my first everything, then claim it wasn't you then too? Maybe I should just ignore you from now on. Diane suddenly looked distraught. Don't be like that. I was kidding. Only kidding. Don't ignore me. Rhee still kept her face turned from Diane, but smiled gently. At least he knows when to give in. Rhee suddenly felt a gentle pat on her head. We've wasted enough time, said Diane. Let's start this raid. With that, the stone puppet walked forward, leaving the effective area of the last step with Rhee and Diane on its shoulder. Suddenly, two keys appeared in front of them. Each was identical to the other. They were about a good 10 centimeters long and beautifully embroidered. However, their key mechanisms were unlike anything Diane had ever seen before. Not only were the key grooves large and 3D in nature, but they were also constantly moving. And from what Diane could see, it was yet another puzzle. Suddenly, Diane looked up to the tomb floating above with a look of annoyance. But he wasn't even the first to speak. Is this a joke to you? I almost die, yet you want to test me again? Do your job without bias and give us what we've earned? Your tricks are pathetic. With a wave of her hand, both keys spun violently, the arrays within them cracking and imploding. We don't have time for your games, Rhee said, glaring at the tomb. Diane chuckled. It seems like with little faux glacé here I won't have to do all the yelling. It seems like her fully awakened aurora has heightened her senses tremendously. A voice resounded from the tomb, and had Diane and Ree been present during their earlier conversations, they would have recognized that voice as the old bobbing Will. "Leave," he said faintly, the voice sounding in their heads. "We can't accept giving our legacies to you too. Use the shortcut within the first palace in order to exit. Or else we'll be forced to kill you." Ree's brow furrowed. "Are they serious? Is it because I'm only half an elf?" The old Will had spent many weeks thinking about it, and in the end he decided it was for the best that they ignored these kids. It wasn't even certain that Diane was the one the prophecy spoke about because it was clear Ree wasn't a true empath. They could at least tell that much. And if his lover wasn't a true empath, then why would they consider allowing him to benefit? But all their thoughts were shattered when Diane suddenly began laughing so hard tears came from his eyes. Wiping them away, he sighed, ignoring Ree's confused glance. "You know what I find funny?" Silence reigned the world. "It's the fact I know very well you have no power to do much of anything. You can't kill us even if you wanted to. If you had real sway over this world, why would you allow so many of your geniuses to die before even making it to these steps? And you know what the best part is? We don't need you to enter the 9th palace. The only requirement is the percentage your aurora is awakened to. The key, quote-unquote, is the awakening your aurora undergoes when you can no longer continue. Each step corresponding to another percentage, thus why there are 99 steps. As long as you've connected with your aurora, you've already taken that first percentage. So the rest is obvious." Suddenly Diane started laughing again, feeling the agitation of the wills. "But, wait, damn, my stomach is seriously hurting." Even Ree had started smiling at this point. "The best part is that you claim this is your world, when all you've really done is store your things in someone else's shed." Diane took a deep breath, trying to stop his laughter. "You think I'm not aware that the elves never created that ancient game below? Let alone you thinking you could convince me that you created this world and that these are your things. You've been to that library? That's impossible. I don't care what you think at this point anymore, honestly. All about 80% of the elven race has done is piss me off. If I didn't have a few people I cared about from your kingdom, I wouldn't care for it at all. Let's go, Ree. These old useless things aren't worth our time." Diane smiled gently at Ree, ignoring the anger radiating for the tomb. But, despite their anger, they knew there was nothing they could do. Even the key they created had taken up everything they had, just to try and fake them out. But it didn't work. And the truth was, Diane was right. Once they reached the proximity of the palaces, Diane suddenly thought of something. So he turned to Ree. "You know, it would be a shame if we went through all this work and only went to one palace. And I'm in sore need of cultivation stones. I haven't spoken to Madeline in too long." Surprisingly, Ree smiled gently at this. "How thoughtful of you." But her next words made Diane cringe. "To want to rob my ancestors blind just to speak with your fiancé. How romantic." Diane turned his head away and bitterly chuckled. "Women. So difficult." Suddenly Ree grabbed his arm and buried her forehead into his shoulder to hide her face. "I'm kidding. Let's go raid. Soon you'll owe me an explanation about a lot of things. But I think we have more serious concerns for now, right? I'm looking forward to meeting Big Sister Madeline." Diane smiled. "Better, but still complicated. Just what did I do in my sleep? I need to do it more often." With that, they began moving toward the first castle. The Bobs of Wool raged as they watched Diane and Ree sweep seemingly endless amounts of cultivation stones and weapons into their spatial rings. From the 1st to the 7th castle, the cultivation stones were mostly of the profound and saint level. However, there were millions of them, to the point where Diane assumed it must be within the billions. This is the wealth of an ancient kingdom. They lost a lot of their transcendent stones to the Ragnar family. If they hadn't, I would be set for life, Diane thought mischievously, still ignoring the grumblings of protest from the bobbing wills. Aside from the cultivation stones in those first 7 palaces, there were also many weapons and techniques. Following the lead of the cultivation stones, they were also of similar rank. The weapons were mostly of the master and grandmaster level, while the techniques peaked at the upper earth to lower heaven levels. But Diane was aware that there had to be more to this. For one, The elves had never stepped into the ninth palace, which meant that whoever the true originators of this world were most likely left what they wanted to protect within that place. Diane had figured out the steps were yet another treasure. Just think about it. If someone had enough talent to make it through the ancient game, it was likely that they already had a fully awakened Aurora. So why would they then need these stairs? It was clear that whoever left these stairs wanted the person who could figure out the ancient game to raise an army of Aurora users. Diane shuddered with excitement just thinking about an army using his weapon's hell array all at once. But he reined it in. After all, how likely would it be that everyone in his army would be as talented as Ri and reach the last step? This was most definitely a great opportunity he would take every advantage of, though. The second reason Diane knew there had to be more to this was because in all 7 of the first few palaces, not one contained a singularity-type technique, and none contained techniques even as remotely profound as the one used to prophesy the future of the elves. So, when they finally reached the entrance of the 8th palace, Diane took a deep breath before entering. And there, he found exactly what he was looking for. On 3 separate pedestals stood the most powerful singularity-type techniques created in elven history: the Florence Ancient Family Technique, the Matilde Ancient Family Technique, and the Acacia Ancient Family Technique. Diane looked at Ri, who held a complicated glance while she nearly bore holes into the Acacia Singularity Technique. But Diane snapped her out of it with a pat on the head. "It's yours now," he said softly. Ri nodded. "What do you plan to do with all of this? Do you want to learn all 3? My father once told me that singularity techniques are great body cultivation, but also really difficult. It's likely these are peak divine level body cultivation techniques." "It won't be easy," Diane smiled. "When have you ever known me to shrink under pressure?" Ri looked at Diane and could only shake her head. "So prideful. If you implode from the inside out, don't expect me to put you back together." Diane sighed. "We still need to find out what happened in the end between those 3 ancient families, and especially why only the Acacia family younger generation came." Ri nodded. "Well, we do have one clue." Diane smiled knowingly. "Right? Who else could have left that library but the Acacia family younger generation?" Ri nodded again. "He's quite clever. In terms of what I have planned, though, don't you think those orphans would love to learn these techniques?" Ri opened her eyes wide with a sudden realization. "You mean, MHM, if I left them here, they'd eventually grow to the age of having to campaign themselves, right? So why not protect them through life as an elder brother? They'll have the best resources, the best food, and the best techniques. The only real difference between elves is their bloodline. If the orphans choose one of these 3 techniques to practice, wouldn't they make up for that difference?" Ri suddenly laughed. "This sounds like child labor. You're growing an army of children now, too." Diane chuckled. "You make it sound so horrible." "Well, I assume you're making meal plans for them so diligently so that they can handle the strain of these divine techniques? You really planned this well in advance, HM? You probably knew you sent them too much food just so you could prepare for us possibly being in here for much too long." Diane grinned. "I have no idea what you mean." Walking to the pedestals and ignoring the wailing of the bobbing wills, Diane swept all 3 techniques into his ring. Afterward, he swept his gaze toward the endless piles of Dao stones, grinning. "I guess I'll be able to speak with my Madeline soon." Although he was excited too, Diane suppressed his desire and headed towards the 9th palace. Walking in, they were greeted by a magnificent sight. Before them was an array of unmatched complexity, spinning slowly in the air and shining so brightly that Diane couldn't pin down the color accurately. But then, he suddenly thought of something. "That's like the array in the tome." Pulling out the tome under Ri's curious eyes, Diane opened it to a blank page. Whoosh! In almost an instant, the array disappeared from the palace, ingraining itself into the tome. "What's that?" Ri asked faintly. "Wait! The ranking tome? It wasn't destroyed." Ri gave Diane a really side glance. "So you've been stealing from my kingdom for quite a long time, hmm?" Diane chuckled. "I mean, technically, it chose me as its master. What was I supposed to say? But look," Diane pointed towards the page, changing the subject. Looking towards the ridiculously complex array, Ri's eyes widened. Tao of array alchemy, how arrogant. Ri was exactly right. Someone had the audacity to not only create this array but to then name it as a Tao. The level this master had reached was one that Diane couldn't fathom, and only a master of that level could have made the ancient game Diane had just played. But, looking at this page now, Diane got the sinking feeling that that complex ancient game was nothing but a simplified knockoff. Taking a deep breath, Diane swept his gaze through the now empty room. Well, I guess that it, Let's go, little faux glacé. Your kingdom still needs saving. Diane quickly walked out of the palace and smiled deviously as he snatched the entire 99-set staircase into his spatial ring. And with that, they turned to exit through the shortcut left within the 9th palace, never bothering to speak to the Bobs of Will again. Later that day, Madeline sat silently in a dark cultivation room. She was meant to go to a new planet soon, and she knew that the Tao stones Diane had left her wouldn't be able to send a message across such a long distance. So she anxiously sat, typing away everything that came to mind when suddenly she felt a familiar vibration that sent tears streaming down her face. Little Madeline, your useless hubby finally got his hands on some more Tao stones. I know you won't be able to respond later because you'll be too far, but don't worry, I'm always here for you. I'll be starting my first campaign in 3 to 4 months' time, and I'll make sure to make such a big splash you'll be proud to stand by my side. Also, don't worry about anything. Leave it to me. I'll never let you wait 20 to 30 years to be with me. Come the World Tournament, there isn't a single person on this planet or in this universe that can stop me from taking you away. Even if it's your master. Even if it's your master's master. Even if it's the Sapientia God Clan head. Even if it's the head of the royal God clans themselves. Madeline shook violently reading these words, her eyes twinkling and a bright smile appearing on her face. Then, she sat and read as Diane sent months' worth of messages. She read about Diane's adventures, about his new little sister, about his friendship with Ri, about the annoying Sijbrit and Norville families. She cried when she read about the orphanage. And she laughed when she read about Diane robbing the Heaven's wine owner and elven ancestors blind. She felt better than she had since she left Diane. A weight on her heart was lifted, and she promised herself to never let this weigh on her again. In just 8 more months, she'd see Diane again. At that time, she'd be stronger. She'd be ready to stand by his side tall and firm. In the end, Diane and Madeline messaged each other for hours. By the time Madeline looked up, it was time for her to leave and head off on a new adventure. But she left one last teasing message for Diane. Tell little sister Ri I'm looking forward to meeting her. We'll have to discuss how to deal with you and your antics, love, your future wife. It had been over a month since the Dayu family had visited the Sijbrit Holy Land. Their plans were set in place in preparation for a proper takeover of the Elven Kingdom. Although the Sijbrit and Norville families were confident in their own strengths, it was still the case that the Grand Elders posed a real problem. Although the only other celestial stage expert in the Elven Kingdom, aside from the missing king and Grand Elder Dirith, was the head of the Sijbrit family. Sinit, they weren't comfortable with where they stood. For one, Elder Dirith, although less talented than Sinit, was far older. As such, his power reflected this age disparity. In addition, even if Sinit was his match, Sinit was well aware that his longtime rival would never allow the Elven Kingdom to fall to him so easily. In his youth, Sinit was the undisputed peak genius of the Elven Kingdom. He ranked within the top 10 for the campaign rankings. His manifestation was both domineering and a perfect representation of the peak of the Sijbrit singularity technique, and he was in serious consideration for kingship. The reason Sinit had a chance to rule was because he was far superior to King Acacia at the time. In those days, the dislike of the true empath ruling system was even stronger than it was now. Reason being the ranking tome had named King Acacia a true empath. But King Acacia was known as a talentless commoner who hadn't even managed to manifest his soul at the time. Usually, the Grand Elders would write off Sinit's chances. After all, traditions were held in high regard, especially considering these traditions stemmed from the life sacrificed by one of the greatest elves to ever live and the prophecy they foretold. However, the problem was that decades passed without King Acacia manifesting his soul. Just like Re had once lamented, King Acacia took centuries to finally succeed. And it was not until then that he was accepted as the rightful ruler. To the Grand Elders, this was a sigh of relief. There was no longer a glaring reason not to crown King Acacia, however. To Sinnot, it felt like all of his life goals were crushed by a man he didn't feel inferior to. And for what? For a prophecy from a long-dead elf? For a savior no one had ever heard any word of? Why couldn't he himself lead to elves to glory? To victory? This obsession reached such a peak that Sinnot purposefully dashed his talent, forcefully cutting away his cultivation to remain at the peak of essence gathering so he could continue to campaign. However, the ending of that story was clear for all to see. The elves were respected, but they weren't unrivaled. And worse yet, they remained in this backwater universe. But, to Sinnot, the worst part was that his decision would always put him far behind King Acacia, the man who used to be known as Trash. Now, Sinnot had no way of understanding the level King Acacia had reached. But he had reason to believe the man wasn't as simple as being a mere lower celestial expert. It might not even be true that he was stalled at the middle levels, because if he was so weak, it would have never been possible for him to win the heart of that woman. The woman that made the entire kingdom wary of what the princess would become. There was no doubt that King Acacia was mighty. Sinnot broke out into a cold sweat every time he thought of the day King Acacia finally manifested his soul. The day the Acacia family manifestation reappeared in the world. The day that forever marked his life in darkness. However, things would change for him now. He knew it was a risk allying with such an enigmatic clan. The motives of the Dayu clan were unknown to him. In fact, much of their movements made no real sense. But Sinnot still accepted. If the Dayu clan only wanted allies to make moves to replace the current royal god clan, Sinnot would have no issue supporting them. Mostly because this was the best-case scenario. But there was always the sneaking suspicion that this couldn't have been further from the truth. That this clan wanted more, and that whatever that more was, it wouldn't be good for anyone. Soon, it was the night of the long-awaited banquet. In a public square near the center of the city, and just out of the range of the castle's forest, a great gathering was taking place. The cobbled marble roads were shining under the moonlight, and the accents of jade gave the festivities a gorgeous backdrop. The public square itself was a large opening amongst the complex streets and odd buildings of the Elven Kingdom. In fact, this square was often where martial meets between the three academies took place. Previously, it had been a special case for the 3 school assessments to take place at the Acacia Academy Coliseum. In that situation, there had been no chance to prepare the public square due to the late notice. However, this banquet couldn't be accused of being ill-prepared. Hundreds of well-dressed and organized tables filled the area, surrounding an elegantly formed stage. Beautiful elven dancers spun in their well-designed dresses, conservatively dressed, yet still unimaginably appealing to the eye. Members of the Ualair subfamily played a variety of instruments, from lyres to gyukins, accompanying the dancers. This, of course, made sense. The Ualair family was part of the blacksmithing guild and specialized in making high-level musical weapons. All members of this family had a peculiar elegance to them, and their light brown hair and eyes were without a doubt signs of their unique purity. Watching the youths of this subfamily perform were all of the outstanding members of the Elven Kingdom. All 21 subfamilies were present, and it went without saying that all 9 major families had made appearances. However, this only caused a distinct cloud of tension to hang in the air despite the polite chatter because all attention couldn't help but be focused on Sinnot and Zalterish Sijbrit. They were the ones who called everyone here today, and everything hinged on their words. The tension only seemed to rise with each passing minute. But the amiable smiles and light laughter never ceased. In one corner of the square, the Sijbrit and Norville families sat together, chatting leisurely. Zalterish was partially annoyed the Mithrander seemed to be ignoring him. His feeble attempts at conversation continued to fall flat, and it was beginning to agitate him. And it only made it worse that Mithrander was dressed particularly well tonight. Despite the provocative wear she usually had on, and the similarly revealing clothing her mother was currently wearing, Mithrander had chosen to dress more conservatively tonight. Yet, Zaltarish couldn't find himself feeling sad about that. In fact, he very much liked this version of Mithrander. Although he was fully aware of the dire paths of cultivation the Norville family practiced, Zaltarish wished for nothing more than for Mithrander to solely belong to him. Not only was she a genius he believed matched up to himself, she also usually had a playful attitude that he was drawn to. However, it seemed that immature attitude had disappeared ever since the day of the assessments, which only made Zaltarish's anger burn more furiously every time the face of that human boy popped up into his mind. But, to Zaltarish, Mithrander was worth being with still. He had already fallen for her, and such a small change was already something he glossed over completely. However, Mithrander seemed to have no interest in him. Zaltarish was prideful. He didn't want the only reason for Mithrander being with him to stem from a forced marriage. He wanted her to choose him because he was the best. Because no other man could provide what he could. However, despite his best efforts, Mithrander's attention seemed focused on something else. And when Zaltarish followed her gaze, he could only sigh. Mithrander's red eyes were trained on the Eder family as though she was missing something. Noticing this, Zaltarish finally said something that made Mithrander's eyes light up. "Do you want to go and speak with Primrose? I can bring you there. I know she's your best friend." Zaltarish sighed again. "I hope my father's plans don't strain your relationship too much. I also hope you understand that we're doing this for the betterment of the kingdom. In my father's youth, he didn't lose out in talent to King Acacia, and yet he lost his right to rule due to weak traditions. He was forced to toil away and erode his potential just for the sake of this kingdom. And when he realized he wouldn't be able to single-handedly change the fate of our race himself, he stopped suppressing his potential and came back to help raise up the Elven kingdom and support the king. Before the king's disappearance, my father made no moves against him. He had no schemes and no ambition. His only goal was to help the Elven race as he had always wanted to, and yet, that ungrateful king went as disappeared. A useless tradition came back to bite us, and here we are now. A broken kingdom, buried on the rankings, with little to no hope for the future." Zaltarish's eyes shined with a passionate fervor as he narrated the story of his father's life. Mithrander had lost her faraway gaze, and was seemingly looking at Zaltarish with interest as he continued. "My father hasn't always been hard on me. In the beginning, he treated us all as a great father would. He was caring and nurturing. He guided my cultivation despite having so many responsibilities as the head of a major clan. But that all changed. I want nothing more than to succeed where my father failed. I want to see the Elven kingdom rise up. I don't want us to have to rely on some ridiculous true empath who can't even put his own kingdom first. The one who rules should be the most qualified, not the one who lucks into the position." Mithrander was silent for a long while as she watched Zaltarish grip his drink tightly. Suddenly, she spoke softly for the first time that night. "If you showed me this side of you from the beginning, maybe it wouldn't have taken me so long to accept you." Zaltarish's head snapped in Mithrander's direction, but she was already no longer looking at him. But the faint light of hope had taken root in his heart. So, he smiled faintly, now fully prepared to take on the challenges that lay ahead. And that smile only got brighter when Mithrander took the initiative to speak with him. "Also, you don't have to bring me over. I don't think Primrose came today." In another corner of the square, Uncle Acacia sat burying a deep rage in his heart. He had learned a few weeks ago of the death of the princess, and it was clear why someone wouldn't take the death of their niece too well. Many looked at him with pity, especially since he sat amongst the members of the Broken Alliance. Suddenly, Jade took the initiative to go and speak to him. She wore her usual pure white dress. Her long silver hair flowed with the wind, and her purple-blue eyes looked like they would be better matched with the sky as moons of their own as opposed to the eyes of a mere elf. Bowing respectfully, Jade's voice was soft. "I'm sorry for your loss, Headmaster Acacia, but I'm sure that Dian is innocent. I hope you don't blame him. The fact he isn't here could only mean something terrible has happened to him too." Tears threatened to spill from Jade's eyes, but she felt like this was something she had to say. Headmaster Acacia was snapped out of his thoughts to find a pitiful-looking girl standing to his side. He could only laugh bitterly. Just how many young women of our race do you plan on taking? Headmaster Acacia sighed. I know, little one. There's no need to apologize. I've been prepared for the worst-case scenario for a long time now. Jade nodded. I hope to one day be as strong as you are, she said faintly, turning to walk away. Soon, they were well into the night. Even the Grand Elders were beginning to get restless. The serious expressions on Grand Elder Cormith's and Croak's faces had never left a single time that night. They had both mutually decided that the Seigebert family ruling wouldn't be good for the kingdom. And yet, with this clear power move being played, it was clear the Seigebert family had something in hand only they knew about. If that wasn't the case, they'd never be so bold. But all they could do was stew as they watched Sinit Zalterish leisurely chat and enjoy the entertainment, as though this was nothing other than a regular banquet. Finally, the suspense reached its peak as Sinit stood, walking almost too slowly to the stage. Each of his steps seemed to be another stomp on the hearts of those watching. His movements were smooth and deliberate. No one could deny that he was a true expert. The members of the Eulaire family vacated the stage along with the dancers, sending the entire square into silence. In fact, it was almost as though the whole of the elven city held its breath for this one moment. The only sound was the faint crackling noise the fiery words in the distance occasionally released. Reaching the center of the stage, Sinit stood straight and tall, rising to his near 3-meter height. I know you're all wondering why it is we've asked you here. His voice was faint, yet somehow reached the ears of everyone in attendance. The first reason is just to socialize. We are a people that should be united. The idea of pitting against each other for something so useless as power has never been the goal of anyone. Although Sinit's words were vague and roundabout, they clear hit on several key points. Those of you of appropriate age are well aware of my actions during King Acacia's rule. Despite losing the position I dreamt of in a way I found to be ridiculous, I chose to focus my attention on helping the kingdom. And yet, that kingdom I have given my life for is constantly spiraling out of control. We are overrun with orphans due to the loss of brave souls during campaigns. Our younger generation is on the constant decline. And what has our king done all this time? The question hung in the air, smothering much of the momentum the old alliance thought they had. The words rung very true. Although they had once formed an alliance due to the importance they placed on tradition and the prophecy, where was that taking them now? Were words written hundreds of thousands of years ago really meant to dictate the current day? Uncle Acacia felt his heart grip. He could only bitterly smile. He had no idea why his brother had disappeared, nor did he know if he would ever come back. He simply had a blind faith that his brother would never do anything to harm the kingdom. But how much of that was based on fact, versus how much of it was based on emotion? Sinit continued. It was this king who disappeared without a trace. It was this king who left our kingdom in such a sorry state. It was this king who decided to continue that barring entrance into Dead King's Valley. Without these resources, how are our young ones meant to compete? The techniques we have access to are crude ones we ourselves have formed. The weapons we have access to are crude ones we ourselves have formed. The pills we have access to are crude ones we ourselves have formed. We are as a race of people with no ancestry, no lineage, no backing. And yet we harp on traditions as if we do. The hearts of everyone in attendance began to beat wildly. Sinit was truly made to lead. He had not used a suggestion technique. And yet the hearts of everyone began to sway towards his views. Today, I will repeat myself in saying that we asked you here to first and foremost socialize. Today is but a showcase. I do not wish to rule the Elven Kingdom. I wish to stabilize it, I wish to nurture it, and I wish to hand it before my death to qualified youths. Not only do I wish to implement a system that decides the next rulers based on merit rather than luck, I wish to also showcase why my son is also very much clearly suited to be the one to start this new tradition. Everyone, whether it be planned or coincidence, seemed to turn their gaze towards the fiery words in the sky. You don't qualify to name me suddenly. A seemingly gentle but stifling pressure filled the square as Grand Elder Dirith spoke. Your words are persuasive, however. Did you think of the opinions of others before you decided on doing this? Sinnat turned a calm gaze towards Grand Elder Dirith. It was indeed true that had Sinnat had no backing, dealing with Grand Elder Dirith would be difficult. But that was only if. I hope your esteemed Grand Elder will consider reason. As I've said, we are one race and one people. Conflict isn't something I want. But Grand Elder Dirith's voice was unyielding, seeking to probe Sinnat. But if you insist on running a kingdom I love into the ground, I will use any means necessary. Silence. The pressure in the square mounted higher and higher, when suddenly, it was cut through instantly. You know, it's almost kind of sad watching all of this happen. The eyes of everyone snapped up to the sky. Uncle Acacia trembled, tears falling from his eyes. Good, good, he said again and again. He felt like a weight had been completely taken off of his heart. Because there, before everyone to see, Diane stood in the sky finally wearing something other than his usual sweatpants and a white shirt. Going for a more human world type style, he wore a sky blue dress shirt matched with sleek black pants. He couldn't stand to be so formal, so the sleeves were rolled back to his forearms, revealing the twin wristbands that he never took off. However, what was most shocking was the fact on either side of him stood two girls. On one side, Ree stood faintly blushing. She wasn't used to holding the hand of a boy in public. She sent glances towards her father, but only noticed endless gratitude in his eyes rather than the constant teasing she knew would be coming later. She wore a minimalistic blue dress, and somehow despite her normal appearance, she seemed to outshine everything. Her blue-silver hair waved gently under the urging of the night's wind, and the shy expression on her face made everyone feel a slight pinching in their hearts. And yet, there was still one other shocking thing, something that sent the members of the Alliance into a shock. To Diane's right, wearing a silver mask that could hardly hide her extraordinary beauty, stood a girl with long, deep blue hair and eyes. Because before the eyes of everyone, the princess of the Elven Kingdom had returned. Diane stood looking down at the crowd, gently holding onto Ree's small hand. He smiled to himself looking at her shy reaction. I didn't think you could get embarrassed. My little faux glacé is so adorable. However, not everyone was so enamored by Diane's appearance. And they definitely weren't happy that he had shown up hand in hand with a woman. And who else could be simmering in rage over this other than Win Eostre? He knew exactly how badly this made his daughter look, and yet all anyone around her saw was a relieved smile, as though all she cared about was Diane's safety. The pang of pity made Win almost erupt. But Jade only turned to him with a small smile. He never forced me to do anything, father. You can't be angry at him for this. But the more understanding Jade was, the more furious the Eostre family became. And they weren't the only ones. Opal and Celine felt their hearts trembling with rage looking at Diane's calm countenance, as if Jade's feelings meant nothing to him at all. Yet still, Kimmel Noden and Darkasson Fletcher snickered to the side, standing near each other in a far corner. Who else could the human end up with but the ugly duckling? Shoo! Don't speak so loudly, you'll hurt her feelings. Her uncle is quite powerful, you know, Kimmel. Kimmel chuckled. What uncle? What king? I seem to see neither. Diane turned a calm gaze in their direction. It seems all elves have a problem with controlling themselves. Maybe a little discipline is needed, he said faintly, before Kimmel and Darkasson could even snicker in response. Diane's manifestation flashed so quickly that only a select few could even grasp what it was. His soul raged, wildly increasing in strength. Advanced Weapons Hell Array, Diane said softly. Blinding purple-gold formations roared to life, spinning viciously in the air, kicking up the wind and the table dressings. Boom! For spears sped forward with blinding acceleration. Ag! The crowd was stunned. Kimmel and Darkasson, two of their best geniuses, wasted. Each grit their teeth in clear pain. Not only had Diane defeated them in an instant, but he had humiliated them. The 4 spears had served a very specific purpose. One pierced directly through their thigh, and the other pierced directly into their foot. In a matter of seconds, Dian had forced them to kneel. Dian chuckled lightly. Speak out of turn again, especially if it's about my and I'll kill the both of you. A cold sweat appeared on the backs of the two young men, but when they turned to their families, all they saw were endless looks of disappointment. Their kingdom had fallen so far that a human boy alone was enough to deal with them. Regardless of whether it was a surprise attack or not, the skill to manifest one's soul so quickly was the mark of a genius. They had nothing to complain about. They could only grit their teeth in silence. Their leg forcefully bent in a position of endless shame and pain. Sinet Sijbrit looked on at this scene with interest. He had heard about Dian before, and especially about how his son had lost a debate to him. But he wasn't aware that Dian was also so powerful. According to his sources, Ors had vastly underestimated Dian, which resulted in his loss. So, the only explanation was that either Dian never let Ors use his full potential, or Dian had gotten significantly stronger in the more than a month since then. Zaltarish, though, was nowhere near as calm. Is there a reason you're here? Since when did humans have the right to speak at an elven gathering? This banquet concerns the future of the elven kingdom. You don't have a say. Oddly enough, Dian only smiled at Zaltarish's antagonistic statement. Maybe a normal human wouldn't. But I'm a little bit of a special case. The eyes of everyone in attendance but a distinct group furrowed their brows. They had no idea what Dian was talking about. Zaltarish was of course not pleased. Being the boyfriend of the cousin of the daughter of a missing king isn't exactly what you'd call a firm connection. Even if you were the boyfriend of the princess herself, since she has no power, what would make you think you did? Ah yes, indeed, say Zaltarish. You're an elf yourself and understand far more about your kingdom than I do. Correct. That is obvious, Zaltarish said proudly. Dian continued. Then what do you say is the main reason the Grand Elders were given their positions? Zaltarish's frown deepened. It's because they head guilds that are of unprecedented importance to the kingdom. Their say is without a doubt among the most important because of this. Dian smiled lightly. AI. That's what I thought too. Dian's words were confusing. What was he going on about? But his next actions caused something that made even Sinet's calm demeanor shatter. Dian waved his hand, and suddenly, thousands of arrays appeared above the heads of thousands of elves. Elves that happened to correspond to a very specific set of 14 subfamilies. Twinkle, the soft sounds of shattering arrays filled the square, raining down particles of purple-gold light. Grand Elder Cormith and Croak smiled as a sudden look of realization flashed across Grand Elder Doritha's old features. Suddenly, the sounds of thousands of elves standing was all that anyone could hear, and then they all bowed. Guild members greet Guild Head Sicharo. Silence. Dian waved his hand nonchalantly, sending a wink towards the surprised No need to be so polite. I'm simply here to have my say in a kingdom I clearly have a lot invested in. Dian turned towards Zaltarish. This is enough, no? Zaltarish trembled. Time and time again Dian foiled and blocked him. Just when would it end? But what made everything worse was that when he looked towards the Grand Elders, he only found them calmly taking the rings off of their fingers, floating them up to Dian. Dian smiled, finally accepting the Alchemy and Formation Guild rings. Suddenly, he turned his attention towards Sinet, completely ignoring Zaltarish. I believe we have some things to discuss, no? Sinet had already begun to take this boy seriously. He was barely a fraction of his age, and yet he had made but a single move to make not only 2 Grand Elders yield, but also 14 subfamilies. And yet, was it really that simple? Even if it was just a single move, how many could succeed in pulling it off? What level of genius did you have to be in order to succeed in such a way? Even the head of the Norville major family and his wife looked up from fooling with each other to witness this. What was about to happen? Despite his surprise, Sinet quickly composed himself. I guess it was us who judged you rashly. Having such a talent be a part of the Elven Kingdom is something I would of course wish for. But, if you were planning on comparing your talent to my son, even should you win, I hope you understand why it is that not many would accept you as our monarch. I am willing to negotiate a position of high standing for you, but If you'd like more than that, it's not something I can or will promise. Dian nodded faintly. He was impressed by Sinet's response. It seemed he truly did have the best interest of the Elven Kingdom in mind. I have no interest in ruling over the Elven Kingdom. It's only that I've made a promise to the princess to help her alliance. So, I'm sure you see where our road splits. Sinet's eyes narrowed. No interest? This child is not so simple. But, Sinet still smiled at this. Is there even a remaining alliance for you to rely on? He looked over to the Eostray, Ingram, and Coventine families. Opal and Celine were still fuming and had no intention of backing Dian's words. But it seemed like their families were also on the fence about this. For the past month, to them at least, everything had been over and done with. The princess was dead. They no longer had a head. And the Sigebert-Norville alliance was so confident in itself that it made moves even in the face of Grand Elder Dirith. What were 14 subfamilies in the face of a celestial stage expert unafraid to fight someone as old as Grand Elder Dirith? And, even if Sinet wasn't that strong, there was a trump card he had that made him confident. Why would they choose Dian in this situation? Dian smiled faintly, expecting this reaction. He lightly squeezed Rhee's hand to let her know he had this all in hand. I wonder, Head Sinet, who did you ally with to give yourself so much confidence? Silence. Dian's words were like knives cutting right to the source of the problem. There were a lot of things that hadn't been adding up over recent years. The disappearance of the king, the destruction of the Celestial Deer sect, and all of these things seemed to culminate in the Sigebert family's bid for power. The brows of Sinet furrowed. He hadn't expected such a calm, simple, and yet so poignant response from a child. Not only were Dian's words of appropriate authority for someone with as much influence as him, they weren't threatening or antagonistic. It was only a simple question. And in a meeting about the future of the Elven Kingdom, could Head Sinet really deny answering this question? If he said he had no backing whatsoever, the opinions of those around him would change drastically. He would go to a thoughtful and well-planned leader, to someone who was taking a last-ditched gamble for power he was snubbed in his youth. But, if he admitted to allying with the Dayu clan, what world of trouble would that open? Would the Dayu clan be willing to help him out in the open? Was this a moment of vulnerability they were waiting for in order to entrap him even further? What could he do now? Seeing Sinet's predicament, many started to ponder further on many things. Suddenly, an unknown voice came from the crowd. For some odd reason, no one could tell where it came from, and yet that was less important than the words said. Did Sinet Sigebert facilitate the destruction of the Celestial Deer sect to drive the king away? Immediately it was as though a question that had been weighing on the minds of everyone was out in the open. Sinet felt like his world was crumbling for the second time in his life. The first was when King Acacia manifested his soul, and now a human boy had managed to sow dissension within his own people against him. Originally, this wouldn't have mattered too much. Even if the other families felt something was odd, in the face of his power, there was nothing that could do anyway, nor did they feel the need to do anything. This was because, whether or not he was involved, he was still the best option for the Elven Kingdom moving forward. As the head of the Sigebert family, he was already the second most powerful person in the kingdom aside from Grand Elder Dirith, especially since the king had disappeared. In addition, he had a talented son who had an equally as talented fiancé. The other families would follow purely because of convenience. However, Dian flipped all of this on its head. For one, he took less than 3 months to swing 14 subfamilies, including 2 Grand Elders. On top of this, he had unyielding talent that involved an innate aurora that could dominate on the warring fields of the gates. In addition, if things weren't bad enough, he was backing the family of the rightful rulers. A family Dian had clear and deep connections with, considering his relationship the niece of the king. Swinging his opinion away from them was impossible. Sinet suddenly felt like his back was against the wall. How would you plan for an anomaly like Dian? How do you account for a genius so blindingly radiant that his very existence changes the course of everything? Sinet felt aggrieved. He thought to the communication device the Dayu Elder had given him. Should I use it? Suddenly, Dian's voice broke him out of his thoughts. Head Sigebert, have you heard of an old lady surnamed Everdeen? Have you heard of the orphanage I built in the outskirts of the elven city? Have you heard of Ezen Acacia? Ree trembled at Diane's words, tears threatening to spill from her eyes. She had been raised along with Ezen. Although she was known as his drill sergeant, she still looked to him as a close brother. But now he was gone. Her grip tightened on Diane's hand, seeking comfort. Diane gave her an apologetic smile. But these words had to be said. Sinnott seemed to be struggling with his words. He felt like all of this was a trap. Even if he swore he had nothing to do with all of the things Diane said, would he really be able to make it out? Sinnott thought back to the communication device, resolutely deciding to crush it. It didn't matter if he was being framed. He would prove his worth to the Elven Kingdom even if it meant having to raise them up from flames first. Don't do that, Head Sinnott. Did I say I was accusing you of being responsible for their deaths? Can't you tell you're being played by someone? The crowd was stunned. He spent all that forethought and planning just to say that Head Sinnott wasn't responsible? The truth behind the death of Ezen and the destruction of the orphanage was something that would have completely buried the Sijbert family and their hopes of gaining ownership of the kingdom through the acceptance of its citizens. Although the major families cared little for the commoners on the outskirts of their cities, elves still had a deep sense of kin. This was clear by the sentiments Sinnott played to in his speech. Killing the innocent for the sake of power would be looked down upon no matter what. In fact, it was part of the reason the Sijbert family had lost their backing from Grand Elder Cormith. Originally, the members of the Alliance had assumed that Diane had been responsible for the death of Ezen and the attack on the Alliance headquarters. After all, no one else made sense. Who else had knowledge of the location and the motive to betray them? To make things worse, he disappeared. But then, they started doubting themselves when Diane appeared with the princess. If Diane had only wanted the benefits provided by the Sijbert family, wouldn't he make sure everyone continued to think the princess was dead? Nothing was making any sense. Suddenly, someone from the Eder family spoke out. It was a lady who seemed to have aged a lot recently. Wrinkles of worry lined her face. It was clear her emotions were getting in the way of her health. Streaks of white tainted her once deep blue hair, and her hands shook violently as she spoke. But she was stabilized by a tall and stoic man who sat beside her. However, the calming touch almost made her break out into sobs again. "You've mentioned so many names," she said softly. "And yet, why is my daughter not amongst them? What did Primrose do to deserve death? Did you kill her just because she was friends with Mithrander? How dare you talk down to Head Sinnott if you've acted just as egregiously?" The poor lady trembled, shaking violently. Mithrander snapped her head in the direction of the Eder family, a sudden realization hitting her. Primrose is dead. Tears streamed down her face. She had once assumed that Primrose hadn't come because she wasn't willing to face her in this situation. Come to find out that she never had the choice to attend at all. But the pitiful mistress of the Eder family wasn't finished venting. "And you," she said, turning her anger towards the princess. "Primrose used to be a good friend of yours in your youth. Did you really sign off on her death? The Acacia family backstabbed this kingdom once before. It's clear nothing's changed." The princess looked like she wanted to say something, but Diane put his arm out in front of her, shaking his head. "Not now," was what he motioned. "My little girl had nothing to do with any of this." The pain in Mistress Eder's voice was palpable. In all of this fighting for the kingdom, a death had slipped through the cracks and no one was even aware of it. Diane sighed, steeling his heart. "Mistress Eder, you say your daughter used to be good friends with the princess, and what happened since then?" Head Eder's face darkened as his deep voice boomed. "You dare question my wife in a situation like this? What gave you the nerve?" A formless pressure rushed forth, seeking to end Diane's ability to ever speak again. However, Diane remained calm as a familiar figure stepped in front of him, dispersing the pressure with a wave of his palm. "I think you were very much aware of the fact I wouldn't allow you to lay a hand on my son-in-law, no?" Uncle Acacia's voice boomed. The crowd froze. When had Headmaster Acacia gotten so powerful? Peak sainthood? A deep frown etched into the features of Head Eder. "What a good Acacia family you are." Despite Head Eder's words, Diane continued. Since you don't want to answer the question, I can let you know. Because of your bias, your deeply ingrained hate, and your baseless prejudice against the Acacia family, you drove a wedge between your family and theirs. But now that it's convenient for you, now that you can play on the heartstrings of those around you, you want to make use of a relationship you yourself destroyed? If you'd like to align yourself against the benefits of your own kingdom because you lost your daughter, have at it. But don't try and claim the moral high ground. I won't let you. Diane's words were sharp and held no sympathy. Even Ree and Princess Alex couldn't help but cringe. They had never told Diane anything about this. But wasn't the story behind this clear? Why else would Ree, who had grown up as the cousin of the princess, and the princess herself, seemingly have no close friends? The only explanation was that they were driven away. Ree and Alex hadn't been born in the time King Acacia and Uncle Acacia were commoners. Therefore the only world they knew were that of nobles, yet they had no relationships with them. It made Diane's blood boil with rage. Mistress Eder seemed to react violently to Diane's words, trembling in her husband's embrace. She lost all strength to do anything but stare blankly at the table in front of her. She had many children, but that didn't mean the loss of one hurt any less. But, although Diane's words rang true, his lack of sympathy and tact seemed to breathe new life into the Sijbert family. If both sides had committed atrocious acts, didn't that mean that it was still okay to choose either side? Suddenly when Eostre spoke, doesn't this make it clear that neither the Acacia nor the Sijbert families are fit to lead? His voice was faint but cut through to a real point. What he said was right. Why were they pretending as though there were only two options? There were 9 major families, including the Acacia family. There were 10 choices, not 2. Diane smirked, unable to hold himself back. How predictable! Diane hummed. Your words do indeed make sense. When Eostre anger flashed toward Diane. Your opinion is irrelevant to me. If it wasn't for my being of the older generation, I would have already killed you for what you did to my daw. I think it's about time you shut your mouth. Diane's pressure was nowhere as impactful as Win Eoster's, but it seemed like when he spoke, people listened. You! When Eostre nearly snapped in his rage. He shook as he watched tears fill Jade's eyes. Diane, I know you don't want me, but is there a need to treat my father this way? Faint sobbing noises came from Jade as she gripped her dress at her knees, unable to look up at Diane. The major families began to turn on Diane violently. He was so arrogant, and yet he was clearly the weakest existence here. Array alchemy genius or not, what right did that give you to speak to your elders like this? Especially when Win's anger for his daughter was understandable. Kimmel and Darkasson trembled from their kneeling positions, in too much pain to rise but raging too much to calm themselves. Jade was amongst the queens of their generation, and yet Diane captured her heart and still stomped on it like this. Sinnett watched all of this play out with a confused look that slowly became more and more thoughtful in his enlightenment. How deep was this plan? How'd you figure all of this out? Diane noticed Sinnett's reaction and smiled. You're quite smart old man, he said, sending his voice through wind while the experts were distracted in their anger. Play your cards right and I'll crown you interim king. Sinnett trembled at Diane's words. This isn't a child. This is a monster. Suddenly Diane spoke again. I guess my words were a bit rude, Even Ree, who had the utmost confidence in Diane, was shaken in the beginning, but she was slowly beginning to piece together what head Sinnett had. And she couldn't believe it. I guess that seems true from your point of view. But let me ask you a few questions then. The orphanage was attacked supposedly as an act of revenge against me. Yet the only person that was killed was an old lady with information about my whereabouts. The kids weren't touched. Why is that? Ezen Acacia was killed. He was a genius, yes. But why kill him? Was his talent really that much greater than those here right now? What changes in this banquet should he come versus should he not? The more questions Diane asked, the more confused the crowd became. Truly, what was the point? The princess was targeted for assassination, yet much of you disregard her existence now. To you, she's just an interim leader with no true power. And yet the Sijbert family supposedly still tried to kill her. yet hinges their argument and their ideals on the betterment of the kingdom and the uselessness of the Acacia family. Wouldn't that point be more profound if Princess Acacia was alive and still had no power to stop this coup? Wouldn't killing Princess Acacia mean that the Sagebrit were still afraid of the Acacia family? Wouldn't that destroy the whole point? The crowd trembled at Diane's words as Win Eoster's face darkened. I wonder what family is seen as the most selfless. The one who gave up the most for the kingdom. The family who gave up even their own longevity for the sake of a better future. What family would have the most to benefit from the villainization of the Sagebrit family and the elimination of the Acacia family? What family would want nothing more than for you all to think that Sinnat orchestrated the fall of the Celestial Deer sect, the destruction of an orphanage, the death of a genius? To think that the Acacia family killed a member of the Eder family? What family fits this description more than the Eos Trey family? Boom! The crowd was stunned by Diane's words. However, were his deductions really refutable? The movements of the Sagebrit family hadn't made any sense. Why would Zaltarish do something like burn down an orphanage and fill it with feces, knowing the fact that Grand Elder Cormith was not an unconditional supporter? It was clear to everyone that the fact Cormith supported a member of the Grimbold family in inheriting the headmaster position of Matilde Academy, that he was not all in on the Sagebrit family. And, if you dismiss it as an act of pure rage instead of one of strategy, then why would he only kill a poor old nanny? Wouldn't it hurt Diane more if all of the kids died as well? Then there was Ezen. Why was his death necessary? Not only was the timing odd because it put Diane directly into the line of questioning. Ezen's death, no matter how calloused it may sound, meant practically nothing. If the Sagebrit family had a trump card to deal with someone as powerful as Grand Elder Dirith, why would they be worried about an orphan boy? Then there was the attack on the princess. What Diane said was perfect. Sinnat Sagebrit hitched his argument onto the idea that the Acacia family wasn't fit to rule in the first place. That not only did they not have the best interests of the kingdom in mind, but that even if they did, they had no power to act on those wishes properly. Why? Because Headmaster Acacia was nothing but a figurehead. Acacia was a little-known genius who rarely appeared. And Alex Acacia was an interim leader of a flimsy alliance. An alliance that had clearly already turned on her before Diane began speaking. If the Sagebrit family felt threatened enough to take action against the princess, wouldn't that then undermine all of their ideals? Wouldn't the Sagebrit family seem weak then? For not only using underhanded means, but to actually attack who amounted to nothing more than a teenage girl. And that was not to even mention Primrose and her role in all of this. To top it all off, the Eos Trey family really would be in the best position after all of these things played out. As a family that had sacrificed so much by becoming pseudo-true empaths, they ironically had the empathy of much of the kingdom. If the Acacia and Sagebrit family both fell from grace, they would be the most likely to succeed the throne. And yet, there was another major point that made all of this come together as pseudo-true empaths. Which family could possibly be better at finding candidates to be tested for the true empath constitution? And yet, in the thousands of years since King Acacia rules, not a single one had been found. Why was that? Was it really that the true empath constitution had once again disappeared? Or was it that the Eos Trey family was never searching to begin with? As everyone slowly thought of these things through, Diane quietly waited for the exact response he knew was coming. After all, hadn't he already predicted everything up until now? And sure enough, it came. Where's your proof? I won't have you, an outsider, slander my family. In addition, you're clearly not a man of character. So why should anyone believe in your word? Because you say so? Did you say so to my daughter to sway her feelings? Did you care about her thoughts when you showed up here parading around another woman? Did you even give her a glance of apology? Or is it somehow also true in your mind that she's involved? That the girl who wished for nothing more than your safety is somehow an accomplice to this quote-unquote horrible Eos Trey family? Is my daughter guilty as well? And let's say you don't think Jade is involved, you're clearly still punishing her for actions you think her family has taken. You have an inability to separate the actions of a little girl from the alleged sins of her family, which makes you the same hypocrite you called the members of the Eder family. It seems you don't realize that words mean nothing. Facts can be manipulated, and opinions can be swayed. In the less than 10 minutes you've been here, the supposed alliance members of the princess have switched sides on no less than 3 separate occasions. To make things worse, you began your long-winded nonsense by making Sinat Sijbert look bad, before reversing it to make us look bad. Since you're so good at manipulating the facts, again, tell me, why should anyone believe you? When Eostre was calm and exuded the air of an elder, it was as though in light of the slandering of his family, he had left his role as angered father, and instead began to act as the true head of his clan. His resoluteness, calmness, and overall airtight logic made some nod in appreciation. Maybe it was centuries too early for Diane to be playing with these multi-century-old elders. Diane smiled, however. There seemed to be an unconcealed killing intent within. A killing intent that made the eyes of the elders sharpen and re-look at Diane's side profile with worry. Did he give up and decide to use force? Did he lose control of his emotions? He's still too young. Thoughts like this permeated throughout the crowd as head Eostre looked at Diane unperturbed. But, despite the thoughts of everyone else, Diane's next words only added fuel to the fire. If I came here today, I of course have proof. When I act, I don't do so without thought. When I love, it's not up to you or anyone else to question it. When I want to kill, no matter how long it will take, I will make it happen. I still remember the tears of those children. I still remember the mutilated corpse of Ms. Everdeen. I still remember feeling that it was all my fault and still feeling that way to this day. I still remember you killing my woman's close brother. I still remember you attempting to kill her close sister. So, let me tell you very clearly. Your flowery words mean nothing in the face of mine. Silence. Tears started falling uncontrollably from Jade's eyes as she gripped her dress at her knees. Her small body trembled as she tried her best to remain silent. Yet, Diane's eyes contained no pity and no regret at the words he had just spoken. Suddenly Celine stood violently. Her manifestation bloomed, a halo of blinding light hovering above her head. However, the most striking feature of the halo were the small wings on either side of it. Celine's golden hair and eyes shone more profusely as she pointed a finger at Diane, too angered to speak. Diane turned a cold gaze towards her. If you have anything to say, say it, and be sure you won't regret it after I'm done. See that you don't implicate the Ingram family in my rage. Ree quietly held onto Diane's hand. She could feel his anger, and she trusted that he wouldn't display such emotions for no reason. This was different than it had been back then all those weeks ago. Then it was a choice. But now Diane seemed to have little control over his words. Anyone who spoke against him would be his enemy. Still, Ree had made the decision to stand by his side, so her thoughts were singular in nature. I support you. Celine's brows furrowed, but her momentum was stopped by Jade's words. You didn't force me to do all of those things. But you accepted it anyway. Regardless of whether you wanted to continue the relationship between us or not, regardless of how you feel about my family, is there really a need to treat me this way? Jade sobbed, tears streaming down her purple-blue eyes as her silver hair trembled along with her body. Suddenly Diane's killing intent disappeared as he seemed to realize he lost control of his emotions. He looked off into the sky, coincidentally landing on the full blue moon. You know, he spoke softly. Elder Flyleaf once told me something very interesting. Elder Flyleaf was, of course, within the crowd. He had watched nervously as Diane seemed to antagonize everyone as he spoke. Yet Diane felt he was to blame for the destruction of the orphanage. Wasn't then antagonizing more people the wrong way to go? But the more Diane continued to speak, the more people listened, and the more people listened, the more it seemed like his words couldn't be wrong. He said that the Eostre family is much like their manifestation, wanting to be as bright as the sun, but only able to reflect its light. Diane seemed to hold the crowd in endless with his every word. Even Celine had lost her will to fight and sat down. But that didn't mean her eyes weren't still simmering with rage. You all probably know this, but the Acacia Academy 5th floor library is fairly exclusive. Everyone nodded. The Acacia Academy, much like other academies, had their upper floors barred by level of talent. When Dian had first wandered around, he hadn't noticed, but there was indeed a faint pressure on his soul. This had happened just after he left the Elder Flyleaf's lecture. To everyone else, this pressure was something they couldn't reach. Many could never surpass this hurdle. However, it wasn't unheard of that a genius could do so, which was exactly why it wasn't such big news that Dian had done it. That being said, that library was still an oddity. It was a place where the Acacia family younger generation had left the last vestiges of the ancient kingdom. It wasn't anything special, actually. It was a prophecy everyone in attendance knew about. The prophecy that explained why true empaths were crowned as the monarchs of the Elven Kingdom. The prophecy that stated the love bond between their savior and their monarch. I bet you all are wondering why I bring this up. Well, that library is the place I met Jade. Everyone turned questioning glances towards Jade. When had she become enough of a genius to climb those steps? Dian shook his head. Don't be ridiculous. You think I would hinge my thoughts on something so flimsy? Jade spent her entire life being underestimated by you people. Is it really up to her whether you see her genius or not? Everyone was stunned by Dian's words. Where was he taking this? It seemed like every time he'd steer them down one direction, he'd completely switch his flow. I only mention this to show you that not everything is as it seems, especially when it comes to the disappearance of your king. Ree's hand suddenly tightened against Dian's, causing Dian to squeeze back for her reassurance. However, when Dian spoke these words, even the Grand Elders felt themselves stiffen. Does he know? The Grand Elders were shaken beyond belief. The disappearance of the king had been a weight on the souls of the whole kingdom. Would today be the day they finally found out? Through all the years of speculation and theories, the only thing they could link the king's disappearance with was the destruction of the Celestial Deer Sect. In reality, the Celestial Deer Sect was destroyed thousands of years before the king disappeared. But something tangible had changed on the date that happened. The king, once understanding amiable, became more and more irritable. His personality shifted, and he began to appear less and less in public until finally he stopped appearing at all. And the one thing everyone knew was that it started with the disappearance of their longtime ally, the Celestial Deer Sect. Dian chuckled. I bet you're wondering why I'm bringing this up. Dian's essence blood began to rage within him as he stimulated his master's essence. Boom! A majestic deer appeared behind Dian, covered in a clear and pure white coat with swirls of gold. She looked down lovingly at Dian. Everyone remained stunned at the sight, and then Dian's voice rang out. It's because of the last disciple of the Celestial Deer Sect. The crowd felt like going home. How many reveals like this could they take? Yet some felt completely differently. The Grand Elders started laughing. Imagine that. The most esteemed members of their kingdom laughing like children. Elder Dirith smiled faintly. There's no doubt left in my mind. The prophecy is about this child. Grand Elder Diritha's words seemed to place a blanket of pressure on the Eostre family. If Dirith was right, then wouldn't Dian's words have an extra layer of credibility? Reese suddenly flicked Dian's forehead. How many things like this do you want to keep from me? You couldn't have let me know before. How many other things are you hiding? Dian smiled down as the adorably pouting Ree and pinched her nose lovingly. After today, there'll be nothing left to hide, right? Ree suddenly noticed that they were the center of attention and pulled back, blushing. Alex, who stood to the side, smiled at this. I'm glad you found such a nice relationship. When Eostre, though, only narrowed his eyes, his face darkening even further. He wanted to speak, but Dian began again first. You must be wondering if the secret of the Celestial Deer Sect gives me inside information on the inner workings of the Alliance and why your king disappeared. However, it doesn't. That being said, after this story, I'm sure many of you will find little reason to doubt me. Dian's gaze turned serious as he scanned the crowd. Grand Elders, if I show you how the tome was used to cleanse the true empaths of old, will you do me the honor of telling everyone the reason behind the alliance with the Celestial Deer Sect? Grand Elder Dirith looked into Dian's eyes calmly, as if he had expected this. It seems the words in the sky, the tome, the prophecy, Everything has to do with him. You can really do that? Grand Elder Cormitha's eyes sparkled with hope. Diane smiled, nodding in affirmation. After a few moments, Grand Elder Dirith nodded. I think it's about time everyone knew. Everyone was exhausted. They hadn't had a second of rest since this began. And now the Grand Elders were going to reveal a secret they had held from the beginning of their tenure? Grand Elder Dirith took a deep breath. The path of the true empath hasn't always been easy. Imagine being privy to the emotions of everyone around you. To know their lies, their truths. To know what they really think of you behind a fake smile. To know that maybe your loved ones don't place you in high regard. But what if this was scaled up? What if you could feel the emotions of everyone in a war-torn country? To feel every heartbreak at the loss of a family member. To feel the depression of a kingdom that's hit a wall of decline. And to know that with every passing day, there's nothing you could do to help them all. The eyes of the crowd glistened. That's the level a true empath powerful enough to be our monarch reaches. A level where with every passing day, they lose their minds more and more. Diane smiled. And what's better at cleansing the mind than celestial will? With the help of the Alliance, the monarchs of the Elven Kingdom could rule for longer and die of old age rather than insanity. However, you must be wondering, since the elves weren't always in this universe, how did they cleanse their true empaths before? Diane's ring flashed, a tome appearing in his hand. The answer is with this tome. That's MHM. Diane nodded faintly, staring at the tome absent-mindedly. This tome used to fulfill the job of not only identifying true empaths, but also the job of cleansing their souls. It's just that that secondary function was lost to you all with the transition between universes. Diane smiled to himself. This is exactly what he meant when he told Ree he had figured all of this out by luck. If it wasn't for him connecting the cleansing of the demon generals with the awakening of this book, how could he ever make this connection in such a short period of time? However, Diane didn't feel the need to mention such things. Right now, only the most important facts were needed. Zalterish, who had been silent all of this time, suddenly trembled, looking down at his hands. Then that means the words in the sky were never mine. As soon as Zalterish finished speaking, the sudden realization hit everyone. If it had been Zalterish who destroyed the shell of the tome, wouldn't he be the one in possession of the tome? The fact Diane had it only meant one thing. Sinnett bitterly chuckled to himself. It seems nothing was up to me from the beginning. How was this fair? His array alchemy talent was unmatched. He had an innate aurora. And now his manifestation was powerful enough to destroy a stone monument that had stood since the ancient times of the Elven Kingdom? Bullshit. Diane only faintly chuckled, looking off into the sky. You must all think the words in the sky signify the destruction of the tome, however. You couldn't be more wrong. The words in the sky signify the sealing technique used to hold the real tome. It was only that my manifestation was a trigger for releasing it. But Diane waved his hand towards the words in the distance. And under the astounded gazes of everyone, they began to shift and condense, moving towards them with blazing speed. Suddenly, when the words were just in range, Diane clenched his fists. Boom! There, before everyone, the stone tablet fell in the middle of the square, raising into the sky hundreds of meters. And the names that had been erased were back. Diane smiled faintly. Why would I ever destroy the one foolproof piece of evidence I have for the deeds of the Eos Trey family? Everyone held their breaths as they watched Diane look towards the princess. I think it's time, he said faintly, pausing his words. The princess smiled a radiant smile, slowly taking her silver mask off. Mistress Eder shook violently watching this scene. Her listless eyes began to glow as tears fell endlessly down her cheeks. Right, Primrose. There stood Primrose Eder, smiling radiantly. And what seemed to hit people even harder was the fact if you paid attention to the expressions of Ree and Uncle Acacia. They were not surprised in the least. Diane laughed. What? You all thought I'd really berate a mother who truly lost her child? She just needed to be taught a little lesson. Diane chuckled, seemingly reveling in everyone's confusion. Ree took a deep breath as though she was preparing for something. Something big. What's the most interesting way to reveal this? Diane said, thinking to himself. Suddenly he grinned. With a flash of his ring, he let go of Ree's hand for a moment as an adorable 5-year-old girl appeared in his arms. Little Lila looked excited to see Diane. Big brother? Big brother. Little Black is doing something really cool now, you have to see. She patted Diane's cheeks excitedly as though the two of them were the only ones in the world. Her long light pink hair bobbing up and down. Diane smiled, pinching her cheeks. Is that so? I guess we'll have to go visit Little Black soon then. But first, let Big Brother ask you a question. Is that okay? The crowd of elves furrowed their eyebrows. Was Diane taking this as a joke? What the hell was he doing? What could a little girl possibly do in this situation? Sinet Sijbrit, though, had long since stopped doubting Diane. So the first thought he had immediately jumped to the only possible conclusion. That little girl. Okay, Big Brother, what question? Little Lila nodded excitedly. Diane smiled lightly. You always call Big Sister Ree the most beautiful girl you've ever seen, right? Little Lila nodded. Yes. Big Sister Ree is definitely the prettiest. Diane nodded at this before pointing out into the crowd. Take a look around. Is there anyone here who might make you change your mind? Little Lila finally turned her eyes towards her surrounding, staring with her big pink diamond eyes. She swept over Opal and Celine. She scanned Mithrander. She even looked over Mithrander's mother. And just as the crowd was about to get agitated, she looked back at Diane, shaking her head. No, Big Brother. Sister-in-law number 2 is definitely prettiest. Then she nodded in affirmation like she had just deduced the most important thing in the world. Ree blushed at the way little Lila referred to her as trying to hide away her face. She didn't even have the mental real estate left to figure out what Diane was trying to do. Diane laughed. I brought out this little girl to prove one thing. The fact that this stone tome still does its job, and I brought out Primrose to prove that the Eostre family are guilty. Diane's eyes flashed with a gold light as he stepped onto another defensive array, floating him and little Lila towards the stone tome seal. Little Lila, put your hand here, Diane said, pointing to the stone. Everyone's eyes suddenly widened in realization, suddenly remembering the only defining character a true empath would have. The ability to see through all things. Little Lila's small hand reached out, and as soon as it touched the stone, there was silence for a brief moment, until, boom! Little Lila's hair started glowing in its own pinkish light, her eyes brightening right along with it. The crowd was stunned. She really is our next monarch. Ree smiled lightly, watching little Lila be chosen by the stone tome. When it ended, Diane casually floated back to Ree's side. Go back for now. Okay, little Lila. I'll be there with you soon. Little Lila pouted but still nodded obediently. She seemed to not care about being crowned as a true empath. In fact, it was as though she already knew. After Lila left, Diane looked at the crowd laughing. Who said love's bond couldn't be between a brother and a sister? But I bet you were wondering how right she was about Ree. Kimmel and Darkassin suddenly let bitter smiles spread across their faces as they started slowly realizing what everyone else had. Diane turned to Ree. Do you trust me? He asked, gently stroking her cheek. Ree lowered her head onto Diane's chest, wanting to find a hole to bury herself in, but she still faintly nodded. Diane's ring flashed as he took out the last Constitution Awakening pill he had. One he gave to Madeline. The other he gave to Delia. And this one he had yet to use. Ree looked down at Diane's hand to look at this pill. What's this? Diane smiled. The reason you haven't been able to awaken your manifestation isn't because you're inept. It's just that your body itself is conflicted. Remember when I asked you if elves have special hearing and you said no? Ree nodded, finally looking up at Diane. And don't you also find it odd that you can survive in a pool of ice purity despite having no cultivation? A pool that would almost immediately kill anyone else? And how about why your soul is special to the point that your aurora shines blue? Ree nodded again. Much of this she knew already. But hearing someone affirm it made her feel like something was slowly unlocking within her. Diane chuckled. You know that day I called to you when you were playing around in the lake? I used my music will to change the frequency of my voice to be outside the range of normal human and elf hearing. Yet you still heard me. So, I concluded the reason you seemingly look half-human, yet know nothing about humans, is because you're not half-human at all, you're half-magical beast. Everyone seemingly sat at the edges of their seats. Ree lowered her head again. Is someone who's half a beast someone you still want to be with? Uncle Acacia watched this scene with a sad expression on his face. What a silly girl. This is weighing on her even though with her intelligence she should know that Diane chose her having already known this. However, a father's words here were useless. Only Diane could say something appropriate. Diane only smiled, tightening Ree's chin up. Didn't you already ask me something like this? Like I said then, you can look the same. You can look different. But, aren't you still you? Ree smiled, taking the large pill into her hands and swallowing it. She trusted that whatever it was she became after this, Diane would still love her. The truth was, Ree wasn't using a disguising technique. If she was, after spending so much time with her, Diane would have definitely noticed. What Diane had realized was that Ree had conflicting constitutions. One that came from her elven side, and another that came from her mother's side, her magical beast side. Diane suspected that the elven half of her lineage was the equivalent of a god-level body constitution. In fact, it was the last of the top 3 among female constitutions. One was the infinite ice hell constitution, another was goddess disposition, and the last was elven queen's reign. Ree closed her eyes as she felt something within her shifting. However, Ree's other half was less simple. Under normal circumstances, a god-level constitution shouldn't interfere with anything else. Even if that anything else was a bloodline from a completely different species. But Diane suspected that not only did Ree have a god-level constitution, her beast side held a faith seed. Ree's body contained both a god-level constitution and a true deity constitution, thus causing them to clash and stifle her potential, even to the point of affecting her appearance. Diane stood watching as Ree clung to his chest with both hands, her hair flapping wildly in the burst of energy. I wonder, what kind of true deity body comes from beasts? The thing was, Diane knew he couldn't awaken a true deity constitution with his pill. In fact, true deity constitutions didn't need to be awakened through means other than one's own self. The reason he gave Ree the pill was to act as a catalyst. Her elven queen's reign needed to be awakened to 100%. By doing that, the faith seed she had would have nothing left to suppress and could then bloom on its own, theoretically resulting in a balanced harmony. Boom! Ree's aura skyrocketed, a jet of energy streaming out from her lower back, causing her dress to flutter wildly. Boom! Another stream of energy accelerated, swinging through the air with no regard. Boom! It happened again, and again, and again. Suddenly Diane's eyes widened with realization. Those aren't just streams of energy. They're tales. A legend from the human world suddenly surfaced in Diane's mind. The legend of Kitsune. Diane watched intently as Ree's tales continued to slowly form. He knew quite well that according the legends of the Kitsune, tale number usually denoted power. However, what confused him was the fact that tales were meant to increase with age. And yet, Ree was not even 2 decades old and already had 7 tales and counting. Maybe the human version of the legend isn't exactly accurate? The truth would be found out in time, so Diane didn't worry too much about it. What he did want to focus on were the changes in Ree. Giving her a Constitution Awakening pill was more of a theory on his part. He was hoping he was right because if not, Diane shook his head, focusing on Ree's transformation. Ree's hair darkened from its light blue. The hands she was gripping Diane's shirt with began to grow some faint signs of sharp nails. Even her ears lengthened just a bit, although that wasn't too much of a change considering she was half-elf. Boom! A 9th tail formed under the astonished eyes of everyone. They all knew exactly what that amount of tails meant. A kitsune of peak power, unmatched amongst its kin. At least that's what they thought until... Boom! Ree's aura finally started to calm down. She kept her head buried in Diane's chest, gripping his shirt tightly, even to the point of tearing holes into it. Diane smiled faintly at Ree's 10th tail, patting her head lovingly. It seems my little faux glacé is quite special. The energy that had represented Ree's tails had condensed into probably the most beautiful sight Diane had ever seen. Behind Ree lay 10 blue-silver tails. They waved around sporadically as Ree seemed to be trying to gain control over them. But she was still too nervous to look up. "Are you scared?" Diane asked Ree softly. Ree couldn't find the voice to respond. She could only nod her head. Diane smiled. "Your tails are beautiful. What fits your fox-like personality more than for you to be an actual fox?" Ree suddenly hit Diane in the chest. "Now's not the time to make fun of me," she said, glaring at him in exasperation. But instead of receiving a response, all she found was Diane's dazed look, and she suddenly realized her face was exposed. Ree tried to hide once again, but Diane's hand stopped her, cupping her cheek lovingly. Ree's hair had darkened, but it seemed like everything else had brightened to a whole new level in response. Her features now held a faint Japanese air to them, but her eyes still sparkled her pure blue silver. Her skin had become even more flawless and was so smooth to the touch that Diane felt as though his hand was melting. In this form, her eyes had faint slits in them, but there was nothing sinister about it. Diane couldn't help but feel lost as he stared at her. Suddenly, Ree's hair began to lighten to its previous blue-silver. Her ears shortened back to a more human-like length. The slits in her eyes vanished, and her tails disappeared in a shimmer of light. However, what didn't change was her unmatched beauty and those adorable canines that had grown with her teeth. "Why am I so lucky?" Diane didn't even realize he said these words, but the tears glistening in Ree's eyes made it clear she heard him. Suddenly Diane snapped out of it. "Ha! Now it's only a 2-horse race for most beautiful woman in existence. And it's only between my fiancés. Mom would be so proud." Diane grinned shamelessly, grabbing onto Ree's hand. Ree rolled her eyes. "Who wants to be your fiancé, you perv?" However, despite her words, there was an unconcealed happiness in her smile. A smile so radiant that Kimmel and Darkasson felt like digging themselves a hole to hide in. Ree's beauty was truly beyond words. Uncle Acacia chuckled at this. "Hey kid, shouldn't you think of speaking to her father before deciding such things?" Diane grinned. "Of course." Diane paused before his smile widened. "And you'll be one of the first to know once I find him." Uncle Acacia's eyes widened before his robust laughter filled the square. "You should treat your elders better than this, you know. Saving us some face always helps." Diane stopped joking and faced Uncle Acacia, releasing Ree's hand to respectfully bow. "Uncle Acacia, although I know you aren't Ree's father, you've still treated her as though you were. You'll always have my respect." Uncle Acacia smiled thoughtfully, floating before Diane and patting his shoulder. "You're a good nephew-in-law to have," he said faintly. The crowd was stunned. They weren't father and child? Then who was Ree? However, Diane didn't seem intent on answering that question so soon. So, after he finished bowing to Uncle Acacia, he changed the topic. "I think it's clear now that little Lila was in fact a true empath, and that the stone does indeed work properly, no?" The crowd seemed to snap out of it. They almost forgot that Diane had done this for the sole purpose of proving that little girl's words true. Despite this, people were getting restless. "If you have proof, prove it. My daughter has been put through enough." At this point, even the calm Win Eostre could barely hold up his facade anymore. "I told you to shut your mouth once and I won't do it again. See to it that you pay attention, because despite the fact that you will without a doubt die after this, there are vastly different ways I can choose to kill you." Diane's words were sharp and unyielding. However, they only made Win's anger rise even higher. But before Win could speak again, Grand Elder Doritha's voice stifled his momentum. "Let this child speak, Win. He revealed Ree's true identity for a purpose, as you've clearly seen. He has yet to waste any time. Everything he's done and said is of utmost importance. And it seems like everyone but you knows that. It would be best if you remained silent." When Eostre clenched his jaw tightly. But he wasn't in a position to refute Grand Elder Dirith. Sending a nod of thanks toward the old Grand Elder, Diane continued. "Primrose, Why don't you tell everyone your story? Primrose looked over to Diane, who was wearing a gentle smile before taking a deep breath. The story is quite simple actually, she said faintly. The only princess this kingdom ever had was Ri. We used to be the best of friends in our youth before my family tried to separate us. Primrose smiled to herself, seemingly remembering old memories. As you all know, the Eder family specializes in water will, and that was something Ri loved as well. So, we were sort of like kindred spirits. But then, when we were about 5 years old, the king, Ri's father, disappeared because of this. My family wanted even less to do with the Acacia family. And thus, our friendship was forcefully ended. Primrose took a deep breath. Because of that incident, Ri went into hiding for a long time. But what no one knew was that she was taking in orphans to raise an army. This is why the orphanage Diane created only had children around 5 to 10 years old. The older ones had already begun training with Ri. Like Ezen, years later, Ri showed back up as the daughter of Headmaster Acacia. But how could I not remember my best friend? So, I approached her, wanting to help. From that day forth, I took the mantle of acting princess in order to protect Ri from possible traitors, using a masked King Acacia left behind. If it wasn't for Diane, I would have died fulfilling that duty. Tears glistened in Primrose's eyes as she chuckled to herself. I guess all that fake power got to my head and my stupid actions led to Ezen's death. I'm sorry, Ri. I'm really sorry. Primrose choked on her words, unable to continue. But then she felt a small, delicate hand slide into her own. She looked up to find Ri standing beside her, tears in her own eyes. You almost died for me. I should be apologizing to you. Diane smiled watching this scene. It seemed like two best friends had finally come back together after so many years. Suddenly Diane thought of something. So, you called Primrose Alex because? Ri smiled towards Diane. Because my name is Alexandria Acacia? Diane smiled hearing this name. Alexandria. Huh, so that's where he comes from? I'm still going to call you Faux Glacé, he said winking. Diane was going to turn to the crowd when he suddenly remembered something. Oh yeah. Why do you two somehow think that I could know Ezen was going to die, yet didn't save him? Am I some kind of animal to you? Diane faked a hurt appearance, placing his hand on his chest. Ri and Primrose looked up, stunned. But before they could ask, Diane answered. I placed tens of spatial transference array in him. I guess had that person double-checked, they would have realized he passed out due to shock and probably blood loss. But the body of a martial artist is stronger than that. He's probably somewhere around here. Diane briefly explained what he had done. In fact, this was the very same trick he had used to escape death when Oliver stabbed him. When Ezen pissed off Diane in the Acacia hideout, Diane had already long since prepared the ring for Primrose. So why wouldn't he be ready for Ezen's death? Although he was truly anger, he still used that time to discreetly place a spatial array within Ezen on every one of his vital organs. He did this by purposefully destroying the seat Ezen sat on so everyone was focused on his anger rather than any fluctuations that may have occurred. And his eyes were flaming so they wouldn't notice its golden light. After that, it was only a matter of leaving a delayed message for Ezen to tell him not to do anything foolish and stay hidden. However, that's hardly important now. He'll reveal himself when he feels like it. What's important is how Primrose survived. You still have the wooden ring I gave you, right, Primrose? The deep blue-haired girl nodded, sliding a wooden ring off her finger and handing it to Diane. You know, Diane began, arrays are wonderful things, and if you use human mortal realm knowledge, you can program them to work even without you being around. Imagine rigging an array to trip a teleportation when it feels an influx of energy, or having it trigger a body disguising array for the same reason, or having it store that influx of energy, or maybe, if you're a genius like me, having it do all three. When Eos Trey froze at Diane's words, his eyes flitting between the stone tome and the ring. He can't mean. It seems suspect number one has figured it out. As you all know, the stone tome does more than just name true empaths. It also cleanses them. But the last thing it does is rank manifestations. The crowd's eyes widened as with a sudden realization, all of them training their eyes onto the Eos Trey family. Diane continued, seemingly without a care in the world. However, the stone tome is smart. When it gives a manifestation its heaven's name, it also records its aura. An aura that is very tightly linked to each and every family. Which means, once the manifestation comes into the world, its name shines with a color that's distinctive for each and every major and sub-family. Diane smiled. This distinctive color was exactly the reason each family had its own hair and eye colors. It wasn't a coincidence that the Eos Trey family had blue-purple eyes and manifested the moon, or the Grimbold family had red hair and manifested a fire axe, or the Ingram family had gold hair and manifested a shining halo. Each of these things were predetermined by the techniques they practiced, which caused very distinctive aura changes within them that not only affected how they looked, but also made them easily identifiable by the stone tome. Diane chuckled. Knowing this, what do you think it is I did? Simple, really. I gave Primrose a ring that I knew would set off as soon as she was attacked, allowing that ring to do two distinctive things in a split second. It 1. Scanned Primrose's body and what she wore and disguised one of her bodyguards using this data. 2. It teleported her and the ring 10 kilometers in the direction of Ree's mother's cave. And 3, probably most importantly, it stored the aura used by those who attacked her. Diane crushed the ring in his hand, sending the stored energy to the stone tome. Twinkle under the eyes of everyone. The tome began to shine a purple-blue light, although Sinet Sijbrit and the rest had long since realized that it was unlikely Diane would end up being wrong. Actually seeing the purple-blue light made them all shiver. But the worst part was that among the Eos Trey family manifestations that lit up, one stood out amongst the rest. Near the very top, a clear first quadrant genius, sat a distinctive heaven's name, Jade's Manifesto. It was a name they had never seen before, which could only mean that one of the Eos Trey family members had manifested their soul during the time the stone tome had been destroyed. Diane looked at this, the distinctive sign of endless disappointment on his face. To think you participated personally. You disgust me. Diane's sharp eyes turned towards a silver-haired girl who was still looking down towards the crowd. Suddenly, she started laughing. A twisted and sickening laugh. Jade stood, taking out a dagger and cutting her long white dress into a short one. When Eos Trey suddenly lost him calm. Jade, what are you doing? There's still a way out of this. Jade's purple-blue eyes suddenly turned cold as she looked towards her father. Shut up, you useless old man. A way out of this? It's because the head of this family is so inept that we've even fallen this far. What way out? All he has to do is ask you for your spatial ring, and he'd find the dead body of the disguised Primrose. What excuse would you have then? Jade looked annoyed, her lips curling in disgust. I told you to get rid of it, but you insisted on keeping it and planting it on Sinet. Now look what you've done. Jade couldn't be bothered with her father anymore and instead looked off into the distance. To her, the mistake of failing to kill Ezen mattered little. That could still be made up for, which was exactly why she hadn't made fully sure he was dead. But the mistakes of her father? Unforgivable. Hubby, someone's bullying your poor wife. You'll save me, won't you? She fluttered her eyelashes. To anyone who hadn't witnessed the scene before, they would have seen her as an adorable young woman calling for her husband, but right now, all anyone saw was a sick, demented and psychopath. Diane trembled in anger as he watched a familiar figure appear in the skies beside an old Asian man. But that was nothing compared to his feelings seeing the disparaged girl beside them. Maying, he said softly. Ree looked at Diane's side profile, feeling a dull ache in her heart as she saw his pained expression. It was clear Diane knew this Maying. Maying, though, didn't seem to even be able to react to seeing Diane. It was as though she had lost her soul and her will to go on. Diane's eyes flashed with something imperceptible. There's a master-level array locking her personality and thoughts. Only master level? Have the Dayu fallen so far? The last successor of our long-dead enemy, HM. The old man laughed lightly as though he couldn't care less about being discovered. As though he had this all in hand. Release my fiancée's little sister. Diane's eyes narrowed, his skin reddening and his blood pumping in anger. The old man seemed stunned by Diane's words. Your fiancé's little sister? I don't think this child has an older sibling, he said, looking at Chunlei questioningly. Chunlei nodded respectfully towards his elder. Dian has the favor of the first-in-line genius of the Sapientia God clan. Meiying and Madeline have been close since their youth. The crowd suddenly turned their gazes towards Dian. He wasn't lying? Some young men wanted to grit their teeth in anger. An elven princess and a first-in-line genius? Where was the justice? But this hardly seemed like the time. Ah, so that's how it is. You should have told us this earlier. Killing such a child is more complicated. The old man idly chatted with Chunlei, and yet, it was clear by his words that he cared not for the trouble resulting from killing Dian at all. Chunlei nodded in apology. When father first assigned me to kill him, Madeline had yet to be announced as a first-in-line genius. It was much simpler then. However, the Sapientia God clan has never acknowledged such a marriage. It's more than 95% likely that if they knew we killed him, they'd even thank us. A sudden realization hit the crowd. So that's how it was. Madeline loved Dian, but Dian was only the successor of a dead sect. A god clan wouldn't give up their first-in-line genius for marriage so easily. So, this was why no one knew Madeline was engaged. Rhee's frown deepened. She didn't like the idea of her Dian being looked down upon like this. Dian scanned the old man in front of him, black flames of rage crackling around him. A mere first-stage celestial expert while being so old? No, your cultivation was partially crippled regardless if you don't do as I've asked. I'll kill you. So, I suggest you stop speaking so nonchalantly. The old man suddenly looked up at Dian with a piercing gaze. It held no aura and no power, but centuries' worth of killing intent flooded Dian's senses. Dian felt as though he was swimming in a sea of blood. Cries of agony and despair were the only things he could hear. His bones groaned and creaked as though they were being ground to dust. Is this an aura? No, if he used an aura, I'd be dead. To be able to see through my cultivation at such a young age. But you're too naive, boy. Did you think that just because the elders here had higher cultivation than me that they could stop me? The elder's voice boomed, his energy skyrocketing and his long white hair fluttering in the wind. Centuries before you were even a spawn, I had already stepped on the path of Tao formation. Even with my Tao now shattered, do you believe that just any celestial stage expert can beat me? I dare you, say it again. Chunlei watched this scene quietly. He had always been a calm and calculating youth. The one time he lost his cool was because of Dian, and he was trying his best not to do it again. But, for Dian to insult his elder like this, he deserved death. Despite this, Dian ignored the pain in bones and the grinding of inner organs, lightly patting Henri's head. Don't worry, he said with a smile. Chunlei grasped his grandfather's shoulder, causing the old man to look back. It's far beneath you to bother with such an insignificant existence, grandfather. Allow me to make up for my mistakes. AI. Deal with this so-called genius. Show him the reason our Dayu clan was once unmatched. I'll make sure these pesky flies and fake celestial experts don't interfere. Elder Dayu looked over at Jade, pulling her in with a wave of his hand and ignoring the rest of the Eos Trey family. Dian's eyes narrowed at his actions. This means only one thing. They don't care about the Eos Trey family, but somehow do care about Jade. Which means, Dian turned a gaze towards Meiying. They need Meiying too. Why? Dian's brain worked into overdrive as Chunlei's grandfather dropped Chunlei gently from the sky. A wave of power suddenly moved everyone back, clearing more than a 300-meter diameter of space. Suddenly, Dian thought of something. Meiying specializes in a very special will. The feng shui compass. Jade is either the closest thing the Eos Trey family has ever had to a true empath, or maybe she is one. Both of those things involve seeing through and searching for things. Dian's eyes widened. What are they searching for? A voice snapped Dian out of his thought. I, Dayu Chunlei, challenge you, Dian Sicharo, to a life and death battle. Dian snapped his head towards Chunlei and jumped down without hesitation. Looking in Chunlei's direction, Dian suddenly got serious. Something about him has changed. Last time I saw him he was 16 and had cultivation. But now he's 17 and has none. Did he reset himself? Diane thought back to the cultivation cleansing pill he had given to Madeline. It's likely that Cheng-Lei cultivated along with the lesser geniuses to maintain a cover. Now he's tapping into his true potential as a cultivator. Cheng-Lei's face was deadpan, watching as Diane gently touched down to the ground using only a first-level wind will. The problem was, he very clearly remembered Diane's wind will being much higher than this. What's going on? He sent a questioning glance towards his grandfather. Unfortunately, all he found was a serious expression. This will be a good experience for you later. The 25th White Mother has picked a good successor. But today he must die. Diane's eyes flashed with a purple gold as his formal clothing disappeared. He stretched, cracking his shirtless torso before bending down to roll up his black sweats. Diane casually jumped, flexing his calves and rolling his ankles, landing barefoot in the marbled square. Everyone's eyes seemed to sharpen, looking intently at the intricate tattoos on his back. A white wing and a black wing. Suddenly, Diane's spatial ring flashed, a normal first common level sword appearing in his hand. It was 6 feet long and a plain silver color. And yet, despite its poor level, it cut through the ground as Diane casually tilted it forward. I've never once gone all out since I finished training, Diane said faintly. The elven geniuses trembled. He's a swordsman? They had no concept of Diane attacking without the use of his arrays. They had no idea he even trained in anything else. It suddenly dawned on them that in all this time, Diane had only ever used the weapon's hell array to attack. I hope you don't disappoint me. Suddenly, Ri fell to Diane's side as well. But before he could turn a questioning glance toward her, he suddenly noticed Jade had appeared beside Cheng-Lei. Diane's frown deepened. He didn't want Ri to have to fight, but this situation was completely different from the situation at the Legacy World opening. For one, at that time he would have fought no matter what to get revenge for Ava, Venus, and Eli. So the odds didn't matter to him. Secondly, although he is now equally as angry with Jade, Ball hadn't had a former Dao formation expert backing him. Thirdly, those geniuses could hardly be counted as such. They only understood maybe 3 wills each, and that was only the best of them. In addition, many hadn't even been confident in themselves enough to wait until their bodies fully matured to energy cultivate. However, Cheng-Lei and Jade were different. Jade's genius was already unquestioned. She climbed to the 5th floor library and had a first quadrant manifestation. Cheng-Lei himself was an anomaly. The Daiyu clan was one that had at the very least been as powerful as the Celestial Deer sect at one point, which meant that Cheng-Lei had access to a deep reservoir of legacies. Although Diane wasn't aware that Cheng-Lei lacked the resources to make the best use of those legacies. All he needed to know was that those legacies did exist. And Cheng-Lei seemed close with his grandfather. How could a former Dao formation stage expert not guide Cheng-Lei well? Cheng-Lei frowned at Jade. Stay out of this. Jade pouted. Don't be like that, hubby. He hurt my feelings. I want to kill him as much as you do. Ri felt herself gagging, but this only made Diane chuckle. Little faux glacé, have you ever seen a husband and wife pair married so long with the wife still a virgin? People on the outside looking in might start to think there was something wrong with her husband. Elder Daiyu's eyes sharpened at these words. How does he know this? He can sense something so sensitive. Is this the level an innate aurora gives you? It can't be, although I haven't seen many with this gift. There have been some, none of whom were this good so young. There's something special about this child. Ri snorted in laughter. Pervert? Who'd pay attention to such things but you? Noticing the old man's reaction, Diane chuckled. It seems this is a sore spot for the Daiyu clan. Oh my. Cheng-Lei felt his veins popping. No matter calm he usually was, what man would stand idly by and listen to this? Jade smiled as though she had not a care in the world. Maybe so, she said deviously. I wonder how your supposed fiancés would feel knowing that you forced me to my knees? Jade's eyes somehow read. Two can play at that game. Diane's eyes sharpened. I suppressed my emotions so you wouldn't be able to read me. It was never more or less than that. Don't misconstrue my actions or my words in any way you want to. Jade had a playful smile on her face. She had expected Diane to get flustered and try to explain himself to Ri. But it seemed they trusted each other more than that. Worse yet, it seemed her words only further angered Xianxia. From today onwards, you're a concubine. Grandfather, help me deal with this, please. Jade feigned being hurt. This loveless and sexless marriage is something I put my heart and soul into, and you do this to me? A divorced woman is the shame of a family. Fake tears streamed down Jade's face as her words dripped in sarcasm. It was clear even she knew they needed her for a purpose and couldn't afford getting rid of her, which made Diane think that maybe had he known this, he wouldn't have revealed little Lila. I can't predict everything. I thought the Dayu clan was just using the Sagebrit and Eos Trey clans to control the elves and, most importantly, enter Dead King's Valley. Little Lila might be in danger if they decide Jade is too much to handle. Diane grit his teeth. I can't kill her. If I do, whoever's left of the Dayu clan will come after little Lila. The only silver lining, Diane could see that the array block he placed on Jade was still in place. This meant, although they knew he had the tome, they couldn't question Jade about it. The tome itself was something Diane knew was exceedingly important, but it didn't seem like even the elves knew exactly what it was. Even to the point they assumed that since the stone tome collapsed, there was nothing more to investigate. Yet, he was still worried about everything else. Diane began racking his brain to see if he could have proven things in another way. Maybe he could have just had one of the other elven families release their aura instead. It would have had less of an impact since recognizing true empaths was the main separating factor between a real and a fake, but maybe, just maybe, it would have worked anyway. Damn it! Diane suddenly felt a soft hand fit into his. You can't think of everything, Diane. Don't blame yourself. Diane looked down to find Rhys smiling up at him. Just like always. He lost himself in the purity of her eyes before feeling a flick on his forehead. Focus, pervert. Diane smiled gently at Rhi, caressing her cheek. All right? He said softly, causing her heart to flutter. Rhi knew Diane wouldn't forget about his mistake so easily. But the best she could do was stand by his side. That and direct her anger toward their opponents. Diane sent a quick message through Wind Will to Rhi. You can't kill her. Having nothing but confidence in Rhi's ability to win. Rhi nodded, pulling out her sword. Maybe if I cut off those big breasts of hers, she won't talk so much anymore. Diane's rage had reached a whole new level. He had never felt so helpless before, even in the face big sex when all he had was himself, a sword and little black. But now, he had an enemy before him that he wanted nothing more than to kill, and yet he needed to wait. In reality, the best choice here would be to bring out the stone puppets and force them to flee. But that wouldn't settle the rage in his heart. They have to take a loss, he thought resolutely. Scaring them away is not enough. Today I'll show you exactly why the Dayu clan will always be nothing in the face of the Celestial Deer Sect. Grand Elder Dirith, Sagebrit family head Sinnet. That old man likes bloviating, but I'm sure you've realized he truly is weakened. Without a solidified Dao, he's lost what it means to be a Dao formation expert. In addition, his stamina definitely does not match up to a Celestial Stage expert, although his strength is definitely much higher than a normal first stage Celestial Stage expert. Diane quickly worked through his master's memories, giving the elders a detailed explanation on Elder Dayu's strength and weaknesses. Although memories specifically related to Elder Dayu were locked, Diane's master's memory had plenty of information on what happened when Daos were shattered and even how to fix them. Although the method to fix something like that was ridiculously out of Diane's range of understanding, it may one day become useful. Luckily, it was out of the range of the Dayu clan too, or else the old man wouldn't still be crippled. Beating him is impossible for you too. However, stalling him until he's forced to retreat with these two is. In the meantime, we'll teach these two a lesson, and afterwards, Diane turned a sharp gaze towards the Eos Trey family head. I'll have little Lila figure out who was involved and who wasn't. Then they die. Grand Elder Dirith and Sinnet immediately appeared in the air before Elder Dayu, who had an ugly expression on his face. It seems your master left you quite a few good memories. Maybe I should take them before I kill you. Diane turned his gaze toward the elder. Sure. If you think you, or anyone in this universe, has a ray alchemy that matches up to my master's, have at it. Elder Dayu frowned at this, but he didn't seem surprised, which was well within Dian's expectations. He knew there was a reason his master sealed some of her memories. And it seemed there was something in them the Dayu clan wanted. Dian once again faced his opponent. Chunglei wore a sleek black chongpao with loose silver pants to match. His anger still hadn't alleviated. Yet, his face was the picture of serenity. A boy from the mortal realm wants to fight me seriously? I think it's time I show you that you haven't been here long enough. Dian couldn't be bothered to answer. With a last glance at Ri to let her know to be careful, his leg flexed as he readied himself. Yet, Jade and Ri sprung into action first, Jade's manifestation blooming as a bright purple moon as her hands spread out. A sinister smile was plastered onto her face, as though she was inviting Ri to come. However, Dian couldn't pay attention to that. He knew Ri had yet to manifest her soul, but her other attributes were so strong that he didn't feel a need to worry. Boom! Dian launched himself forward, propelling his movements with his wind will as a dark black spear with an obsidian blade appeared in Chenglei's hand. The crowd watched this scene intently. With the elders in a stalemate in the sky, their only real duty was to ensure the Eos Trey family didn't flee. Although Zaltrish did finally take this opportunity to help Kimmel and Darkassan up from their kneeling positions. Dian and Chunglei clashed. There was no use of wills, no techniques, no extra power. It was only a clash between men. Dian's arms flexed as he stared into Chunglei's black eyes. He had long since lost the emotion in his features. The only goals and thoughts before were about defeating the man in front of him. Bang! Dian and Chunglei blew apart. His body is tough, they both thought at once. Chunglei swung his spear out from his body, bracing it against his back and crouching into a stance. Suddenly, his energy erupted. Dian's eyes narrowed. Demonic will! But something more astonishing happened afterwards. Chunglei's body grew a size, ripping his chongpao at its seams. Faint black scales covered the entirety of his body as a black and bloody aura permeated from him to the tip of his spear. Your demonic path is weak, Chunglei said faintly, launching himself forward. Dian shifted to the side, spurring his celestial movement technique to the max. Fast. That's not just demonic will. He has a god-level constitution awakened well past 50%. Chunglei had no reaction to Dian's dodge, swinging his spear in a tight arc towards Dian. Tens of arrays appeared below Dian's feet, accelerating him forward into Chunglei. Chunglei snorted. Naive! Spear will erupted from Chunglei's spear, covering Dian even within such a close distance. Dian's eyes flashed in surprise. Tens of defensive arrays shattered as Dian was blown backwards, the only thing stopping his momentum being the sword he stuck into the ground. He used spear will to make up for the spear's deficiencies in close quarters. Excellent control. First act. First stage Demon Emperor's will. Dian whispered faintly. Boom! Dian's body expanded to 2.5 meters tall, reddening in the act. The elven geniuses shivered. He really had so much to go to? They were absolutely stunned. None of them thought that Dian actually had so many trump cards. Dian brandished his sword, looking at Chunglei calmly. This form isn't enough. First act, first stage Demon Emperor's will. Perfection. Dian's body immediately shrunk down to its original size, compacting all of his power. This form wasn't yet the second stage of the first act of Demon Emperor's will. Most accurately, it was step 1.5. It was a perfect stage reached once the first stage was completely mastered. Where the first stage allowed for a 2x power up, this perfection stage allowed for 2.5x and a more condensed and better controlled body. Chunglei's eyes narrowed. That's a divine technique. The celestial deer sect shouldn't have such a strong body type technique. However, he didn't find an opportunity to think any more about it. Dian had already sprung forward with blinding speed, his sword will raging. Dian immediately appeared 2 meters from Chunglei, swinging downwards with what seemed like a casual stroke. Boom! A massive wave of sword will erupted from his attack. What the hell? Chunglei stared at this wide-eyed. This sword will was only of the first level, yet it looked more powerful than that of a seventh. What was going on? Xianxia had no choice but to receive it, piercing forward with an indomitable will. Flames erupted from his spear, their reddish-orange hue accented by dark colors that were seemingly stemming from a darkness will. Xianxia's body increased another size as he grunt. Black Jade Body, Stage 2. Xianxia's Chongpao ripped apart completely as he flexed, his black scaled becoming more opaque and much more robust. Suddenly, he pierced forwards, leaping without a single shred of hesitation and shattering the sword will. Having the most unexpected reaction to seeing his attack thwarted, Dian laughed. No wonder why you haven't had sex yet. Your black jade body technique requires the channeling of all the yang you have. You won't gain control of it again until you reach a much higher level. I don't know whether to pat you on the back for making such a sacrifice for power or laugh at you and your family for giving up what's truly important for something as useless as it. Xianxia's jaw steeled. What's truly important? What nonsense is he talking about? And how did he figure that out? Dian didn't let Xianxia have much time to think about it, though as his weapons hall manifestation appeared behind him. I think I'll give you a little taste of what it means to be a weapons master. Xianxia took a step forward, looking at the black pagoda dripping in a blood-red aura. But he suddenly felt that his steps were heavy, too heavy. Looking up in shock, he found swirls of faint black and blinding silvers rotating around him and Dian. And yet, they seemed to be having no effect on Dian. I wonder how you'll take an attack you can't dodge, Dian said faintly. Suddenly, a blinding white light erupted from the pagoda, speeding towards Dian and hovering before him. Xianxia grunted as he went to lift another foot. But when it fell, he left such a deep imprint in the ground that he felt as though he was stuck. He looked up in agitation to find Dian had left his sword in the ground and raised his hands, the blinding white sword before him multiplying again and again. The crowd shivered, feeling Dian's domineering aura. Each sword was not only of the practitioner level, they were melded together with a ridiculous amount of fused wills. Wind, demonic, sword, fire, celestial. Elder Daiyu frowned at this sight, but he knew he couldn't reach Xianxia in a short time. Bang! Xianxia fell to his knees, deeply imprinting himself into the ground as the gravity seemed to multiply again and again. Suddenly, Dian's eyes flashed with a strong gold color as weapons hell arrays began to spin vigorously behind him. A collective breath seemed to be sucked out of the air. He's combining the swords from his manifestation to his arrays. A sheen of sweat covered Dian. Controlling so many wills at once was not easy, even if he kept them all at the first level. Xianxia grit his teeth, struggling to stand as tens of arrays melded with swords of wills faced him, spinning furiously in the air. I think it's time you pay a price, Dian said faintly. Boom! Spears with sword blades sped forward at a ridiculous pace, piercing towards Xianxia. Just then, in that same square, Ri had sliced a line into Jade's cheek. It was so deep that even Jade's tongue could be seen from her side profile. You! Jade was about to scream more in agitation when she suddenly noticed Xianxia was about to lose. No! She thought. Don't you dare! Suddenly, just as the whistling of the wind reached unprecedented heights around Xianxia, a deafening roar sounded out. Roar! Jade's eyes flashed with an odd light seeing this. Since you're getting serious, I might as well too. Jade's manifestation began to slowly change, from a purple moon to a black one. Ri's eyes sharpened, taking in Jade's transformation. Her skin darkened, turning into a demonic purple color, a staff appearing in her hand as she swallowed a pill to fix the wound Ri left her. And then, the spears reached Xianxia, piercing toward him almost endlessly. But all anyone saw was a massive black figure, and it was moving. Blood boiled as bloodlines were suppressed. The only thoughts were of endless inferiority. The only feeling was of endless fear. Above Xianxia, it curled around in the air menacingly, staring down at Dian with disdain. Dian's eyes widened. That's his manifestation. There, covering the already night sky with endless darkness, was a black jade dragon. Dian stared at the manifestation in the sky, his heart palpitating. He could feel the demon sage blood within his raging at the thought of an inferior bloodline displaying such dominance. But Dian knew fully well he hadn't absorbed nearly enough of it for it to have any effect other than subtly boosting his body's strength. However, his celestial deer essence and demon Qilin essence roared to life, covering him in black scales coated with crystals. Dian's body began to sound off thunderous booms, disdaining the black jade dragon's suppression. Dian took deep breaths. He had used a lot of stamina in his last move. Not only had he fused space and time wills, he also coated his weapon's hell arrays with sword spirits melded with even more wills. And yet, Chenglei's defenses had reached an ungodly level. He didn't even have a scratch on him. Suddenly Dian's mind flashed with an idea. That could work. Leaping backwards, Dian continued to steady his breathing, gripping his sword in his hand as his weapon's hull disappeared. The dragon coiled around Chenglei, hiding him within its long body. Dian's eyes narrowed. He's preparing something. Dian looked over to see Jade and Ri's battle reaching its climax. Ri had settled into her kitsune form, her dark hair flapping in the wind wildly as she slashed her sword out again and again, melding it with endless pieces of water, ice and wind wills. Jade, however, didn't seem to lose out in any way. Her moon manifestation seemed to see all things, and yet, it also reflected all things. Purple-black energies rotated around her, deflecting Ri's blows. However, she couldn't find an opening to attack either. It's not so good to take your eyes off of your opponent in such a situation, Chenglei said faintly. Dian's eyes snapped back, widening in shock. Chenglei's body had increased yet another size, even to the point of towering over 3 meters. His hands now had clear claws on them, and even his teeth had sharpened. And what was maybe the most shocking, his spear had changed to one of the transcendent level. Chenglei suddenly tossed his spear into the air, leaping to stand on the head of his manifestation. The crowd gaped in shock. His manifestation has a corporeal body? Dian winced. Higher essence stage soul. That's the only way. Although Dian could boost his soul to the higher essence stage, it had a massive effect on him. And Dian could clearly see that Chenglei could only tap into the soul power because he entered the 3rd stage of his black jade body. The only good news was that Chenglei was using a soul-boosting technique, whereas Dian's boost was a part of him, which meant Chenglei was on an even shorter leash than him. However, Dian also knew holding anything back would do him no good right now. Grandfather, I'm going to use it. Elder Dayu nodded faintly, still standing in the air quietly with his hands clasped behind his back. Shit, Dian muttered under his breath. I guess it's time. The sound of tearing resounded. Majestic wings burst from Dian's back as his humanoid manifestation appeared. Chenglei's eyes narrowed. He could tell that if it wasn't for his soul stage currently being higher, Dian's manifestations without a doubt surpassed his. Who is this kid? Twin manifestations? Dian didn't care for Chenglei's surprise, instead flapping his wings and launching himself into the air. I can't use this too soon. I'll only have one shot. My stamina isn't doing too good right now. Dian stared intently at Chenglei and his floating spear. Just what is he going to do? Suddenly, the temperature started rising drastically. You've got to be fucking kidding me, thought Dian. Chenglei's black jade dragon had opened its mouth, positioning the spear just in front of it. Chenglei himself sat cross-legged, his face the picture of concentration and fatigue. Spear will gathered wildly as the spear seemed to begin to glow under the rising heat. How am I supposed to get close to that? That spear will is a death sentence. Chenglei's spear will had reached an unprecedented level. It was clear he had understood at least 2 paths along it. The sharpness path, and the dominance path. A dominance path that couldn't help but incite his demonic will to all new levels. Boom! The spear instantaneously lost its form, being engulfed in endless flames. Boom! The temperature rose again as layers and layers of spear will coated the raging technique. It was almost like another sun had formed in the mouth of the dragon. The crowd suddenly realized that 300 meters wouldn't be enough. They stood, the elders taking the young and fleeing, Ri suddenly appeared by Diane's side, a sheen of sweat on her forehead, but wearing a complacent smile. Diane shivered as he realized she had a clump of silver hair in her hand, and Jade, who lied a distance away, was decidedly more bald. Despite the danger of the situation, Diane couldn't help but laugh. Shaking his head, Diane focused. "We can't get close. I can only prepare a technique to counter. Are you sure you want to stand by my side?" Ri flicked Diane's forehead. "Don't ask me stupid questions or I'll make you swallow all this hair." Diane smiled, wrapping a wing around Ri as they stood in the air. Bring his hands together. Diane took a deep breath, realizing Chunglei was about to reach the peak of his technique. "I've never tried this before," he said quietly. Boom! Endless heat steamed off of Diane in the face of Chunglei's growing sun. And yet, it had nothing to do with Chunglei. Diane's soul exploded in strength, climbing rapidly to the higher essence stage, causing his aurora to dance with happiness. And then, Diane did something he had never done before. Instead of creating tens of weapons hell arrays, he created just one. But the size was enormous. Diane grunted under the strain of creating an array on such a large scale. But he suddenly felt a peaceful feeling as a soft hand found its way to his back. Diane was quickly flooded with such a pure feeling of health and happiness that he almost forgot he was in battle. "Thank you, Ri. This makes this much easier." Boom! Diane's array expanded in size again and again, until it towered behind him at well more than 500 meters in height and shining a blinding purple gold, completely dwarfing Chunglei's dragon. And yet, it was as though it would collapse under the pressure at any time. Chunglei seemed unperturbed by the change. Although there was a size difference, that difference was only due to how much less refined Diane's technique was. The scale of something didn't always equate to its power. "Watch closely," Chunglei said faintly. "This is the legacy of the Dayu clan." The temperature seemed to raise to even yet another level. A ball of fire, spear and demonic will raged in the skies, looming domineeringly in the mouth of the dragon. Suddenly, a spear of epic proportions appeared at the center of Diane's array. Spinning ever so slowly, Chunglei's eyes snapped open. No despair. Black Jade Sun. Annihilation. A piercing roar tore through the sky, a raging tempest of wind and fire slicing through space, as though there was nothing in existence worthy of being in front of its might. Diane stood in the face of all of this with Ri by his side, a black-red sun that seemed to block out everything in existence speeding towards them. Closing his eyes, Diane took a deep breath, feeling his skin searing under the endless heat. Weapons Hell Array Variant. Devour. Suddenly the large array began to pick up its pace, spinning more ferociously as a white purity began to coat it. It was oddly gentle in the face of so much that wasn't. Ri looked up to see Diane's face in resolute concentration. She shifted her gaze to her uncle, a man who she had long since taken in as her father. Uncle Acacia's face twitched. He wanted to move to help, but he felt a faint pressure locking him and everyone else. It seemed Elder Dayu would allow them to retreat but had no intention of letting them help. Elder Dayu chuckled. "I think it's best if you all stay put. Did you see me interfere when my daughter-in-law was scalped?" Jade, however, was shaking in rage. Her arm was bent in an odd direction and deep claw marks could be seen across her face and chest. "She's a monster." Jade shivered thinking of the power Ri tapped into to bring her to this pitiful state. But that made her no less angry. Die then. But, for some inexplicable reason, when she looked up to see Diane facing this danger with Ri by his side, she felt a rare something in her heart, something she couldn't name or place. But whatever that feeling was, it had only started the day she met Diane. Slowly getting up, Jade walked towards the battle, wanting to be by Chunglei. And that was when Diane's eyes finally opened. The light within them was so blinding that they could have been spears of their own, cutting through the air like blades of purple gold. Diane's muscles flared under the strain of his powered soul, pushing everything he had into this. The dragon's roar vibrated the air, shaking the buildings and cracking the marble. It was one man against one beast. It was the fiery pits of hell against heaven's judgment. It was a final blow against a final blow. Suddenly, Dian finally released his spear, grabbing onto Ri's waist and leaping backwards. Boom! The spear spun furiously into the black jade sun, the dragon still roaring furiously, adding as much power as Chunglei could channel into it. Chunglei's eyes widened. What's going on? It shouldn't be like this. Dian watched, hands on his knees as Ri supported him. The weapon's hell array pierced forward, seemingly soaking up Chunglei's technique as its own. Dian smirked. Looks like I was right. Regardless of what form an attack using a manifestation took, it was always at its base form a soul-based technique. Meaning it could be negated with techniques meant to negate soul-type techniques. And what technique was better at doing that than Dian's defensive-type soul technique, Devour? If you then couple that with the cleansing power of Celestial Will, what could stand up to it? Boom! Blinding lights and concussive explosions filled the square. A tempest of blacks, reds and whites spinning into the air as a raging tornado. The wind kicked up, destroying and slicing anything in its path. Dian had no choice but to curl his wings around himself and Ri, allowing his manifestation to loom over them protectively. No! Elder Dayu moved toward Chunglei but found himself blocked by Dirith and Sinnet. You can't expect us to let you through so easily, do you? Said Grand Elder Dirith faintly. Elder Dayu's hand flashed as a very familiar treasure appeared. The demolition cube. I think it's best you two get out of my way. The cube opened into 4 sections, revealing a blinding sphere of light. Elder Dayu was truly worried. He sensed a familiar air in the technique Dian just used. And if he was right, Chenglei's manifestation was in danger. How could he allow his grandson to be crippled like he was? Even a partially damaged manifestation would have massive effects on one's future. And the idea of that technique being the very one that shattered his Tao was making him sick to his stomach. How did this child master a technique like this already? The old man was fully aware that at the level Dian's technique was at, the mere second stage of the first act, he wouldn't even make a dent on a Tao formation. But, against a person of similar soul strength to himself, the results would be catastrophic. Elder Jiayu winced as he poured his power into the demolition cube. The power required to be of threat to celestial stage experts was too much for him in this state, but he did it anyway. He had to make it before Chunglei's manifestation was completely destroyed. Boom! Aghe! Chunglei screamed in agony as Dian's technique began to eat away at his dragon. Felt like his soul was being shattered, bent, distorted. He had practiced a soul cultivation technique before, but it felt nothing like this. Suddenly, Dian felt a pat on his shoulder. He spun quickly, agitated. He was heavily fatigued, so he was giving his aurora a rest. Because of this, he hadn't felt anyone sneak up on him. But the sight he found made him sigh in relief. Ezen, thank you. Ezen had used the opportunity while Elder Dayu was distracted by Chenglei's pain to take Meiying away. Dian was pale, but he still stood to pat the seemingly comatose girl on the head. You've suffered a lot, he said softly. Dian turned to Ri, who was still holding him up. I need your help, Ri. Ri nodded, knowing what Dian meant. Dian wanted to use Ri's aurora as a boost to his own like he had when healing Ri in Dead King's Valley. That way, he could heal Meiying in his fatigued state. With blazing fires and battling elders as a backdrop, Dian slowly melded his aurora with Ri's to pick at the array, locking down Meiying. Suddenly, Meiying's eyes began to brighten from their dull state. She looked up, confused. Seeing Dian's pale countenance, she was startled. Dian? Meiying's eyes widened with realization. Dian, quickly. Fix the array you just broke. Dian's brows furrowed. But it's almost gone. Meiying shook her head vigorously. No. You can't possibly understand the scale of what you're trying to get in the way of. You have to put the seal back on me. Can you tell me? Dian questioned. He already faintly knew what Meiying wanted to do, but he didn't feel comfortable with it. Meiying rolled her eyes, turning her gaze to Ri. Can you tell my stupid brother-in-law that he's not the only one who can dive head first into danger, please? Ri giggled, flicking Dian's forehead. Can't you tell she's made up her mind? Give her a key to the array so she can open and close it. Diane frowned in thought. For Maying to be able to use the key on her own, she needs an awakened aurora, at least to a partial state. Ree sighed. Your senses are really dull when you're tired. She already has her aurora awakened partially. In fact, it's at 39%. Diane was stunned. Suddenly, his eyes flashed with a realization. The Dayu clan needs people with auroras, or maybe they need their important pawns to have auroras. Is this part of why they attacked the celestial deer sect? Why do they need so many things that improve the senses? Maying's compass, Jade's manifestation, and now auroras. Diane's eyes widened further. The aurora awakening steps from Dead King's Valley. Suddenly it all fit together. Although Diane still didn't know the exact reason, it was clear they were searching for something, and they needed people to help them. Having the aurora awakening steps would have been a huge plus to that. Diane sighed, seeing Maying's resolute face. She was still so young, thrust into a world like this by her own father of all things. I'll add the key and one other thing. I'll save you when the time is right, Diane said gently. Your big sisters miss you. Maying's eyes glistened as she nodded, a last tear falling as they dulled. Diane watched as Maying fell into another trance-like state. He wanted to save her, but he knew having someone close to the Dayu family was for the best. Suddenly, Diane started violently coughing, blood seeping out of his mouth. Diane, release your manifestation, you idiot. Ree's eyes glistened with worry as she propped Diane up. Ezen watched quietly as Ree tended to Diane lovingly. He hadn't said a word since appearing, but it was clear he was hurt. But what could Diane and Ree do about it? But Ezen could hardly focus on those feelings for too long, because behind where the four of them stood, Chenglei's screams of agony had finally ceased. But they couldn't see through the dust. We need to bring Maying back to them without them noticing, or else she'll be suspected, Diane said through coughs. Ezen nodded faintly, vanishing with Maying. Ree blushed as she slowly created a striking blue array for them to sit on. She was slightly embarrassed about being so slow compared to Diane, but there wasn't much she could do about that. Soon, they looked up to see a raging battle still going on. The worst part was that Grand Elder Dirith and Sinnat were in sorry states, and yet, other than his pale face, Elder Dayu looked untouched. Suddenly, their attentions became focused on the finally dispersing dust cloud. Ree, what happened to Jade? Diane said, leaning against her. Ree shrugged. I attacked her face with the best will combinations I have. She'll be hard-pressed to heal herself. You can say she's quite the ugly duckling now, she said proudly. Diane chuckled. I guess that's all we can do for now. A pensive look surfaced on Ree's face. She's superficial and her personality is shallow. This is the best way to hurt her right now. Diane nodded. But neither of them knew just how right they were. Within the dust cloud, Jade had paused her search for Chenglie, suddenly realizing that her medicinal pills weren't working. What's going on? She thought. Then a realization hit her. That bitch. Jade was truly absolutely revolting now. Her arm hung awkwardly to side. Her face had deep and unhealing claw marks on them. Her hair was non-existent except for a few strands that made her look absolutely ridiculous. The worst part was that Ree hadn't stopped there. Jade's once flawless body was riddled with blood and was now scarring over instead of healing properly. Jade screeched in agitation, clawing at her skin to open her wounds again to try and heal them properly. But nothing she did worked. Ree's will was too powerful for her to handle, and the Elven Kingdom's alchemy wasn't advanced enough. She raged in the dust cloud, clawing at her face and body again and again. But all she succeeded in doing was deepening her scars. Her fingernails became bloody and torn. Tears streamed down her face as she dug into her skin again and again, unwilling to accept this. No, no, no. This was all people ever liked about me. Jade fell to the ground, banging her fists into the marble again and again and again. Agaghay. Suddenly, Jade's screeches became maniacal laughter. She had clawed at her face so much that her tears were indecipherable from the blood that streaked down. Every time her nails hooked into her flesh, A sickening sound that could grate on the soul would resonate. Many had to look away, unable to continue watching. Not bothering to clean herself up, Jade stood, muttering nonsensical things to herself. Good, good, she said. Very good. The thing was that healing within the martial world was very complex. If your body was weak, healing yourself was quite simple because the building blocks of your body were simple. However, the more powerful you became, the harder it was to heal yourself, and the more powerful those who attacked you were, and the less they wanted you to heal yourself, the less likely you would succeed. Maybe if Jade had been patient, waiting for a better pill or a better expert to heal her, her appearance could be saved. But her obsession with the thoughts of others didn't allow her to want to exist in a world where she was anything other than perfect for even a second, and thus, a monster was born without feelings, without beauty, and with just a single sole purpose: kill. The elders, noticing the situation was already in hand, finally let Elder Dayu go. They could faintly understand that Dian was allowing the Dayu clan off easy for the benefit of the Elven Kingdom. If the Dayu clan's plans were truly thwarted here, all of their wrath would be directed towards them. And although their king was very powerful, he was not only missing, they also had no way of knowing how powerful the Dayu clan was. For all they knew, King Acacia was nothing in the face other their best experts. Elder Dirith finally touched down to the center of square, and what he saw made the rage within him boil. Jade sat on her knees beside Chunglei, who was clearly incapacitated. The last remaining bits of clothing on him were only the last fragments of his silver pants. His pale face caused the scarlet blood running from his cracked lips to look like the last vestiges of his life. Elder Dirith only spared the disheveled Jade a single glance before crouching down and raising a trembling hand to his grandson. His anger was palpable. It wasn't that he thought the 25th White Mother would pick a bad successor, but he had had confidence in his grandson, and now it had backfired. What if he had attacked himself instead? What if he had just forgotten about his role as an elder? He turned a sharp gaze toward Dian, prepared to kill him before leaving, but then, he suddenly remembered the elders in the sky. He didn't have time to deal with them and minimize damage to Chunglei. Dian suddenly coughed, looking towards Elder Dayu. You know this situation as well as I do, Elder Dayu. I also know what you came here for. But let me tell you now, find another way. Elder Dayu's eyes sharpened. Why shouldn't I just return with a larger army? Dian wanted to laugh, but he was in too much pain. The strain of pushing himself so hard was definitely getting to him. For one, if the Dayu clan wanted to move on such a large scale, they would have already. But it's clear you don't want anyone to know how powerful you are just yet. Secondly, if you had Dao formation experts to use, you wouldn't have a need to be covert in such a weak universe. Plus, my master's memories make it quite clear that they erased all of your Dao formation experts from existence. Or, at the very least, crippled them like you. Dian spoke slowly, gauging Elder Dayu's reaction to this. His master's memories had no such thing because even if they existed, they would be locked. But he was hoping that Elder Dayu would reveal something in his emotions. Maybe if his judgment wasn't clouded by Qinglei's situation he wouldn't have. But the sharpening in his eyes told Dian all he needed to know. With a smile, Dian continued, Thirdly, it wouldn't be in your best interest to attack a kingdom under my protection. Especially with how much you rely on soul techniques and how that's very easily countered by Devour, no? Can you afford for more to end up like Qinglei? What would happen if I taught Sinet and Grand Elder Dayu that technique? Would your fight with them have ended so simply? Elder Dayu said nothing, instead looking toward Jade. Will you be of use? Or should I kill you now? Jade said nothing for a long while before speaking. You're the only one I have any worth to. Elder Dayu nodded, waving his hand to take her along with Chunglei and Maying. Dian sighed in relief, happy he didn't have to reveal his stone puppet trump cards. But before Elder Dayu left, he said one last thing that made Dian furrow his eyebrows. You're from the mortal realm of this planet, yet you protect those of the martial realm. I wonder if you'll do the same once you know the truth. What Dian didn't see was that as soon as those words left Elder Dayu's mouth, he aged by another century. With the disappearance of the Dayu family and Jade, the square now held an eerie quiet. It seemed the only sounds that could be heard were Diane's wheezing breaths and ragged coughing. Ree sat on her knees, propping Diane up as they sat on a floating blue array. There was a tinge of worry in her eyes as she felt Diane's erratic heartbeat. It looked as though he had lost half his body weight, a mere shell of his former self. Ree sighed. You overdrew on your soul, without energy cultivation to help rejuvenate you. It's hard to sustain yourself after drawn-out battles. You're such an idiot, she muttered. Yet, despite her words, she lay Diane's head against her chest, slowly circulating an ice purity will to help alleviate his pain. What Ree had said was true. Unlike with energy cultivating, the soul and the body couldn't easily draw on outside sources to replenish themselves. If you depleted your essence energy, you could simply take out an energy stone to replenish yourself. However, when your soul or body was fatigued, only time would help unless you had very special medicines. In fact, even if you had those medicines, time would be your best option. This was exactly why there were 3 martial paths. Each supplemented the next. Diane chuckled bitterly, his voice hoarse. Maybe you're right. I need some sleep. But not yet. The members of the Eostre family trembled. Everyone knew the truth. How could a family who knew the secrets of everyone else keep secrets amongst themselves? When Diane said he'd find out who was involved, that was already lenient in and of itself. But, just as they were shaking in despair, Diane said something that made many look at him as something other than an impulsive genius boy. Grand Elder Dirith, Sijbert family head Sinet, the members of the Eostre family should be punished. Those that need to be killed must be killed. However, I'm sure you can tell how a family that has an inability to keep secrets from each other would find it troublesome to rebel. The elders nodded in agreement. Even if someone of the Eostre family wanted to defect, once they had true intentions of doing so, wouldn't all those around them immediately know? Diane sighed. This was where things got complicated. This was because the Eostre weren't perfect empaths. That means that the degree to which they could see through things depended on how powerful their singularity had manifested within them. This was exactly why Jade's genius was a curse, a moon that wanted to reflect too much of the sunlight. She was so close to what a true empath would be without being naturally so, that she not only deluded herself into believing she actually was, but her mind slipped as though she was one. The reason for this was simple. A true empath occurred naturally in nature. Because of that, they had fail-safes of their own to combat the loss of their minds. Although this mental degradation was still inevitable along the stream of time without help from outside resources like celestial will or the stone tome, it was still better guarded against. It was much like how an animal could age normally while clones had drastically shorter lifespans. Jade was exactly that, a false representation, a fake, and as such, she degraded much quicker. That being said, the main point was that because the Eostre family had varying degrees of insight, many of the weaker ones could hardly be judged for being wary of the stronger ones. Especially when the stronger one had a daughter who was the closest thing to a true empath since King Acacia. Before the existence of little Lila was known, that is, as such, the course of action became clear. When Eostre was put to death, forced to kneel before the tomb of Ms. Everdeen for the rest of his days. Along with him went many high-ranked elders. Any given major family had thousands upon thousands of members. Even though the elven population was small in comparison to the humans of the martial world, that didn't stop their population from being within the hundreds of thousands. And then there was the problem of the Sijbert family. In regards to them, it was best to choose to forgive. Not only was Sinet the most talented among the older generation with the king gone, he had only been forced in a corner to act as he did because of the Eostre family. Without the king disappearing, the elven kingdom would have never been in turmoil, and Sinet would have continued to be a pillar. In addition, they really did nothing wrong in the end. They weren't responsible for any deaths, and they hadn't made any attempts to be responsible for any such things. The only real problem left was the Norville family and their act of stealing orphans. However, when Diane looked into this, although he was thoroughly disturbed, he couldn't argue with their logic. He still shivered at the look in Mithrander's mother's eyes when she told him she hadn't tasted human in a while. Maybe if it wasn't for Ree's glare, his demon essence would have gotten the better of him. It turned out that the Norville family took in orphans to raise them for the desire path. However, aside from teaching them the techniques, the real choice was left up to the children when they became of age. After all, Mithrander was a prime example of how you could become stronger in such a path yet remain a virgin. Although Diane didn't like the idea of essentially grooming kids to become prey to their own desires, from the perspective of the Norville family, they were sharing something wonderful with the world. Also, weren't they simply taking orphans off of the streets at the end of the day? It was both disturbing and somehow also refreshing that the Norville family had such a simple wish. It was almost as though all they wanted was for people to release their inhibitions. But to Diane, they just looked like a swinger couple, a really attractive swinger couple. But a swinger couple nonetheless. In the end, Diane stood in front of Ms. Everdene's crystalline coffin with Ree holding him up. He felt as though he was fading, but he wanted to see this last sight before he rested. They were in the Eostre family holy land. Diane silently wondered if this was what Ms. Everdene would have wanted. To her, the major families were a next tier of existence she could never reach. And yet, here she was heading the tombs of one of them. Taking a look at the dead Eostre family traitors that lay before her, Diane nodded in satisfaction. "There's only one person left," he said softly. "I'll have her kneel before you just like all the rest. Rest in peace, Ms. Everdene, and have a good chat with my mother. I'm sure she'd love you." Ree watched silently as Diane's eyes reddened. He was struggling to keep them open, but it was clear his strength was almost completely gone. Finally, he completely collapsed into Ree. Spinning an array to life, Ree rested Diane's head on her lap. Her beautiful eyes glimmered with a faint sadness but unconcealed happiness. It felt like, for the first time in a long time, she had someone to truly rely on. And yet, that was a bittersweet feeling. Stroking Diane's hair, Ree planted a gentle kiss onto Diane's forehead. "Rest well." The room was large and extravagant, bathed in dark reds and grays. A large bed, 5-meter-wide bed, was situated right in the middle, covered in endless amounts of soft pillows as a handsome young man slept soundly, turning every so often and muttering odd things in his sleep. He was completely oblivious to the fact that 3 people who loved him were in the very same room. One was a girl with beauty beyond words. Her silver blue hair and eyes shone even in the dimly lit space, and yet, she oddly wore what looked like a sports bra and sweatpants, not living up to the rest of her pure appearance at all. This girl smiled faintly as she watched 2 small children play on the end of the bed. "I'm glad you gave me partial ownership of the ring," she thought quietly. The children, though, seemed to have no worries in the world. One was an adorable little girl around 5 years old. Her long pink hair nearly touched the ground as she gleefully giggled. The other child was a boy with jet black hair and eyes. He had the faint marking of a white scale on his forehead, but other than that, he was about 7 or 8 years old. "Shoo!" berated the beautiful blue-haired girl. "You'll wake your elder brother." "Big Sister Ree," pouted the little girl. "You shouldn't miss your birthday party. Big Brother Diane wouldn't want that." The beautiful blue-silver-haired girl was of course Alexandria Acacia. The little girl was little Lila and the boy was Little Black. Ree bent towards little Lila and patted her head. "Birthdays are meant to be celebrated with those you love. How could I enjoy it with him not there? Plus, some annoying guests were here to ask why the elves hadn't appeared on the battlefield for this campaign." Little Lila clapped happily, giggling. "Big Brother will wake up soon." Really, if it was a normal little girl who said this, Ree would have brushed it off. But the fact it was little Lila caused Ree to glance expectantly at Diane's handsome countenance. It had been 4 months since the day Diane essentially single-handedly saved the Elven Kingdom from ruin, and yet he still hadn't awoken. It was clear he had overdrafted his soul. Yet, all Ree could do was occasionally circulate her ice purity path and water healing path within Diane. The rest was up to him and time. "Big Sister." Ree turned her head to Little Black, who was looking at her expectantly. What is it? Can we go and eat? I'm really hungry." Ree covered her mouth, giggling lightly. Little Black was probably the only one who could match Diane's appetite. Originally, she had been confused when she first saw this little boy. But, When she figured out the reason why he had come out of his beast form, a warm feeling blossomed in her heart. "Okay, little Black, you can take your little sister to the banquet hall. I'm sure they're setting up for my birthday by now. There's definitely plenty of food." Ree laughed as little Black's eyes sparkled. He grabbed little Lila's small hand in his and practically dragged her out of the room. A smile was all that was left on Ree's face after they gave her a final wave goodbye, closing the door. Suddenly, the room was silent. With the children gone, it was just Ree and Diane's breathing. Ree slowly got up and walked to the door, locking it. She knew people would come and disturb her, but she really had no intention of going to this banquet. She had been thrusted back into the palace lifestyle with Sinet acting as interim king in the absence of her father and while little Lila grew up. Regardless of how confident they were in the fact that Diane was most likely who the prophecy spoke about, changing long-standing traditions is what almost brought the Elven Kingdom to ruin in the first place. As such, Ree was back in her old room and little Lila was slated as the next ruler of the Elven Kingdom. Walking to the side of the bed, Ree smiled as she got on, loving how perfectly she fit to Diane's side. Diane shifted in his sleep, wrapping his arms around Ree. "You smell good," he muttered. Ree blushed, taking in Diane's scent as well. His shirtless torso had gained the weight he lost back. The chiseled yet soft feel made it impossible for Ree not to run her hands along it again and again. Smiling, Ree giggled. "You say weird things in your sleep." Ree closed her eyes, content to take a nap in Diane's arms when suddenly she heard something unexpected. How could I still be asleep with such a beauty in my arms? Wouldn't someone be looking down on me for wasting such a thing? Ree wiggled her head out of Diane's chest to find two pure hazel green eyes looking down at her. Diane smiled gently, caressing Ree's cheek. "How angry do you think the kingdom would be if I stole their princess' first key?" Ree didn't think. She was just so happy to see Diane open his eyes again that she only leaned upwards, pressing her lips to his. Diane's senses were invaded with a cool feeling. Ree's lips tasted like water melted from the highest peaks and were as fragrant as lavender. Her touch was as soft as the petals on a rose. A kiss so gentle Diane felt as though he was sinking into a cloud. Suddenly, Ree pulled away, looking into Diane's eyes with a slight blush on her face. Diane smiled when he noticed she had inadvertently gone into her kitsune form. Her adorable canines had become more prominent and the bed was decidedly softer with 10 beautiful silver-blue tails lying about. When Ree noticed what had happened, her blush deepened as she retracted them, causing Diane to chuckle. "The next time I make you sweat pants," he said with an evil grin on his face, looking toward Ree's backside. "I'll put a spatial transference array in the back so I'm the only one who can ever see this sight." Ree's brows furrowed. "What do you Ree's eyes widened as she suddenly felt a draft from her back. Her tails had pushed down her sweats. Ree buried her head into Diane's chest, hitting his arm in embarrassment. "Stop teasing me." Diane smiled, pulling a duvet over to cover the both of them. "Okay. See now? I can't see anymore." Suddenly, Ree kicked off her sweats. Speaking in a soft voice made Diane shiver from head to toe. "No one said you couldn't look, pervert."